In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arokopane, renemojo.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一，
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Arokopane, renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women. The beauty that is free speech. The beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopane, Renemojo.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結為一，希望大家3月19號一齊嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopane, Renemocho.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結為一，希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on. Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn. I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
Yeah.
He's never close enough.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopane, Runemocho.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結為一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Arukopane, Runemocho.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
If any of you wonder, I'm too little to address this august crowd of renowned and empowered women on this International Women's Day. In all modesty, may I request you to listen to this little one's voice just for a while? For the simple reason that the young girls of today with dreams become the women with a vision for a better and brighter tomorrow. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to share my thoughts on this auspicious day. How can we transform ourselves from an ordinary to an extraordinary and an invincible, invulnerable, and indomitable woman with a vision who is more capable to lead the whole world for a better and brighter tomorrow? To hear more about my message, join me in World Speech Day Live at International Women's Day 2021, happening on 8 March 2021. This is your dreamy girl, Afreen Maksud, all excited to have my little voice heard around the world.
Have you ever thought, I'm too young to be a coach, a speaker, a leader at work. I'm too young to make a difference. Have you ever thought, there's so many people out there better than me, more experienced than me. What can I do to inspire others? Here's the thing. The people that you admire, the people that you compare yourself with, they have their natural audience. You have your natural audience as well. I'm Ray, and I'm a speaking and MC coach. I coach corporate and sales professionals to speak up boldly so they never let fear get in their way. And this is what I realized. You see, as I was growing up, I was never good at academics. I was never good at music. And there's so many people who were just naturally better than me. I tried to be better and better, wanting to keep up to them. But here's the thing. We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different. You can't compete if you want to be better. But if you're different, nobody else can compare with you. And we all are different. We all are unique. Let me let you in on a secret. There is something you can use to be different. Think about all the challenges you've been through, all the tears you have teared, all the things that made you uniquely happy, all the failures that you had to bounce back from. Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story. They create your brand, that form your unique voice. On 8 March, I will be sharing 3 ways that you can harness your unique voice so that you can transform the way you speak and lead. I'm Ray, and I can't wait for all of you to join us on 8 March for World Speech Day at International Women's Day. Join us.
Hi, I'm Andrea McKenna Branken, and I'm offering my pitch for International Women's Day. I am a journalist, author of a mental health book, and I'm a mental health advocate. And in terms of the work that I do with mental health, I work with women and women supporting women. I have a support group where we check in with each other on Zoom. We test the temperature of our mental health and make sure we're doing okay. And it's about women supporting and listening. And in terms of choose to challenge as a theme, I would choose to challenge women to don't pass judgment, just listen, seek help from other women who understand you or may understand your problems. We certainly have challenges with family, work, dealing with the world today, financial, physical health, but you're not alone. And I think women need to know that they're not alone, and women need to stand up and listen and support other women, and in particular, take care of your mental health. So I wish to discuss how to take care of your mental health and how women can support other women in that vein. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Kea, Keo today. I'm a communication consultant and a few other things. But in this moment, I am counting myself honored to be part of the Selective, a collection of great individuals, mostly women. We're blessed to have you all. But working towards this great day, a day that celebrates the beauty that is women. On the 8th of March, they're gonna be a collective of women as well as men speaking about and celebrating the beauty of women in our world today. But as we approach a crossroad in our everyday, looking for ways to grow and looking for leaders to take that lead, I ask that we use our actions, our speech, to create a connection, to create a bridge, to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives. In different parts of the world, we're experiencing a lockdown. In some places, we're dealing with the fears and the sorrow that the news is bringing. But what am I saying? I'm saying on the 8th of March, as we come together to celebrate the beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words and through your actions, do you show me the person you are? And in celebrating that, I'll be speaking on behalf of myself and a lot of great men in this world and men around me, that we acknowledge we can't change our past. We acknowledge that we've made mistakes. But we stand today asking and saying, we are students of life. We are willing to learn. Let us hear your story. Let us hear your journey. Let's see life through your eyes. But take us along so we can grow together. I look forward to sharing my story with you. I look forward to telling you how we all feel. We love you all and we celebrate you. Happy Free Speech Day to all the lovely women out there. 8th of March, we look forward to being with you.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Debbie， 我来自台湾。我目前拥有一家自己的品牌行销公司，并且正在创立一个全新的支持女性的女性抗老保养品牌。在3月8号世界妇女日的当天，我将会与你分享我在10年前曾经遭遇过的极大困境，以及我如何在不断的努力之下，成功的将这次的逆境转变为改变我人生的重大机会。我真的很希望借由我的分享可以带给你们一些新的想法或是新的力量，希望你们都能在3月8号当天来听我演讲哟。
We all want to be really self-confident
confident in our lives. We all want to achieve great heights in our lives. But sometimes, because of fear, we find ourselves standing at crossroads. Because of fear, we tend to not take certain decisions or certain actions. And we might not know it then, but those decisions and actions could really benefit us in the future. So the question is, how can we overcome this fear? How can we get rid of this fear? How can we make sure that we don't let fear pull us down? Well, that's exactly what I'm going to be talking about. So join me on World Speech Day Live, happening at March 15, 2021. See you there!
Hi, I'm Satrin from Singapore. According to Migraine Trust Organization, 1/7 of the world population suffers from migraine, and migraine is the third most prevalent illness in the world. Yet, most people misunderstand migraine and treat it just like another ordinary headache. Definitely, it is not. Migraine comes with a throbbing and intense pain on one side of the head, and it's kind of like a hammer constantly pounding on your brain and your temple for hours, if not days. And to top it up, you often have the feeling of nausea, vomiting, sensitivity to light and sound that throws you into a cold dark room, feeling helpless, lonely, if not depressed. I'm someone who suffered from migraine for more than 10 years, and it is truly terrible. It affects my quality of life, it affects my freedom, as well as my sanity, my work, and my life. I'm glad I didn't give up in this journey, despite hearing that there's no cure in it, there's no way to get out of it, but I pressed on. I found one right strategy, one framework that worked perfectly, and I am migraine-free for more than 11 years right now. So in this World Speech Day, I'll be sharing with you that one right strategy that could work for you, and you will find hope to experience this migraine remission. I will see you there.
She's fierce, she's strong, she's wise. She stumbles, she falls, she rises. She's loyal, she's kind, she's fearless, she's bold, relentless yet humble. Courage meets compassion meets character. Who is she? She's limitless and unstoppable. She is a woman, a powerful woman. Join me, Rehana Abdullah, on the 8th of March as we celebrate International Women's Day, and women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
He's never close enough.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopaning, Renemocho.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Arukopaning, Renemocho.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is a mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Araw ko pa ning. Renę mocho.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Araw ko pa ning. Renę mocho.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
He's never close enough.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopane, Renemocho.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結為一，
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know. World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on. Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women. The beauty that is free speech. The beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
Together.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopane, Renemojo.
世界をより良い場所にする
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
If any of you wonder, I'm too little to address this august crowd of renowned and empowered women on this International Women's Day. In all modesty, may I request you to listen to this little one's voice just for a while? For the simple reason that the young girls of today with dreams become the women with a vision for a better and brighter tomorrow. It is indeed an honor and privilege for me to share my thoughts on this auspicious day. How can we transform ourselves from an ordinary to an extraordinary and an invincible, invulnerable, and indomitable woman with a vision who is more capable to lead the whole world for a better and brighter tomorrow? To hear more about my message, join me in World Speech Day Live at International Women's Day 2021, happening on 8 March 2021. This is your dreamy girl, Afreen Maksud, all excited to have my little voice heard around the world.
Have you ever thought, I'm too young to be a coach, a speaker, a leader at work. I'm too young to make a difference. Have you ever thought, there's so many people out there better than me, more experienced than me. What can I do to inspire others? Here's the thing. The people that you admire, the people that you compare yourself with, they have their natural audience. You have your natural audience as well. I'm Ray, and I'm a speaking and MC coach. I coach corporate and sales professionals to speak up boldly so they never let fear get in their way. And this is what I realized. You see, as I was growing up, I was never good at academics. I was never good at music. And there's so many people who were just naturally better than me. I tried to be better and better, wanting to keep up to them. But here's the thing. We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different. You can't compete if you want to be better. But if you're different, nobody else can compare with you. And we all are different. We all are unique. Let me let you in on a secret. There is something you can use to be different. Think about all the challenges you've been through, all the tears you have teared, all the things that made you uniquely happy, all the failures that you had to bounce back from. Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story. They create your brand, that form your unique voice. On 8 March, I will be sharing 3 ways that you can harness your unique voice so that you can transform the way you speak and lead. I'm Ray, and I can't wait for all of you to join us on 8 March for World Speech Day at International Women's Day. Join us.
Hi, I'm Andrea McKenna Brankin, and I'm offering my pitch for International Women's Day. I am a journalist, author of a mental health book, and I'm a mental health advocate. And in terms of the work that I do with mental health, I work with women and women supporting women. I have a support group where we check in with each other on Zoom. We test the temperature of our mental health and make sure we're doing okay. And it's about women supporting and listening. And in terms of choose to challenge as a theme, I would choose to challenge women to don't pass judgment, just listen, seek help from other women who understand you or may understand your problems. We certainly have challenges with family, work, dealing with the world today, financial, physical health, but you're not alone. And I think women need to know that they're not alone, and women need to stand up and listen and support other women. And in particular, take care of your mental health. So I wish to discuss how to take care of your mental health and how women can support other women in that vein. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Kaya. Kaya today. I'm a communication consultant and a few other things. But in this moment, I am counting myself honored to be part of the Selective, a collection of great individuals, mostly women. We're blessed to have you all. Well, working towards this great day, a day that celebrates the beauty that is women. On the 8th of March, they're gonna be a collective of women as well as men speaking about and celebrating the beauty of women in our world today. But as we approach a crossroad in our everyday, looking for ways to grow and looking for leaders to take that lead, I ask that we use our actions, our speech, to create a connection, to create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives. In different parts of the world, we're experiencing a lockdown. In some places, we're dealing with the fears and the sorrow that the news is bringing. But what am I saying? I'm saying on the 8th of March, as we come together to celebrate the beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words and through your actions, do you show me the person you are? And in celebrating that, I'll be speaking on behalf of myself and a lot of great men in this world and men around me, that we acknowledge we can't change our past. We acknowledge that we've made mistakes. But we stand today asking and saying, we are students of life. We are willing to learn. Let us hear your story. Let us hear your journey. Let's see life through your eyes. But take us along so we can grow together. I look forward to sharing my story with you. I look forward to telling you how we all feel. We love you all and we celebrate you. Happy Free Speech Day to all the lovely women out there. 8th of March, we look forward to being with you.
Hello， 大家好，我是 Debbie， 我来自台湾。我目前拥有一家自己的品牌行销公司，并且正在创立一个全新的支持女性的女性抗老保养品牌。在3月8号世界妇女日的当天，我将会与你分享我在10年前曾经遭遇过的极大困境，以及我如何在不断的努力之下，成功的将这次的逆境转变为改变我人生的重大机会。我真的很希望借由我的分享可以带给你们一些新的想法或是新的力量，希望你们都能在3月8号当天来听我演讲哟。
We all want to be really self-confident in our lives. We all want to achieve great heights in our lives. But sometimes, because of fear, we find ourselves standing at crossroads. Because of fear, we tend to not take certain decisions or certain actions. And we might not know it then, but those decisions and actions could really benefit us in the future. So the question is, how can we overcome this fear? How can we get rid of this fear? How can we make sure that we don't let fear pull us down? Well, that's exactly what I'm going to be talking about. So join me on World Speech Day Live, happening at March 15, 2021. See you there!
Hi, I'm Satrin from Singapore. According to Migraine Trust Organization, 1/7 of the world population suffers from migraine, and migraine is the third most prevalent illness in the world. Yet, most people misunderstand migraine and treat it just like another ordinary headache. Definitely, it is not. Migraine comes with a throbbing and intense pain on one side of the head, and it's kind of like a hammer constantly pounding on your brain and your temple for hours, if not days. And to top it up, you often have the feeling of nausea, vomiting, sensitivity to light and sound that throws you into a cold dark room, feeling helpless, lonely, if not depressed. I'm someone who suffered from migraine for more than 10 years, and it is truly terrible. It affects my quality of life, it affects my freedom, as well as my sanity, my work, and my life. I'm glad I didn't give up in this journey, despite hearing that there's no cure in it, there's no way to get out of it, but I pressed on. I found one right strategy, one framework that worked perfectly, and I am migraine-free for more than 11 years right now. So in this World Speech Day, I'll be sharing with you that one right strategy that could work for you, and you will find hope to experience this migraine remission. I will see you there.
She's fierce, she's strong, she's wise. She stumbles, she falls, she rises. She's loyal, she's kind, she's fearless, she's bold, relentless yet humble. Courage meets compassion meets character. Who is she? She's limitless and unstoppable. She is a woman, a powerful woman. Join me, Rehana Abdullah, on the 8th of March as we celebrate International Women's Day, and women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
Close to you. In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopaning, Renemojo.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Arukopaning, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there. A speech is a mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
He's never close enough.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopaning. Renemojo. 世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on. Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Arukopaning. Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl. So you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopaning. Renemojo.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organising committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know. World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on!
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Arukopaning. Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopane, Renemojo.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一，希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Hey, hi, Peter.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Arukopane, Renemojo.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
to create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me now? If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up virtually or just by showing me a thumb. Now, NOB Studio host, are you ready to put us live? Give me a signal when. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are live on hashtag World Speech Day Live, and this is the program where the women speaker of World Speech Day Live is speaking on International Women's Day. Now, to kick off this meeting, shall I invite the MC for this segment, and her name is Arishta. Arishta is a stimulating speaker who has been in the field of educating, empowering, and enhancing lives of women. Her work is centered on building human excellence, global connection within communities. She's a curator and co-lead for TEDx Duxton Hills, Singapore, and has developed hybrid events and shows where change catalysts, thought leaders come together to inspire action for extraordinary living. Multifaceted Arishta is intuitive in connecting the dots, be it initiative, individuals, or ambitions. Social impact advocate by day, writer by night. Multifaceted Arishta is intuitive in connecting the dots. And let us all welcome Arishta by giving her a round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Peter. Taking on from here. So welcome everyone. It's my great pleasure and honor to be part of this program where women of all nationalities are coming together to celebrate International Women's Day through the power of speech. Today's program is designed as part of the extended speaking platform for World Speech Day, which is on the 15th of March. It is jointly organized by World Speech Day Live and World Speech Day Women. It will be created along the International Women's Day theme, which is Choose to Challenge. Today's program is structured in 3 different parts. The first one being Empower to Excel. The second segment is Breaking Boundaries. And the third segment is Creating New Horizons, which are the elements that help us to meet challenges in life. So I do want to add here what International Women's Day means to me. It actually means acknowledging the women throughout history that have paved the way so that women like me and you all can achieve their dreams. Some words that really do come to mind is collaboration, appreciation, victory, harmony, respect, empathy, forgiveness, which we will see today as we go on and listen to all our different, very, very accomplished, spirited, and dynamic speakers today. So taking over for this event as we move ahead, today, I just want to invite our organizing chair, Suzanne. So let's put our hands together for Suzanne Lowe, today's organizing chairperson for the International Women's Day event. Over to you, Suzanne.
Welcome to the International Women's Day celebration by World Speech Day. On behalf of World Speech Day Live and World Speech Day Women, we want to warmly welcome all speakers and all audiences who are here to come and join us in this very significant moment. And today is a historical milestone for World Speech Day because this is the first time that we are creating a virtual speaking platform, a virtual speaking event for women. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a time, we celebrate International Women's Day in a time when everybody is caught in a pandemic. And this is a time when we see a lot of women stepping forward to contribute as caregivers, to support their families, to bring their families together. This is a time when women come together to contribute as breadwinners, to support their families whose husbands and parents have lost their jobs. And this is a time when we see women in the front line of healthcare to support the people who are down with the sickness of the pandemic. We want to take time to reflect and celebrate the contributions that they have made in this pandemic, and also to celebrate the contributions that women across centuries have made to support their families, the communities, and their countries. Today, over 70 speakers from across different nations, different backgrounds, different cultures will come together with one desire, with one voice, to share their insights and perspectives of what it means to be a woman. What are their achievements, their dreams, their desire to create a better world? We would like to make a call to all the audiences here who are with us today to carefully listen to their speeches and stories. Because every story speaks the voice of a woman looking for a place, looking for a dream in her life, in a society. Every story speaks of a woman's struggles against gender inequality, domestic violence, abuse, and all the other challenges that they face, not just in this pandemic, but in patriarchal societies that fail to recognize their accomplishments, their contribution, and their place in the society. And every story speaks of a woman's desire to find freedom, to express herself, to pursue the dream that she wants in order to find the hope and happiness that she deserves to have. And in turn, to use that experience, share it out to impact and inspire others. I hope that all of you who are here would have an enjoyable experience to listen to these stories and to reflect on how we as a society can help one another, can support our women to create a better world. And I want to also specially acknowledge the gentlemen speakers and the youth speakers amongst us today for lending their voices to support our women global community. And that is the essence of the idea that World Speech Day represents, which is the idea to create a place, a world where everyone, men and women, young and old, will come together to share ideas, to build communities, and to create a better future for humanity. In the next 5.5 hours, my MCs, Arishta, Vino, Zara, and Rhonda will be coming together to bring you the different segments of today's program. We hope you enjoy the experiences, and we encourage you to share and comment in our YouTube channel, #WorldSpeechDayLive, on your reflections on the speeches, because for every person who write down the comments, who type in the comments in the Facebook Live, in the YouTube page, would stand a chance to win a prize in the hourly lucky draw. So enjoy the experience, enjoy the moment of hearing so many beautiful voices that will be coming to you to celebrate women and all that women represents. And I wish you all the best. I wish all the speakers all the best in sharing their messages. Back to you, Arishta.
Thank you, Suzanne. That was really wonderful. So whether it's looking back or looking forward, International Women's Day certainly speaks to all of us very, very differently. This theme, Choose to Challenge, because with challenge comes change, and we all know that. So stereotypes are being challenged, and diverse representation of women is more evident in today's world. An alert world is certainly a challenged world. So here, can I request you all on screen to show your support and solidarity, raise your hand high to show that you're in and you choose to challenge and call out inequality in every field, in every sphere. Our next segment is a welcome speech by World Speech Day founder Simon Gibson. In 2015, Simon presented the idea of creating a day where everyone in the world can celebrate speech making and the power of speech in everyday lives to transform lives. World Speech Day was conceived on 15th of March, and today 103 countries are taking part in it. Over to you, Simon.
Hello. First, I want to express my admiration to Vino, Suzanne, Rhonda, Zahra, and all the others who have pulled together this remarkable event in just a few short weeks. It's an amazing success story and a testament in itself as to what we are celebrating on International Women's Day, women's extraordinary contribution. Right now, many societies around the globe are still in lockdown or experiencing very significant restrictions. Yet, we choose to speak. We choose to celebrate with speech. In the face of a global shutdown, we have found new ways to share ideas. That's an enormous testament to the human response to this pandemic. We will keep speaking, sharing, planning, dreaming, speaking. One of the knacks one learns in public speaking is the trick of turning fear into excitement, to turn nervousness before a speech into excitement at the opportunity presented. And turning fear into excitement is a useful prism through which to view our future now. We can turn the fear of the COVID virus into an excitement as to what it can release, what new ways of living are at hand. For example, fear of the virus itself turns to wonder and excitement at the response of science to create vaccines that can create a way out for humanity. We have engineered a solution. Imagine all the successive minor daily breakthroughs that over the centuries have led to this extraordinary ability to engineer protection against a virus we cannot see. The development of a vaccine is not the work of one scientist or one laboratory, but an expression of human progress. So humanity can, on the one hand, appear to have been threatened, indeed overwhelmed by the invisible threat, and yet humanity has responded in marvelous ways. We have moved from the misery of being locked down in our own homes to the miracle of being able to communicate via video with people across the globe in events such as this, pulled together in just weeks. So not a one-off, but something that is now within the reach of many, many people. Next week, we will celebrate World Speech Day with a similar global event involving over 1,000 speakers from every part of the world, and organized not by an international multimedia company, but by a small group of volunteers. And the threat to humanity has also revealed our better side. In the midst of the fear of the pandemic, the Black Lives Matter movement has shown us that our care for others, our shared and common humanity, can prevail. In the pandemic, we finally realized that we are all equal. So COVID has been a test for humanity, but it has also been an extraordinary window on a new world. A world of new ways of working, new ways of organizing, new ways of thinking. We have been given a tabula rasa and asked to imagine a new and better future. One of the marvels, I think, that has emerged from this situation is that every individual has felt threatened by the virus has also come to sense that they are a global citizen. This world citizenship is being felt across societies and across all elements of society. We are all global citizens now. And what are we going to do with this new and extraordinary dimension to being human? How can we use this new sense of global citizenship to solve the problems we face? Climate change, poverty, inequalities. Now is the moment Now is the time to press reset, to go on with excitement. So too for the international women's movement. Now is the time to step forward. And I'm sure that the speeches here today will express just that ambition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Simon. That was really lovely, turning fear into wonder and excitement. What lies ahead with a sense of positivity that's never been seen before. We're all feeling the real impact of being a global citizen. It's a new and extraordinary dimension, just like you've said. It is time to reset and press forward. International Women's Day has provided us an opportunity to reinforce the fact that everyone has a role to play. Every single person has a role to play. With that, I'm going to call upon our opening address by celebrity speaker Eileen Tamir, who is founder and creator of Dear Eileen. With over 500 million views in just 3 years, Eileen has been, she is the content creator behind Dear Eileen, a Facebook page which is followed by over 3 million people. She makes videos on topics that are important to her, such as travel, social issues, women empowerment, and animal rights. Now, she hosts the Dear Eileen retreats, either digital or around the globe, where she teaches aspiring creators the art of video making and storytelling to inspire lives. Over to you, Eileen.
Hi everyone, my name is Aline, and today I want to talk to you about the Choose to Challenge theme. I'm from Los Angeles, California, but I was living in Singapore for a while, and now I also live in Dubai. A few years ago, something difficult happened in my life. I left my religion and I got a divorce. But what does that have to do with you? Well, these two difficult things happening really led to me transforming my life. I never expected those things to happen. And when they did, my whole life was shattered. And I had an opportunity to give up or to reinvent myself. And luckily, I was able to reinvent myself. And that's when I started creating content. It is super hard to balance societal expectations and family expectations with what you want to be and what you want to do. It was very difficult for me to publicly say that I was no longer religious. It was difficult for my mother, it was difficult for my family, but I really had to do what was right for me and tell the truth. And if I was still living the life my mom wanted me to live, I honestly think she'd be less proud of me, because now I have truly grown into the woman I'm meant to be, right? And as much as we love our mothers, we're not usually meant to be our mothers. We're meant to be ourselves, right? And sometimes we need to grow, and our families and societies need to grow, and allow people to break through these barriers and be who they are and not who they want them to be. So how do I break through these challenges? Well, I was lucky that I was forced to get a divorce, right? And by being kind of having everything broken apart, I had to start over. And at that moment, I had two choices. One was to give up and become a shell of who I once was. And one was to start all over again and see it as an opportunity to start with a blank slate. And that's what I did. I started doing the things I had always wanted to do. I booked a flight. I started traveling on a budget. I started, searching on Google for jobs on travel. Anything to do with travel, I would have done, right? Just to get experience in the industry. And slowly, step by step, baby step, over many years, I got closer to an unknown goal. I knew I wanted to do something that helps people and has something to do with media. And this is what happened. And 3 million followers later, and hundreds of millions of views, and amazing messages, and friends all over the world, Dear Eileen was created. And each of you have or will create something that is meaningful to you. Maybe it has nothing to do with followers. Maybe it's an NGO. Maybe it's a business. Maybe it's a family. But doing that in the way that you want to is a gift that each of us needs to give ourselves, and not let the fear of our family and society control us and our actions. Because when fear is controlling the decisions we make, we're usually not making the right decisions. As my therapist always tells me, I'm giving you some free therapy right now. So a big part of what I do is essentially storytelling. I'm telling my story through each video. I'm telling the stories of other people I meet through videos. So how can you use the power of storytelling to transform your life? By sharing who we are, which is scary to do, we actually end up connecting with more people and having better connections and getting more opportunities. A small way that you can share who you are with storytelling is, how do you introduce yourself, right? Today you might meet other people. Every day you might meet a new person at the grocery store, in a Zoom room, in a meeting, on the bus. Every time you introduce yourself, how are you speaking about yourself, right? Are you saying just like, oh, hey, my name's Aline. Yeah, I kind of do some video stuff. Or are you confidently communicating the vibe and the power of who you are and what you're capable of, right? Hi, my name's Aline. I'm a video creator. I make videos about content that matters to me. Every time you introduce yourself, it's the opportunity for you to tell your story. And you can decide what your story is. You create the narrative for your life. I could describe my life as, oh, I was raised and I had an eating disorder and my parents were divorced, and then I got divorced and I lost my job. Or I could say, you know, I was raised by two parents who were different from each other and taught me everything they know. And I had opportunities to get a good education, and I had opportunities to make decisions for myself. I had a great passport, an American passport. You guys all have great passports, most of you, that give you opportunity, right? It's about how you frame your story. And really sharing who you are is so important. And it's something that a lot of us are kind of afraid to do, right? Because when you make yourself vulnerable, that's when people have the opportunity to hurt you. And we all want to avoid being hurt. But when you're vulnerable, that also gives people the opportunity to connect with you. And it's not going to be 10 out of 10. Every time you're vulnerable, something amazing is going to happen. But even if it's just a few times out of 10, those connections are ones that can lead to new jobs, new friendships, new lives. So I hope each of you, if you take one thing from our little bonding chit chat today, it's to challenge yourself.
Now that's a life story where I think we can all take away some great insights. Great insights from. When you cannot see the future in the distance, you just take the first step that you can see. So thank you, Aline. When life feels like it's time to give up, what do you and I do? Do we give up, or do we stand up and reinvent ourselves? So being authentic, vulnerable, and sharing who you are might be the first steps to courage and strength. It's a time to try out. And it's a time where you allow yourself to be more open to others to connect with you deeper. Okay, so we're going to get started with the first segment, segment 1, which is Empower to Excel. The theme here is all about women building the right skills, experience, mental and physical well-being to excel in all areas of our lives. Our first speaker today is Carol Gokul from Singapore. The speech title is Confidence After Abuse. Carol is an introvert, hates wearing skirts, cries in the movies. She is passionate to change the narrative of beauty and works by helping women rediscover their true self and inner confidence as a coach. Over to you, Carol.
Who are you? Yes, you. I have been asked the same question growing up, but I never really thought much about it. I was told that my identity was attached to how I look and how well I marry. I was that awkward teenager, tall, skinny, tan, who didn't quite fit in. I wasn't academically smart either. However, at the age of 15, painful cystic acne left life-changing scars on both my skin and my identity. At that time, the message that I received was, if I'm not beautiful, then I'm unwanted and unworthy of love. I then went to marry the first man who told me I was beautiful. It ended up to 13 years of psychological abuse. I had wanted to kill myself, but didn't have the guts to do so. Today, 12 years on, I'm very glad that I did not die, because I met my current soulmate, who is my equal, and have 2 beautiful children together. My story isn't a unique one, and I'm really one of the lucky ones. You see, there isn't a phase to psychological or emotional abuse. And as women, we face various forms of verbal abuse, either from friends, from co-worker, and possibly the most from family and the people that we love. The experience made me realize that I chose to stay quiet and let it all happen to me. It was because I didn't have the confidence to stand my ground. And the reason for that was because I gave my power to others to determine my worth. Sisters, I'm going to share with you 3 steps in rebuilding your confidence. First, seek support, because courage comes from being vulnerable, and don't be afraid to ask for help. Second, know who you are and that you are worthy of the life that you desire. And third, take responsibility of everything that's happening to you and start believing that you can. Sisters, you are meant to do something amazing in this world. Don't believe in the lies that you are told. And I want to encourage you to take the next step to better yourself. Invest in yourself and invest in betterment. Don't let the lie of inadequacy fool you. And this is what I tell myself when I'm in doubt or I'm feeling uncertain. We may have fallen, crash landed. We may have left broken, crawl on the floor. We cry our hearts out. But yet, women, we are resilient, we're innovative, we're savvy, and we evolve. And we know how to heal our pain. Let us no longer be victims, but victors in creating our stories. So, who are you? You are a risen phoenix.
Thank you, Carol, for being very, very authentic in what you've spoken. And like you said, your story is not unique. Women go through all sorts of abuse from all sorts of sections in life, whether it's workplace or from within the family. And for you, from being an awkward teenager to a life coach for inner confidence, that's a huge boost even for me to listen to. Like, you've given us 3 great steps, how you recognize abuse and how you overcome that. No matter how many times you fall, we all rise together. And that's why we're here and raising our voices every year on the International Women's Day and each day after. Introducing our next speaker, Andrea McKenna Brankin from Singapore. The title of Andrea's speech is Women Supporting Women in Mental Health. Andrea is an American journalist, author, and mental health advocate living in Singapore. She runs the Listen Ladies support group. Over to you, Andrea.
Thanks, Arishta. Now more than ever, women need to support each other's mental well-being. We are taking hits from all sides with the pandemic, financial stress, family stress, work stress, personal stress, health stress, both internal and external stress. We need to band together in sisterhood to make sure we're all doing okay on the inside, managing our feelings, our expectations, and taking care of our mental health if problems like anxiety, depression, paranoia, anger, fear, or other issues arise. In my life, I've struggled with mental illness. I have bipolar disorder, and I wrote a book about my life called Bipolar Phoenix. I had a time where I was very mentally unwell and I tried to take my own life. Now that's a suicide attempt and that's hard to say. But I had a sisterhood that helped me and saved me. One that was forged under many challenges and battles on the rugby field. We left no woman behind. We were not alone. My rugby teammates got me to the hospital, visited me there, and took care of my aftercare when no one else could be there. The strong bonds we have ensured that the only goal was helping me get well mentally. I was lucky. For International Women's Day, I challenge you to support other women in mental health. How do we do this? First, be aware of the quality of your own mental health. Ask for help when you're having problems functioning or not feeling good. Second, recognize that other women may have mental health problems. Whether you understand them or not, we must acknowledge that life stressors affect different people in different ways, but we need to see them, look for them, see them. Third, listen without judgment. Stigma is the #1 reason women do not seek help for mental health issues. They're afraid to be judged, called crazy, unfit, made to feel like they're not good enough. Mental health is nothing to be ashamed of. Fourth, provide support systems for women by checking in with your friends and family, creating an environment of sisterhood where women can come together and listen and support each other. You don't need solutions, you just need to listen and be there. I founded the Listen Ladies for the American Women's Association in Singapore. We meet, we talk, we listen, we support. Thank you so much. And for International Women's Day, I hope all of you women will take a look and evaluate your mental health because you are not alone. And together, we are stronger.
Leave no woman behind and listen without judgment. Thank you, Andrea, for that. Yes, we put ourselves down and we feel down really very easily. So now is the time to put our mental health first, so that we can, keep ourselves strong and people around us, the women around us, we can pick them up and help them up. So thank you for that. Listening without judgment is so, so crucial because that's where we falter a lot, I think. The minute someone starts to tell their story, the first thing that comes to mind is judgment. It's like this or that way. So thank you. It's a great reminder. And from every situation, we need to restart, without losing that passion. Introducing our next speaker, Rihanna Abdullah. The topic of Rihanna's speech is more than loving yourself. Rihanna is a mindset intervention coach who empowers individuals to create breakthroughs in their lives. She is especially passionate about her work with youth empowerment. Over to you, Rihanna.
Thank you, Arishta, for the introduction. I was sitting on a hospital bed about to be paralyzed. Doctor told me if I didn't go for this major surgery where I had to put 6 screws in my back and a metal cage, I would become paralyzed for the rest of my life from the waist down. I sat there wondering, how did I come to this stage? What had led me here and how did I become so badly handicapped that I could only stand or walk for 7 minutes. 7 minutes. That's all I could stand or walk before I had to sit down, before the pain radiating from my hip all the way down to my feet would entrap me, would handicap me, and make me feel helpless. I went back into my history and tried to figure out at which point did I come to a stage like that? And why didn't I catch it before? I was an athlete in school. I used to do mid-distance running, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. And I was good at it. Coming to a place where I could only stand 7 minutes was something I never expected. I went back to the year my mother passed away. She suicided due to depression. And my mother was a strong woman who raised 2 daughters all by herself without my dad. How did she end up committing suicide? I couldn't understand. Some years went by. I had to quit my job because my mom passed away and I had to take care of my son. I became a stay-at-home mom from a career woman, from a woman who had every opportunity to buy whatever she wanted. Not that I was a spendthrift, but just that I could do what I wanted with the money I had. To becoming to a place where I had to ask my husband for every single thing that I needed for myself. For every dollar that I needed to spend, I had to think 10 times whether I did need that thing. That left me in a place where low self-esteem. I had big dreams. I wanted to change the world when I was young. What happened? I gave that up. It wasn't consciously that I gave up. I felt I needed to be a better mother, a better wife. That's what happens to women in our society. We feel that we need to sacrifice ourselves, our dreams, our ambition, our own physical, mental health, our needs for the greater good, which is the family. There's nothing wrong in that. Nobody says that you have to sacrifice to a point where you give up on your life. That's how I was. I felt hopeless, helpless. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know whether I could get out. But deep down in me, I was not happy where I was. And I know I wanted to change. I needed to change. I needed, not just for myself, but for my family. I went in search how to change my mind. I attended conferences. I attended so many things, read books and everything. I was hoping for a change from the outside without realizing that the change was from the inside. I found a coach who guided me and told me that my problems, one by the politician, one by my husband, one by my neighbor, one by the grocery owner, one by anyone, society, the problems that I was continuing to face, the place where I was a helpless, hopeless, victimized place was because of how I was thinking, of my mindset, of how I had created that reality that I had to be here. And when that realization came to me, I realized that I could change. I could become who I inspired others to be. I could, and I did. I came out of that place, that deep doubt, spiraling, depressing place, to now become the speaker, the motivator that I am. But it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy to change that. Because society like ours, we always feel that women need to sacrifice, need to be the one giving up something. But we don't. We've been made to feel that we should be subdued, we should endure, we should suffer, we should ask God for help to help us get out and be patient with our suffering. No. I'm here to tell you today that you may be a victim. You may have suffered, and people may have bullied you, traumatized you, stepped on you, crushed you, trampled you, whatever they did to you. It's not your fault. But choosing to stay where you are, that is your fault. You have to get yourself out. You have the power to do it, but you need the support. That's why a community like ours of women, we need to stand together, united to help to lift these women, to find these women, to help them, to raise them, and to make them realize that they need not be helpless anymore. My message that I want to leave today for every single woman here is, you are allowed to ask for help. You are not a victim. Your suffering is not for you to suffer alone. You can ask for help. You can request to become better. And as a community, we need to help each other. And that is the most powerful thing that I can advocate for all of us. So my message today is loving more than yourself. You can love yourself, but don't allow yourself to remain in a place where you do not choose to be, because you have the power of choice. So empowerment for women is very important. So I leave you here that we as a community can do so much for each other. And God bless. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Rihanna. That was really, really beautiful. I know you personally as a friend as well. And like I said, the same theme pretty much runs through our speeches today. We really need to look after ourselves first. And I like what you've said repeatedly in this, 4 or 5 minutes, that it's what happens to us may not be our choice, but it is our choice to change that and stand up, get up again. And I think that this community can do a lot of good, which is what we're all hearing, for it together. The change, obviously, we look for strength and that change outside, but I think the minute you turn inwards and start to see that happening, that's where the real strength lies, So the real me and the real you. So it's time to break out and break through to get through on our own. Thank you again. Introducing our very next speaker is Rafia Sultana, who's also a close friend. Looking forward to your speech. The speech title is We Lead as We Care. So Rafia is an entrepreneur, speaker, and NLP coach. She is passionate about helping people to unlock the power of transforming their perspectives. She believes that perspectives matter for positive change. Over to you, Rafia.
Thank you, Arista. I was born in India in a small town in a conservative community. My mother has been the sole breadwinner for the family of 7 and always worked hard to put meals on the table for survival. One morning when I was 6 years old, I found a torn newspaper that my mother brought from the neighbors. And right there, I found my dream. What was there on that paper? The first Indian woman in space. It was mind-blowing to me at that time to think not only of a human being going into the space, but secondly, a woman. In my environment, space was something that women were meant to keep clean, not flying to on a spaceship. After much of a hard work and after my graduation, I began a career in an aeronautics organization. Everything I did, I hoped would be bring closer to my dream of becoming an astronaut. My mother has been a great inspiration throughout this journey. She herself was not educated, but to me, she was a visionary leader who raised her 3 daughters with respect, dignity, human values, and education. Me, along with my sisters, were well respected in our community because of these values. But not after long of my graduation, cultural expectations and the pressure to get married became very strong. I understood that we cannot afford to continue my dream of being an astronaut. And this pressure from society led me to take the tough decision to give up on my dream. I thought that I will survive this. And I thought I will survive this. And I just could not completely accept and adapt to this massive change in my life. I did not share my pain with anyone. And that pain gradually increased to a point after 2 years that I wanted to end this pain forever. That's when I decided to jump out of the window, as all my aspirations are drowned in the deep darkness of my helpless situation. That was my attempt to suicide. Today, fast forward after 10 years, I have built a career as a coach and a speaker where I now help others live an abundant and purposeful life. So how did I make this happen? It was not easy, especially from a society where women education is not, and it's not supported. I did this through gaining an astronaut's perspective. I'm not an astronaut. I did not live my dream of being an astronaut, but through my journey of transformation, I realized that it is possible to gain an astronaut's perspective without traveling to space. You see, the key to my transformation was unlocking this ability to take myself out of my current situation of misery and pain and view my world from entirely a different perspective, just as astronauts do. I've learned that we cannot see the full picture until we can step outside the frame of negativity. And we cannot solve our problems with the same kind of thinking that we created it, as Einstein quotes. So this to me is the astronaut's perspective. With an astronaut's perspective, you can stop seeing just the problems and start finding the solutions and possibilities for growth in your life. And ladies and gentlemen, just like I found, to gain an astronaut's perspective, I promise you don't need to fly to space. All that it takes is a belief that you are much more than your pain, fears, and failures. Believe in yourself. There's always a higher purpose that is larger than life, and we need to serve that purpose because you can. Happy Women's Day, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafia. And I'm sure all of us would agree, listening to Rafia again, amongst the others, that our life stories are really quite simple and very, very, similar in some form or the other. Like you said, inspiration can come from any corner, even from a torn piece of paper. Very, very inspired to hear that two magical words pretty much change your life. The two words being the first Indian woman in space, and the second word being the astronaut. And that really took you to a different level, a different perspective. Awesome. So I think what you've said is that nothing better than confidence and nothing bigger than self-belief. Choose your dreams, hold on to your dreams, choose your needs and your desires, and never give up. So when obstacles come, I think we all must use them as stepping stones for growth. So thank you, Rafia.
Thank you.
Our next speaker for today, this segment, is Swarna Kalyan. She is speaking about financial literacy for women. Swarna is a believer of finance-forward empowerment. She aspires to live in a world where women embrace financial literacy, a really important, crucial one. So I'm looking forward. Thank you, Swarna. Over to you.
Greetings to everyone here and all our viewers on YouTube and Facebook Live. If I told you that being educated does not really mean that you are financially literate, would you agree? Friends, as we are talking about being empowering to excel and choosing to challenge ourselves, I want to give you something that I have experienced as a financial advisor. And I hope to see some change in how women think of finance. There was a social experiment done where when men and women from all walks of life were asked to stand on a line. There were younger ones, there were older ones. They were educated and not so educated. And various questions were asked to them on how they were involved in the household activities. When it came to knowing about children, knowing about household, where to pay the electric bill, how to pay the water bill, women moved forward. But when it came to finances, when questions like, do you get involved in the budgeting? Do you know how much are you spending? Do you know what insurance you have? Have you got an insurance on your own? Or do you know what is mutual funds? Or do you know how to invest? Even educated women started to move back on these questions. And at the end of the experiment, when everyone had to move yes for one step forward and no for one step behind, we found that a lot of women were at the back and men were ahead on the financial side. What did we learn from here is that there is a huge gap between how men and women view financial literacy. We somehow, women think that let the finances be handled by someone else. Today, I'm here to embark on that journey, and I want to challenge all the women here. If you're already not on that path, please embrace financial literacy. I'm sure I cannot talk about financial literacy in this few minutes, but I can give you some 3 tips that you can start off with. First tip, please get involved in your household financial planning. If it is your husband or your spouse or your partner who is handling it, learn to know how it is handled. Understand your expenses, understand your needs and wants, and understand where your money is going and how are you spending them. The second tip, Warren Buffett says, do not save what is left after spending, but spend what is left after saving. My second tip is pay yourself first. Whether you're working or you're a household stay-at-home mom, get money for yourself. Put aside money for a rainy day. You could spend it on your own needs, or you can keep it for some time when we need it. When we have money on our own, we learn to know to use it. And the third tip, we all as children have listened to the story about the 3 pigs and the wolf and the different houses each of them had, and how having a house of bricks was all good to prevent the wolf from coming, and that was protection. That story was told to us to understand different materials maybe as a child, but I look at it as a way of learning that in our lives we have many wolves that will knock at our door, and we have to be prepared when the wolf knocks at it. What are those? Learning to manage risk. Risks in our lives are illness, disability, accident, and even death of a near and dear one. And when that happens, how are we going to manage ourselves? Insurance planning is a very important part of financial planning. Please look at how you have done. How are you protected? How are your loved ones protected? So that when the wolf knocks at your door, you are well protected and not taken by surprise. Friends, financial literacy is an ocean, and I can't tell you to learn everything here today, but I want to challenge all of you here. Let us move towards a financially equal world where women are in the same line where men are. Let us not stop and wait for someone else to take charge of our lives. You take charge of your lives by becoming financially literate. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I look forward to seeing you all again sometime soon. Thank you.
Well, being educated does not mean that you are financially literate. Really well said, Swarna. I'm one of those. I'm completely guilty and now fast-tracking myself. In fact, I choose to challenge among the many challenges that I'm doing for this year, but I choose to challenge to become very, very financially savvy, besides being tech savvy. But yeah, great tips in here. I think in the financial space, being independent, interdependent, like you had said earlier, is one of those things which it should be a natural for us. The kind of confidence you get on yourself once you have that in your hand is very different to when you're dependent on asking, is this the way? How much do we have left? Do we have saved? So great 3 tips. Get involved in financial planning. I'm just going to do a quick recap. Involved in financial planning, pay yourself first. So ladies, spend what is left after saving. And third is risk planning. We must all have that. So that whenever, our core is shaken up, we still have the protection. Thank you for that, Swarna. I hope all of us have had some good takeaways from here and good insights, definitely. Introducing our very next speaker is, Natalie Nancy Tan. The title is The Struggles of My Weight Loss Journey. Natalie is a well resilience coach and dance fitness instructor. She is passionate about health and beauty. She believes in pushing one's limit to unleash the potential within. Over to you, Nancy.
Hey everyone, Natalie here. I'm a wellness resilient coach and a dance fitness instructor. Besides conducting dance fitness classes, I also help women to get stronger and more resilient through my LED blueprint that focuses on my body and spirit. Now, looking at me, most people probably wouldn't know that I've actually put on 6 kg. And I know that a lot of you is like, what? 6 kg, that's not a lot. Yes, I know that. And I really applaud those and admire them that they have lost a lot of weight. Is a major and drastic transformation. But what most people do not know is that besides unhealthy weight gain of 6 kg, I was diagnosed with hypothyroid and hypertension back in September 2019. And what happened was in 2019, I went to my GP because I fall sick again. It was a very difficult year for me because I've been falling sick on and off for the entire 2019, and I'm not exaggerating because I was always having like cough and flu on and off. I recovered, I fall sick again, I recovered, I fall sick again. So when I went to my GP, he took my blood test and the reading was 180. Besides that, I also complained that I felt faint every now and then. So immediately he arranged for a blood test at a nearby hospital. Now, the result came out that I was diagnosed with hypertension and also that I got hypothyroid. It was very shocking to me because I'm like, hello, me, a wellness resilient coach, how can that be? So immediately I went to a self-denial, and to mask my discomfort, I joked with the doctor, sorry, in an A&E, like, how can I, a young, healthy woman like me that has hypertension and hypothyroid? So you know what the doctor said? She said, yeah, Miss Tan, you are 44, not 24. I'm like, that was a step to my heart. I was like, okay, you don't have to mention the age, I know. So what happened is that despite I'm in self-denial, I have no choice but to accept the reality. So through proper eating and dieting, I've managed to clear both conditions in December 2019. Then came 2020 and whole Singapore was in lockdown. So during this lockdown, I was telling myself that, you know what, I'm going to really enjoy myself, I'm going to rest, I'm going to eat all the things that I don't eat normally. So like all the local delicacy, and McDonald's as well. Okay, I'm not encouraging, but yeah, I do have McDonald's, I do have cravings. So when the classes resumed back in back in July, I remember my students gasped when they saw me and they saw my little round tummy. So on the surface, they just smile and be polite, but behind, I hear whispers like, oh, teacher don't have that. What happened? How come she has a tummy now? So again, to mask my discomfort, I just take it lightly and make a joke out of it. But deep inside,
I was actually really ashamed of myself, and how did I ever let this happen? How did I let myself go? I'm supposed to set an example to all my students. I'm this wellness resilient coach. I'm a dance fitness instructor. I should be in my tip-top condition. I'm Natalie Nancy Tan. I have followers and I have people asking me about food, nutrition, exercises, how to keep fit. So I was really down, and I feel that I felt that I'm an imposter. I really hated myself back then, if I can say. Can you imagine my internal struggles and conflicting emotions I face on a daily basis? I mean, physically, I don't look any much different from now, other than I have a little bit more meat on me, but I'm not really passing the scale of being too unhealthy or too big. However, mentally, it took a toll on me. On the surface, I'm still the cheerful, optimistic, tough dance fitness instructor that many of my students love and hate. But deep inside me, I felt depressed. I locked myself down away from everyone and refused to socialize. I refused to take pictures of myself. I hardly go on social media. And I was escaping, I know. Many times I function on autopilot. I just daze, I zone out. Even there are times in classes where physically I'm teaching a class, but mentally I was not present. I was not there. I don't know what happened, and I don't know what went wrong. All I know is that I feel bad. And I don't deserve to be a dance fitness instructor and a wellness resilient coach, because I cannot coach myself mentally, physically, and emotionally. And because of imposter syndrome, I refuse to speak to anyone for fear of losing face. That's number one. And I refuse to face the reality that I needed professional help. So during my classes, I behave how anyone would expect me to behave. Tough, happy, cheerful, resilient, strong, inspiring, motivating, funny, witty, sarcastic, you name it. But when no one is watching, when I'm back home, when I'm alone in my room, I wallow in self-pity. I choose to escape the ostrich mentality instead of facing up to my fears. And many times I wanted to cry because the emotional energy, the burden was so strong. But I just couldn't cry. There's no tears. I just felt numb. So when I snap out of it, I would scold myself for having a pity party. I'm like, hey, come on, Natalie. Get it together. Who are you? Okay? And I would then draw up action plan on, okay, I'll try to go for grocery shopping, trying to eat healthy, but then only to fall back into the depression state when I'm alone again. So this is a vicious cycle that continued for a month or two. The last straw came when I had a relapse in hypothyroid again in September 2020. That is nearly a year after I cleared. So on top of that, I'm also facing bloating issues and indigestion problem for a few years. So this is a wake-up call to me. I've decided, okay, enough is enough, no more self-pity. And I know that many of my students are observing me in silence and I want to be an example to them. So I decided to get in touch with my PT, Miss Jiaxing from Prime Fit Singapore. And she came highly recommended to me from another instructor. So I had a trial session with her, and through that session, she was asking me, okay, what's your goal? Why are you here to see me? What do you want to work on? Yada, yada, yada. She then, after listening, she customized a different exercise routine and also helped to design a simple meal plan for me to follow. The exercises were hard initially, but my real challenge was the meal plan, because I always had eating problems. Either I eat too much or I eat too little. It's always the extreme. I don't know why, I just cannot find a balance. And also on top of that, I had to cut sugar and processed carbs. Now, in my younger days, I had no problem not eating pastry, chocolates, and I even pride myself for that. But I don't know why, as I grow older, I start to crave more sugar. I start to crave processed carb like white rice. And I noticed a few bad habits that have accumulated throughout the years without me knowing, like eating apple pie every once a week, snacking on potato chips, snacking on McDonald's fries, and stuff like that. And I tend to start to have cakes to accompany my morning coffee. Yeah, very bad eating habit, I know. So these are the things I need to curb. It was a hellish time trying to cut down my sugar consciously. I have to actually learn to read the labels, and I got to count calorie. And in local term, I have to eat grass, which is actually salad and vegetables. So many times I wanted to give up, because the more I tell myself I can't eat those things, the more I want to eat. And you know what? I actually watch mukbang in secret. So I was like, why do you want to torture myself like that? Even though I'm not a foodie, but I don't want to live like that. It's not sustainable, right? And besides learning to eat right and healthily, I also need to teach a few high intensity classes. But because I've got knee issue on the side, on top of all my medical condition, I have knee issue. So I am not able to jump as high or squat as low. And I used to be very light. I used to be about only 40 kg. So being a featherweight, I'm so used to being light, fast, and agile that now when I put on the extra weight, I feel that I'm very lazy. I couldn't move. And every time after warm up, I'm like, okay, that's it for me. Okay, you people go ahead. I'm just going to watch. But, you know, I was like, that's not right. That's not right for me. I should be, you know, toughing it out with my students. So what happened is that after I see my PT, my weight loss journey begins in October 2020. And till date, it has been slightly more than 4 months. I've lost a total of 6 to 7 kg. I was first 44, and then when I gained weight, it was up to 50. That was like the most heavy I've ever been. And now my weight is about 43, 44. So throughout this journey, I learned that I have to readjust and reframe my mindset. I learned to unlearn the right eating habits. I learned to reframe my mind. I learned to accept that what I'm doing now, eating healthy, eating right, is not just for myself now. It's for my future self, because I've always wanted to age healthily and gracefully. And I learned to draw strength from my inner strength. I learned to strengthen my mental resilience. And I learned that I can actually live heavier through proper guidance and practice. I've also learned to be patient with myself, and I've learned to work out with extra weight. So actually this gives me a lot of empathy towards my students who are slightly on the heavier side. I learned to be honest with myself, to face my fear and look it right in the eye and say that, you know what, I can do this. I'm not afraid of you. I learned not to be in an ostrich mentality. I learned that there's nothing to be ashamed of, especially in seeking help, regardless whatever others has labeled me. I feel empowered, body, mind, and spirit, by getting stronger little by little, step by step. And most importantly, I learned to love myself more. Today, I'm still a work in progress, working on eating clean and healthily. There are some good days, there are some bad days. There are some good days where I'll just go clean for an entire week, and where there are just bad days where I just crave for McDonald's, apple pie, KFC, all the things that are not good for me. And I also know that as long as I move forward, no matter how slow, regardless of my speed, regardless of my progress, I'm moving forward and I'm on the right track. Focus and perseverance has become my goal in 2020. Mental and physical obstacles, emotional obstacles that I face are way more challenging than just losing weight. I hope my sharing will shed some light and insight, even though I'm not where I am today, but I'm not where I used to be. I do not believe that I have doubts in my abilities and capabilities all the time. I'm not as fearless as I look, as I portray. I do doubt myself a lot, but yet and again, I smashed that glass ceiling I've set for myself. In short, I'm glad I choose to challenge myself to be better, body, mind, and spirit. Through this process, I came to realize you are what you think. I hope my story will challenge you to unleash yourself from your limiting self-belief. You are the inspiration you're looking for. Thank you for allowing me to share my humble journey with you. Aspire to inspire.
Thank you so much, Natalie. That was really, really very interesting because, like you said, that you being a resilience coach, you were obviously very shattered because coming to a very imposter syndrome, it set your world on a different kind of a spin. So really nice listening to your story. You were the expert behind the scenes, but in front of the folks, you had to maintain a smile and a strength, which now what had happened behind the scenes was a crumpled lady. So yeah, you chose to kind of wake up. You went into self-denial, but I think what you did was you chose to wake up, accept, and start to work on it. That's really the first step to victory. I think we all can have something really good to take away from here is when we become honest to ourselves, that's when we really start to feel empowered, in our mind, mentally, emotionally, being honest to yourself and accepting where we are. And I like what you said, that you are not yet where you want to be, but you certainly are not where you used to be. That's progress. Beautiful. Thank you for that. Introducing our very next speaker is, Florinda Tay. The title of Florinda's speech is How I Overcame Distress. Diagnosed with blood cancer, Florinda decided to live a positive life, help ordinary people to create extraordinary lives, and create positive environments for women. Over to you, Florinda.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank Arista for the wonderful introduction. Good morning to everyone present here and watching us live on YouTube, on Facebook Live. I am Florinda, a happily married mother of 3 beautiful children and entrepreneur with a business I love doing, which is all about enriching women, helping them gain confidence, beauty, build a community, have financial rewards, and most of all, give them recognition. I'm so happy to be able to share with you my life. And my tip today is to know exactly what you deserve, accept nothing less, and do not stress over anything that is not helping you improve in your life. So I was diagnosed with a rare blood cancer 12 years ago, and trust me, every day is a constant battle. I'm trying not to think about it. I work hard at being healthy. I work even harder trying to stay positive so that my medical report looks good. And my greatest fear is my cancer going aggressive. So I don't want to be there. So I do think a lot when I make my decisions daily. So my darkest moment, is not the diagnosis of my disorder or that it has a percentage of it going aggressive to be aggressive leukemia. My darkest moment was when I lost 2 pregnancies due to this medical condition. So the guilt when you have is really painful when you're a mom and as a woman. Yeah. So my emotion fluctuates, and to be able to maintain sanity among all the craziness in our daily life is especially crucial. I constantly make decisions to cut things that doesn't help me, because whatever I do doesn't help my family either. So my little tip, I have 3 tips to help all of you here. My little tip is whenever I go into distress, it's always to write down the things I'm grateful for. Now, it may seem like a simple task, right? But trust me, when the world spins, sometimes we get spin upside down together with it also. And when it's worse when we don't focus on the right things in life. There are days I'm filled with anxiety, loss of hope. I just feel that I'm not capable as a leader, not competent as a mother, a daughter, a wife. So having a healthy mental health and recognizing everything that doesn't help me spiral into depression is essential for my quality of life. And I'm very sure it's also very essential for yours. So for me, it's because everything that is not good, not a good decision, spikes my number in my next medical report. I see my hematologist every 6 months. So that is my check report, right? So I have my little journal here, my gratitude journal that I write Whenever I'm in doubt, I thank whatever I receive. Like today, it's such an honor to be speaking to all of you. So this will be my gratitude journal. So with every gratitude statement that I write, it lifts me out from fear, and this is how I've been doing. We must understand the concept. You see, we all have a negotiator that lives in our head. She's there to protect us from pain, from hurt, from hard times. Anything that's perceived as dangerous is because your subconscious is in charge of her. She will try to talk you out of the least amount possible, but you have to silence her by walking in fresh confidence, and you must allow God to unleash that giant inside you. And the only way to silence her is to raise your own bar, to lift the minimum, to rise above the average, the status quo, and the minimum mindset. Mindset is really crucial. Yeah. Tip number 2 is always surround yourself with the right people. The more you love yourself, the bigger your energy field is. It is expanded with love energy. The more fear you feel, the smaller your energy and the tighter your aura is. When your energy field is big and filled with love, people that enters this will feel uplifted and healed. Yeah, so we must constantly always remember to enlarge this energy field, and remember to do it so you can help another person along the way. So the third tip is we are created to share our stories. I've been sitting here listening to everyone, and I'm so inspired. I'm trying to take notes because I think it's so crucial. I have a TikTok account that helps girls. So do come and find me there. That's all about motivation. So we are here to inspire someone along the way. Even if it is just to inspire one person, we still must do it. Each of us have a purpose, a passion, and finding it is a lifelong mission. Some of us found it earlier, some of us found it later. For me, I happen to have found it 12 years ago when I was diagnosed. Yeah. So in this world, it's not about telling people your plans, but you have to show them your results. My world is always about choosing to go against all odds and living the way I want. I hope my sharing today can help someone out there. Do remember that dreams don't work unless you do. So I'm Florinda, and happy International Women's Day. I know my story has helped you. I believe in you. You are the best. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Florinda. So know exactly what you deserve and accept nothing less for your life. You own it, and you obviously owe it to yourself. Like you've said, you need to take responsibility, and that's where the whole circle comes full circle. The 3 things you've said, I really like them. Reduce distractions. So focus on things that you're grateful for, what you have. That's uplifting, of course. Gratitude brings in a lot of energy, which we don't put in enough emphasis on. I still feel, I liken that as well. So keep raising the bar and pushing the boundaries, and surround yourself with the right people. I think one of the things we're hearing constantly from every speaker is love yourself first. So women, I think on a whole, we really don't focus on ourselves that much. We do need to love ourselves the most and first. Like you've said, it increases our energy field, our impact field when you love yourself more. Very interesting. Very interesting. So we continue to keep fighting for our dreams with that. And dreams don't work till you do. No need to tell our plans, but to show results. How beautiful is that? Thank you for that. I'm sure people have taken away some really good insights. And we'll check out your TikTok account as well. Introducing the next speaker, Sethreen Go, overcoming migraine with hope and courage. Sethreen has a story to tell about her 11-year-old struggle with migraine. Today, she wants to inspire the world to take action towards regaining the quality of life that they deserve. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Arista. So it's my great privilege to share a message of encouragement to women across the world with my personal experience and breakthrough in battling migraine. I read a quote that says, "The strongest women are the ones who smile through silent pain, cry behind closed doors, and fight battles that nobody knows about." It reminds me of women who suffer from migraine silently in their life, with friends and family probably unaware of what they feel in every migraine attack. Most people would consider migraine as just another ordinary headache, where the pain is manageable by rest. But if it's only true, migraine in actual is a neurological disease affecting 1/7 of the world population and 700 million women. According to the WHO, it is one illness that greatly affects the quality of life of a person. Migraine pain is highly disabling and disrupt the daily life and routine to the very root of a migraine. The pain can be so intense that it's kind of like your brain is freeze, that you have a very heavy and sharp hammer that constantly pound on one side of your head, your brain, for hours, if not for days. You will experience nausea, vomiting, really vomiting every single fluid that is out of your body, hating sound and light, that you will lock yourself in a cold dark room, cry behind that closed doors, waiting helplessly for the attack to be over. And when it's over, you walk out of that room looking really strong, putting on that smile again, to be that strong woman, that strong mother, that wife, that student, or whatever role that you need to play, only to fear to repeat that next cycle week after week, months after months, if not years after years. As a mother and as an ex-migrainer myself, I experienced firsthand how migraine can ruin my quality of life, causing me to feel really hopeless and powerless, and eventually stop finding solutions for it. And for some, they give up their life. I was told very bluntly by the doctors that there's no cure to migraine, and the way to survive migraine is on painkiller for the rest of your life. I was truly taken aback. And one day, I had a close friend who suddenly passed away. She's very young, she's very healthy, and it truly shocks me to wonder how fragile life is. And then I came to understand that the strongest women is not a woman who put on a strong front, who bounce back from every difficulty, but is a woman who knows how to love herself. I want to love myself more. I want to battle with migraine and go head on with it so that I could have the fullest in life. And with this mind, I was able to develop a framework using one key strategy that helps me to be on that journey of liberation from migraine. And today, I'm migraine-free for 11 good years. Women, you must choose to love yourself more. And I would love to inspire all of you with suffering from migraine not to give up hope, not to believe that we have no power, but rather we could overcome migraine if we choose to. Do not choose to be tortured or victimized by this disease, because if you are able to triumph over it, you can be that strong woman on the outside and from the inside. The key strategy that I use is the Art of War strategy by Sun Tzu, where it says, if you know yourself well, and if you know your enemy well, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Today, I'm going to share with you one common yet biggest mistake that every migrainian makes that they didn't realize about themselves, that becomes that major hurdle that leads to the procrastination in eliminating migraine in their life. It is their relationship with migraine. I didn't realize that I had a relationship with migraine. When we have migraine year after year, like a habit and a cycle that happens every month or if not weeks, we subconsciously develop a toxic relationship with migraine that you might treat it as a close friend, or you might treat it as a neighbor who have a key to your brain and you feel so powerless about. And that is the reason why we are able to tolerate them days after days. No, migraine is not our friend. Migraine is not our neighbor. We have to be clear that migraine is an enemy. It is a robber. It robs away our health, our money, our relationship, our quality of life. And only if you are able to see it from this perspective, you will be able to take serious action to eliminate migraine in your life. And this particular change in perspective is the epiphany moment for me that literally changed my mind, changed my life, and I'm able to be on that journey and migraine-free today. So my final message to every migraine women here is to learn to love yourself by choosing to challenge migraine and never, never give up hope. We have power to overcome it. Keep comprehensive migraine journals. Join supportive community that understands you and listens to you. Seek help and get therapists who is committed to help you to work towards the goal of migraine liberation, not towards the goal of pill popping, so that you could experience the quality of life that you deserve, just like me. Let's do it together. I hand it back to Arista. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Cetrin. That was nice. You've shared your let's say liberation from migraine journey. It's you've chosen to challenge it, and so many different how the ladies are choosing to challenge different things. But yeah, I've been a migraine sufferer for quite a while, so this is interesting how you work your strategy through it, recognize what the triggers are, and ask for help and understanding from the folks around you. Don't go through it alone. Good one there. There's light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hand it over to Peter now for the hourly draw for the audience. Peter Ang, can I hand it back to you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Arishita.
Yes, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in case you have not been noticing, in the backdrop, we have a team of volunteers that are monitoring all the feedbacks that are coming from all the different social media. However, we're going to choose only from one social media where we will pick an hourly giveaway to participants or audience who have subscribed, like, and comment on the channel. And that channel happens to be, let me just turn off my virtual background so you can see clearly. All right, that YouTube channel will be hashtag World Speech Day Live YouTube channel. So if you go to the YouTube channel, hashtag World Speech Day Live, subscribe, comment, and then like, yeah, we will pick up from the best comment in each hour to do a hourly draw of giveaway prizes from our dear sponsor. And the giveaway prizes ranges from studio microphones to mixer systems for your podcast solution, and as well as webcam and webcam covers. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember, I'm gonna run the ticker later again for hashtag World Speech Day Live. So whoever, wherever you're watching from, just remember to subscribe, like, and share. Thank you very much. Back to you, Arishita.
Cheers. Thank you for that, Peter. So everyone get on board and go like, subscribe, put in a comment, and be part of the draw. Coming back to a little bit about World Speech Day, and today's day, of course, is International Women's Day. It also, it marks as a reminder. It's a call to action for accelerating that gender parity that we all really hope for, and fostering a world where women experience equality, support, which we're all talking about in all of the speeches that we've heard so far, and we will be hearing, inclusiveness, support. And today is also part of the activities to celebrate World Speech Day, which is on the 15th of March for 103 countries across 42 time zones. You get to watch it on the YouTube channel worldspeechday.live and hashtag World Speech Day Live. So we'll move on to our next speaker now. Do log in as well for the World Speech Day, which is on the 15th of March. 103 countries across 42 time zones, a lot of different voices talking with different perspectives, and a huge stage not to be missed. Our next speaker is Gayatri Subhash. The speech title is Time is Our Only Healer. Gayatri is a lover of life and adventure seeker who gives her heart to repay what life has given her. Over to you, Gayatri.
Thank you, Arishta. I was on the verge of breaking up after trying 99 times to reach the same goal that I've been telling myself that I'm going to do it. I've told myself, I've honored it in my soul that I'm going to do it. But I was getting rejected again and again and again. So I decided to listen to this comfortable little voice inside me, the voice of fear, that if I just give up, it will be so much more easier. I don't have to walk the path. So I decided that, you know what, maybe I'm just going to give it up. I've tried it 99 times. It is not that bad. But I somehow decided to have a mentor that I told that I'm going to do this goal, and she has to see me through. And fortunately or unfortunately, this mentor's voice was ringing in my head. Gayatri, give time fully. And when I managed to take in that message, only in my times of pain, I was able to get this message through inside my head. And I gave one more chance to myself. I tried the 100th time to do the same goal that I have been getting rejected on, took up the sales call, went back to the clients, and yes, this time I succeeded. So not an unheard story, Arishta. Thank you for introducing me. My humble greetings to my lovely sisterhood family over here. My name is Gayatri. Professionally, I'm a wealth manager in a high net worth team. I do exactly what Swarna does, helping people grow their money and put some glow back into their life. And I'm an Indian classical dancer who dances to keep myself virus-free. Another immunity antidote are my kids who keep me strapped to time. So I realized that I had to choose this topic of time once I embraced motherhood and my career and my love for dancing and art. Thinking of what multitaskers women can be, I realized time can be a healer and also time can be a stealer. So before I continue on my take on this very important resource, time, I have to take this moment. Like what Florinda said, I have my gratitude journal and I've been taking notes. And I wanted to ensure that I don't miss out on all the powerhouses that came before me and the lessons that they have spoken to us or to me and how they could have used this renewable resource. So Arishta, you're amazing MC that you've introduced everything so lovingly well. And Aline took us through the power of authenticity. And Carol told us from a complete introvert to a coach. And then Andrea, who told us about the awareness of mental health. Rihanna, do women need to give up to raise up? I loved her story. And Rafia, how she was so impelled by the Indian woman in space and how she turned her business around. Swarna, the financial literacy of women, that is so important. And Natalie, happy weight loss. I would love to look like her, always being on the happy weight loss. Still haven't lost my weight after my second pregnancy. And Florinda, who battled herself and took accountability with no guilt, and of course how to battle migraine from Setrin, who just shared that with me. I had to mention all these powerhouses' names because I just wanted to ask all of them and all of you who are listening to it, what is your definition of time? What is your definition of yourself with time? How do you treat time in good times and in bad times? This is the question my mentor asked me when I told her that I want to be successful in these areas of life, and I've failed miserably in all of them, but I want to rise above it. I want to raise myself above it. And what should I do? What could I do? And she told me, what is the definition of time? And I'm like, wow, time, right? So while we are modeling onto the definition of the time, I just wanted to read this amazing quote that they have online. To realize the value of 1 year, ask a student who have failed a grade. To realize the value of 1 month, ask a mother who gave birth to a premature baby. To realize the value of 1 week, ask the editor of a weekly newspaper. To realize the value of 1 day, ask the person who was born on February 29th. To realize the value of 1 hour, ask the lovers who are waiting to meet. To realize the value of 1 minute, ask a person who has missed the train. To realize the value of 1 second, ask a person who has just avoided an accident. And to realize the value of 1 millisecond, ask the person who has just won a silver medal in the Olympics, just for 1 millisecond. I realized in order to be successful in any area of our lives, you need to master this timeless resource, time. And I'm very sure with the stories we're going to be hearing it now and what we have heard so far, these beautiful ladies have mastered one way or another, maybe knowingly or unknowingly, the non-renewable resource, time. How do we work with time? And I know that after I went through this the whole journey of figuring it out, I realized that when I work with time, it gave me power and clarity. So there are many stories that I have that I would want to share, but in the lack of time, I just want to see how much time there is. I just wanted to make sure that I'm on time. So today I wanted to gather the science and art of using time, the successes of many women who have walked the path and became successful and who have shared their story with us today and what we have seen. I have been studying the unicorn entrepreneurs, and I've been studying Oprahs of their own field. And I realized that everything came down to 4 or 5 things that I myself took notes and I myself been trying to reproduce in every other area of my life. Now, we all know that the time management is easier said than done, but just like anything great you will ever accomplish, the hardest step is to begin. So I just wanted to give you a couple of tips, and then I wanted to just leave you with some thoughts whereby you could probably just take it down. So in a more bigger part of the universe, if I do a macro view, intention is the very first thing when you start thinking about time. Like, you don't do anything without thinking it through why you're doing what you're doing. And this is something I learned very powerfully, because I used to just run like a headless chicken, because maybe in Singapore, there is this chiasm sometimes, right? Like, oh, you got to get it done or else you will lose it. In my work, or even as a mother, am I giving her the best milk powder? Or as a colleague, am I wearing like the best suit? So when I used to get into this cycle of thinking, I used to have this power of pause, right? You pause yourself and you ask yourself, what's the intention behind this? Do you do anything without thinking it through? So the intention was a very powerful lesson when you think about time management or mastering time, because when you know the purpose behind it, or when you know the why, you figure out the how. Means that's what I've been hearing with all the stories, how all these women have been battling their adversities is they knew their why and they figured out their how. So the second most important So thank you so much. I think clarity and intention was one of the biggest things that I took back in the timeless magic of being timely. So thank you all, ladies. I pass the baton back to you, Arishta. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. And wow, Gayatri, you really realized the value of that, of 1 minute when the train that got away was in front of you. And thank you for highlighting all the key dots from all the speakers that have just spoken before you. The time, yeah, I hope you got it right. There is some point where, you know, you've got to realize that you've got to master this non-renewable resource, which is time. And I like what you said, being intentional is the first step. So that's something I need to work on as well. Just a quick reminder to, you know, after your talk, I'm just going to put a quick reminder to all the upcoming speakers, please please have the timer on and remain within the 5 minutes if you can, so we don't go over time. Introducing our next speaker. She is Christina Tan. The topic that she's speaking on, the speech title is Choose to Challenge the Challenges. Yep. Yep, sorry.
Arishta, sorry, in the interest of time, can we request the panel discussion to be put forward now?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So Christina's a little bit later.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Sure. So we've changed a little bit, and we'll move straight ahead to our very interesting panel discussion, navigating relationships to build bridges. And for this, I'm going to call upon our organizing chair, Suzanne, who's also the moderator for this panel, and I'm going to hand it over to you and your panelists. Over to you, Suzanne.
Thank you, Arishta. And can we have our two panelists? Hi, everybody. Now, can we have our two panelists, Annie Chan and Marie Ang, on screen? Yes, I see Annie here. Marie, let's wait for Marie to come in. Hi, Marie. Hi, Annie.
Hi,
All right.
hi.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so first of all, I want to welcome everyone to this panel discussion on building bridges through navigating relationships. Now, as we know today, we live in a world where technology has really disrupted the way we used to communicate with people. Meeting online platforms, Clubhouse, messaging apps, and so on. And all these things are supposed to help us to communicate virtually with speed, with productivity. But how has this affected our natural disposition as women to be nurturing social beings? And how do we build the bridges that we need to help foster, to create strong professional relationships, even in the absence of personal touch? So joining me is Annie Chan, the president of International Women Federation of Commerce and Industry Singapore, and Marie Ang, the CEO and founder of Solomon's Guild. Hello, Annie and Marie. Thank you so much for coming to our discussion today.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us.
Hi. Right. So, Annie, we start with you first. Now, from your perspective as the president of the Women's Federation of Commerce and Industry Singapore, why is the building of professional relationships so important to female business owners?
All right. Firstly, Suzanne, thank you for having me, and thank you for having IWFCIS represented on World Speech Day.
Yes.
World Speech Day. So, why is building relationship important for business women, female business owner? Right. I think very importantly, we all know that business are generally made through relationship. I mean, usually you go to, let's say, your nearby provision shop, or you go to your favorite restaurant, and so on and so forth. It's also because of the relationship that you have built with these people. Like, for example, I may be going to the shop every day, so therefore I want to go. So in terms of what we do in IWFCI, we actually do have a program known as BRIM, and as it's spelled as in BRIM, which then go forth to tell our members that the R, which is relationship building, is very important. Because if you don't build strong relationship, it is going to be a challenge for you to continue to reach out to get more businesses. It's going to be hard for you to get people to recommend you businesses. All right, so R is definitely very, very important from a business women perspective, that you need to build strong relationships. And we all see that in 2022 when we were all visited by the pandemic.
Right. Okay. Now let's shift the context a little to relate to your own personal experience, Annie. We understand that you are coming from the events management industry. So share with us on your own experience in handling professional relationships. Is there any challenges that you face?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Although the events industry is made up of male, female, and all that, right? But we also know that a pretty good handful of our vendors, like our carpenters, our AV support guys, pretty much are men, right? So as a new events person, like some 30 years ago, I struggled, because they will look at you and say, hey, young lady, do you know what you're doing? And I see my other female colleagues like going all soft and sweet with all these people, and I ask myself, is that how I deal with my male vendors? So I struggle, because that's not me, right? I believe in knowing my work and going out there to talk to my vendor and say, hey, I need this support. So what I did was I struggled, but I told myself, be humble. If you're not sure, just ask them for help. All right. So if they know that you sincerely come to them, you're being very human-centric about it, you are talking to them and say, please help me, they are very likely to help, because at the end of the day, all these vendors are still nice people. We all want to come together and deliver a good project for the client. So that's my style. I mean, it may not go down well with all the vendors, but I told myself, be humble, ask, learn, and that's how I built the relationship that I had for the last 30 years. Some of my vendors that I know are still with me right now.
Wow, that's a very interesting insight. Coming with an attitude of learning, a learning attitude. Yeah, to build understanding with them. Right. Okay. Now moving on to Marie. Marie, you come from a slightly different experience as a business owner. You have to juggle between managing relationships with staff, with vendors, with colleagues. So, were there times when you have to also find a way to manage their conflicts as well? How did you motivate them?
Okay, so I prefer to inspire more than motivate. And of course, being humans, we all have conflicts, and it's subjective. Conflict is actually more like a difference in values than opinions. Everybody is entitled to opinions. Let's just get this clear. Anybody can say anything, whether it's right or wrong. It is, in a sense, like, why we debate over it. So how do we manage conflict as a woman? Now, we all know that women are very emotional, so don't get hysterical and don't get historical. So don't say, 5 years ago, you did this to me, and then yell and scream. I mean, I had an incident where, like, a lady was going through some issues at home, and then when she came to work, we did not know that she had some issues at home, and she started slamming things on the table. She started being rude and all that. And what we did was we confronted her and said, "Why are you like that?" And then gradually we found out that actually she had some issues at home, and her emotions were brought to work. And so how can we deal with conflicts at work, at home, in a community is perhaps to ask. More ask, less talk. MALT. The reason being is that there is a reason why they behave the way they behave, possibly because, our emotions are running very high, and some of us don't know how to control them. And in a sense, so ask the question, say, are you okay? Is everything okay? By asking the question, we allow that person to explain why the person behaved like that. So that would be one of the takes.
Right, coming with empathy, coming with an open mind to want to understand the other person better and getting him to speak up. Right, I think that's something that that's very useful for us. When we deal with employees. Now, moving on to business negotiation, which is something that applies to both of you. Now, what kind of qualities, based on your experience, would women need to have in order to steer business negotiations towards the desired outcome that they want to achieve?
So personally, for me, I prefer to use the word co-elevation than negotiation. In a sense that, when we come together, we want to help each other. I have something to give, you have something that you want, basically. And how can we add value to each other? By co-elevating, in the sense that, I in a way, like, what you want, can I give you more? Can I be using my experiences, my expertise, and add value to you so that whatever you want is better and excellent. And so what I tend to do is this. Sometimes a lot of people put price on a particular so-called, lack of better word, negotiation. And they go, okay, let's do this at this price. Now, this is a transactional relationship, not a relational relationship. Because once they get the money, they go, they never want to see you ever again. But consider this as a woman, right? Think about this. You want to build relationship. Is it worth building a long-term relationship where you get more than a one-time relationship where you get more but then less at the end? Does that make sense? So in a sense, for example, you charge $10,000 for this one transaction, right? And you never see the person again. However, if you build the relationship with the vendor or with the client, right, and you get, 5,000 and you get it over 10 times, which adds up to it. So consider this. Don't let your emotions run amok. And I'm sorry to say, a lot of sales guru out there is like, you charge your price, you charge your, based on your expertise, you should be charging $20,000. But are you giving $20,000? Are you giving $2,000 worth of, your whatever your expertise is? So that would be my take. If you want a outcome, the desired outcome, then build relationship. Don't build on transactions.
Okay, so it means go low with the price and then go with the idea of establishing a long-term connection with this client.
A caveat on that, not low as in like you charge $10. I'm not saying that.
Reasonable amount.
Yeah, correct. Like charge, like what can you give?
Right.
In a sense,
I do agree with what Marie said there, right? I think when we use the word negotiation, it sounds very transactional, all right? But if we were, so for me, I would prefer to use the word collaboration. Like say, let's sit down and see how can we collaborate. Like for example, my own style is that if I'm doing a project and I know that the budget that's given by my client is a little bit challenging, then I will go to my usual vendor and I will literally sit down with the person and say, hey, no, based on my calculation, I know this is going to be at least 10,000. However, I can only give you 8. Can you do this? All right. So usually I'll leave it on the table for them to tell me. If they say, wow, it can be a little bit challenging. Are we able to meet in between? Can we do a 9,000 and so on and so forth? So if I can't, for whatever the reason is, but I know that I have another project that I'm perhaps working with another vendor, but I'm not committed to that vendor, and I know this first vendor can help me, then I'll tell you, say, look, actually I've got this other project. Why don't you let me know whether are you comfortable to deliver this second project? If you are, let's work on something that you get both, but let's try and relook into how we can help support each other and we deliver the whole project at the end of the day. Right. So there's no, I don't believe in that, if you say no, then off I go. Right. Because at the end of the day, it's not just the dollar and cents that drives the entire relationship. They can give you low, but if they cannot deliver the service, we are also in trouble. Right. So I always tell them, if you agree on this price, please make sure you deliver and not come back to me and say, hey, you slashed my price, so therefore I slash my services. I mean, that's not how we do things, right? So normally I always tell them, if you can't do it, be honest. All right. If we can't close this deal this time, there's always another time. Right. But if you can, then it's great for everybody. Yeah. So I always believe, like right at the start I mentioned, it's really all about sincerity. If you're sincere and being humble enough to share what you really have, how much budget you have for them, I think vendors, we're all human, right? We can sense the sincerity of the other person. Right? And we also, of course, can sense the insincerity of that person as well. So, yeah.
Right, indeed, what Annie, what you say is very true. Is looking at the long-term situation, win-win situation, and see how we can come to a point where we can collaborate, an ideal partnership, and the business negotiation here. Now, we all are going into the new normal phase for the pandemic right now in Singapore, and soon in many countries. Now, what do you think would be the new normal for women in the way they handle professional relationships from now on to maybe in the next 3 to 5 years?
Wow. Okay. For me, right, I'm a very people person. So to be very honest, right, to ask me to have meetings online, I don't quite like it. But we all know, the new normal has happened and we are forced to. So on the one hand, although I don't like it, but on the other hand, it is useful because it allows us to cross continent. Like I could see so many of y'all, not all of y'all are here in Singapore, so we can connect online. So what I feel is that moving ahead, we women has to now learn that professional relationship can be created and can be cultivated or nurtured online. All right, and the same thing, and all the more, the sincerity has to be there. So, for example, it's one of my pet peeves is that if let's say I'm having a meeting here, and then some of my other participants is toggling between 2 or 3 other meetings. So to me, it's that that's not sincerity. Yes, if you are busy, I'd rather you excuse yourself and go attend to that meeting, because that is obviously more important in your view, which is fine. Then we could always catch up. So I think what we have to do is that still manage that overall sincerity, whether it's face to face or whether it's online, right? If the person puts that 2 hours for you or that an hour and a half to spend with you on a discussion, then be there, be present for that person, and not be there halfway and then I turn away somewhere else. It's so obvious, right? Imagine if let's say now my phone ring and I pick up and okay, and I'm sure everybody sees it, right? You don't do it when you're in person, right? So I think this is something that we have to know, and we just need to be a bit more mindful. However, one thing I feel that will be the biggest challenge with this online meeting is the ability to create rapport. If you are face to face, a handshake, now we can't, right? We've got a fist pump, right? But previously, when you handshake, you can tell straight away the level of sincerity that the person has, right? The way he or she shakes your hand. So I think this part about online meetings and all that, the ability to garner that rapport will probably be a notch higher, because you can't feel you can't sense. All right, you can only go through the conversation and find out whether, how sincere, is this person in building this relationship with you.
Right. Okay. Wow. Very interesting, very wise lessons to learn from what you have shared. Now, Marie, what is your take to this question?
Well, high tech, high touch. So I have to be very mindful that the technology is not our master, it's our servant. So make sure that you don't evolve or revolve around technology, in a sense like, what I see is like this trend nowadays is, okay, I want to break up with you, I send WhatsApp message, or I even ghost you, I don't even talk to you. I think it's not nice. It's respect. There are a lot of invisible things going around when technology is involved. For example, like, now we are appearing on Zoom, I see all the beautiful ladies, and I am appreciative of the fact that you're connecting with me by putting on your video, and also the fact that you dress well. Now, people say, why should I dress well? I'm at home kind of thing. But you're dressing well not because you dress well. You dress well because you respect the person, you respect your audience. This is the invisible sign that a lot of people need to take note of, in a sense. And then also take time out from your technology, from your phones, from the WhatsApp, from the Zoom. If somebody take the time to call you out and say, let's have coffee and meet up, right? Take the time to go out and meet the person. After all, the person is trying to connect with you. But don't say, hey, can we do Zoom call? Like they got so lazy, we got so complacent and so mediocre to some degree, that so much so we kind of like just totally ignore all these relationship building techniques that it used to be so important. And last but not least, I find also that young people nowadays, they can't talk in front of you, person to person, but they can converse very well on WhatsApp. They can write the best email and so on and so forth. This is why it's important that take the conversation out from typing and have a face-to-face conversation. I mean, if permissible, or not, don't go and break all the COVID rules and then get fined. In Singapore, you get $300 fine, but don't do that. But what I'm trying to say is that, if a person comes to you and says, let's have coffee, do so. And once in a while, don't overdo your coffee until you don't do business in a sense. Yeah. So that would be my take. So high tech, high touch. Yeah.
Wow, high tech, high touch. That's really a very profound understanding. Yeah, on building the human relationship in today's digital world. All right, now before we wrap up the panel discussion, are there any words of encouragement from both of you on how we can build relationships to,
from my end would be still at the end of the day, be authentic, be sincere in building whatever relationship. It could be start with a friendship, all right, and then it moves on to a relationship, or it could be vice versa. Why do I say that? Reason is because I have clients. I've been in the events industry like 30 years, so just do your math. You know how old I am. So I've been in the events industry for like 30 years. I have clients who are now friends. All right. And I've also have friends who became my client or became my vendors and all that. I will have clients who became friends who are now part of my entire community, IWSCIS committee as well. So, and I believe I managed to do that is because of the fact that I believe in being human. I believe in engaging with them and being honest with how I feel, when the relationship is built. So being sincere, being authentic, and like I say, we are all made of, our heart are made of blood, right? We all know deep down, especially women, we are a bit more intuitive. We will know deep down whether is that person being truly sincere in building that relationship, or they only want something out of you. If they only want something out of you, I'm not saying that you walk off, because there could be reason that at that moment they are behaving this way. So you have to decide whether would you want to still continue the engagement. Maybe you are maybe you are the person that could help them. So if you're willing to help, then help. Then if it continues to happen, then you have to decide. Are you going to carry on? Or are you going to maybe use your way to convert this person into a much more sincere relationship? Because at the end of the day, system are like what we call date, right? We human beings are the one that is breathing and living. So it's how we go around and convert some of these people to truly embrace, sincere and authentic relationships.
Okay, right. Wow. Well, Marie, what about you? Share with us.
So don't lose your identity. Roles and responsibilities can be changed, but you're human, you're woman. And at the end of the day, just understand that failure as much as success is a journey. So don't beat yourself up and continue to be courageous, continue to be who you are. And not what you are. Just remember there's a difference there. So just do whatever you can. And I thank you, and I really want to congratulate you for being here today, and a happy Women's Day. So
Thank you, Marie. Thank you, Annie, for giving your time to share with us so many useful insights and suggestions on how to bring our relationships in the professional field to the next level. Right. And thank you, audience, for being with us, spending this time with us to understand this topic, which is so important to us as women business owners and women working in the corporate field. And I want to thank you all, and I'll give my time back to Arishta.
Yes, thank you, Suzanne. And also thank you, Annie and Marie. Great insights, from your own experiences. Communication is certainly, pretty much the backbone of our entire framework, society, whether in the personal space or in the workspace, and a lot to, learn from these reminders, of course. I think in this very disrupted era with communications with our colleagues, staff, students, or just about anyone, it's all melted and kind of fused together. So drawing our balance, whether it's work-life balance or work-life integration, is pretty much to each his own, finding your path and navigating it. You've put it really well, all of you. Great questions there, Suzanne, and really great answers from both of you, Marie and Annie. Thank you for your time. Moving on to our next speaker for today. Our next speaker is Christina Tan. The topic is Choose to Challenge the Challenges for Opportunities. Very interesting. Christina.
Arishta, sorry. Millie would like to go first because she has to rush off. Yeah.
Okay. Millie, is it?
Yes, Millie.
Okay.
I believe she's with us.
All right. Let me just introduce Millie then. Sorry about this, a few changes as life goes on. Introducing our next speaker. So Christina, thank you for accommodating again. Our next speaker is Millie Leong from Taiwan. I think Peter's on unmute. Our next speaker is Millie Leong from Taiwan. The topic is financial independence for women. That's another one for us. Millie is an entrepreneur and mother of 2 lovely daughters who wants to help women start their businesses and become financially independent and create a life that they truly love. Over to you, Millie. Cheers.
Hello, is my video working? Can you see me? All right. Is it working? Awesome. Great. Thank you so much, host. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Hello, ladies. Welcome to the Women International Day. My name is Millie Leong, award-winning entrepreneur, best-selling author, and international speaker. And today, I want to talk about money, financial independence for women. Now, when it comes to the word money or the word financial independence, what are some of the phrases that you think about? Maybe perhaps is, I'm not good with money, I'm not good with investment, I'm not good with numbers, right? Or maybe I have no time to learn any of these because I have a job, I have family, I have kids, I have house errands to run. Or maybe you said my husband or my partner are taking care of the finances, so I don't need to learn all this. Or perhaps you said, I don't have time to learn about how to build business, I don't have the skills, the knowledge, or I have no idea what business to build. Or perhaps you just don't even know where to start. Now, perhaps it's the way we were brought up, right? I'm sure some of these phrases you might be thinking already, and definitely some of these phrases applied to me many years ago. And perhaps it's a culture, our upbringing. Many women rely on someone else to count on our financial future, whether it's our husband, our partner, our government, or perhaps even thinking about our kids in the future to take care of our finances. But the reality really is money buys you one or two things. It buys you freedom or it buys you slavery. Whether it means slavery to an unhappy job or slavery to unhappy marriage or relationship. I think a lot of us women have heard about stories of women being stuck in unhappy marriages or relationship because we are so afraid we cannot make it financially on our own. Now, I just want to be completely clear. I'm not talking about being all materialistic. I'm not talking about using a lot of money to buy these expensive shoes or bags or meals or, go out shopping and all this kind of stuff. But I do believe there is power in having a healthy relationship with money and also thriving to become financially independent. Because having the power will give you the freedom to become who you truly are in this world and make the impact that you want to make in this world. I still remember years ago, I was a stay-at-home mom and I was home looking after my daughter. At the time, my daughter was, a few months old. I was looking after her. And after a while, although I feel very grateful to have the time to spend with my daughter, I started to feel very anxious. I was really thinking about the meaning of life, the meaning of my life. I feel like that I could do more in this world and make a big impact in this world. And yet I feel stuck. In year 2011, I read a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I don't know if some of you have read it, but definitely it's the #1 personal finance book of all times by Robert Kiyosaki. And reading this book on August 21st, 2011 completely transformed my life. I've learned that in order to become financially independent, I have to build passive residual income streams. And when these passive residual income streams become bigger than my monthly expenses, I become free and I have options, I have choices in life. And shortly after that, even though I didn't know much, with just passions and an eagerness to learn, I started my business from home with just a few $100s. Very little time because my girl was just a few months old, had very little money, and I have no prior business knowledge, and also have no network in a new country that I just moved to. I struggled really badly. In fact, many of my friends laughed at me, and I almost wanted to quit so many times. Fortunately, I pressed on, and with finding the right mentor and just reading a lot of books, learning from a lot of people, going to different trainings and courses, I slowly but gradually started to make some income from my business. Eventually, with about 26 months, my business continued to grow and I became financially free. Within the next few years, my business grew to impact the lives of many, many thousands and also bring in a multi-million-dollar revenue annually. I invested my money and expanded my passive income streams. And in year 2016, I also published a best-selling book on Amazon called Mind and Money Makeover. I've been very blessed to be able to donate 3 schools for underprivileged children in developing countries and also help give financial resources for dozens of women who are in developing countries who are aspiring women entrepreneurs. So I've been very, very grateful about that. I'm sharing all this with you because I know that if I can do this, so can you. I am no different. I'm just an ordinary woman who is looking for a better future and wanting to fulfill my dreams. So ladies, get out of your comfort zone. It's time to rise up and take charge of our own financial future. Start a side business, start a side hustle, invest, and learn how to invest in your education, manage your money well, and establish multiple income streams, passive residual income stream. Hang out with like-minded women who are on the same journey with you. So with that said, I want to say that I believe in you and let's rise up and support each other. Thank you so much and happy Women International Day. Back to you, Arista.
Thank you for that, Millie. Yeah, it is true. When you think of money and you think of finances, or even starting or focusing on your business, the first thing that goes off is this little voice, of guilt. Are you being too materialistic? Are you going to ignore things and all? But I think perspectives change once you have that financial future planned or you have that financial independence completely. So thank you for that. We've got to shush that voice, definitely.
Thank you.
Moving to our next speaker, Debbie Lee, also from Taiwan. The topic of the speech is how to turn obstacles into opportunities. Debbie is a successful female entrepreneur whose dream is to inspire women to live the life they deserve and the life that they desire to have. So over to you, Debbie. Good luck. Suzanne, is Debbie here?
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, thank you, Arista. Yeah. I think I'm probably the only speaker who is going to speak in Mandarin today. So later I will switch to Mandarin speak. 所以大家好，我是 Debbie，我来自台湾，我目前拥有一家自己的品牌行销公司，并且正在创立一个全新的抗老支援女性成长的抗老保养品牌。那我今天将跟大家分享的是2个我在2010年发生的，就是遭遇到一些那个意外的困境的故事。对，那第一个故事呢，是发生在我正在4月的时候，2010年4月，我正在伦敦自助旅行的时候，当我那时候正结束了英国这一段的旅行，然后要移动到奥地利去进行下一段旅行的时候，竟然在我搭乘那个 shuttle bus 要到机场的路上，听到司机跟我们说，所有在欧洲的飞机都停驶了，所以我们根本不用去机场。那我当时当然想说 ，Oh my God， 怎么可能？不可能会发生这种事的。结果没想到，真的，当我们到达机场的时候，然后发现机场就是一片混乱，那没有任何飞机可以飞行。然后原来是那个时候，就是在10年前发生冰岛火山灰爆发的事件。然后冰岛火山爆发这件事，让整个欧洲被火山灰的那个悬浮微粒包围，而那些悬浮微粒会吸附在飞机的引擎上面，造成引擎的停止运转。对，所以当时的学者也不知道这些火山灰什么时候会消失，所以大家就断言说，欧洲有可能永远就再也不会有飞机飞行了。所以理所当然，整个欧洲跟就是当时滞留在当地的旅客，包含我在内，都非常非常的恐慌对于这件事。但是呢，在经过2个小时的恐慌之后，我决定冷静下来，想一想我现在的处境。我现在的处境，第一个是我会不会在这个旅程结束之后，真的没办法离开欧洲，因为没有飞机。但是因为欧洲，英国跟法国是连接的，所以我可以 take Eurostar 到法国，然后之后就走陆路或是水运回到台湾，所以这个部分其实是不用太担心的。那第2个部分是我在财务上面是否可以 cover 这一段时间呢？于是这个时候我就打电话给我在台湾的保险经纪人，然后确定我的保险内容是不是有 cover 这样子的事件的贴补。结果没想到意外发现，就是我当时的2个保险都会理赔这样子的事件。对，并且就是金额还蛮高的，然后理赔的范围包括住宿跟饮食，所以当时我立刻在知道这个消息之后，就上网开始找了一些因为飞机停驶而被 cancel 的房间。所以最后这个火山灰事件在7天之后结束了。可是当大多数跟我一样被困在欧洲的旅客正在机场恐慌的时候，我却度过了旅途中最豪华而且免费的7天。这就是我第一个逆境转身的故事。然后呢，下一个故事是在我就是结束这个旅程，然后到达新加坡的时候。那时候是我是跟我当时的男朋友一起到达新加坡，然后他打算在新加坡就是找到跟他的专业 financial 相关的工作，而我则是打算在当时把我完全无法沟通的英文好好的练好，然后就是突破我的当时职涯的一个困境。结果没想到呢，在1个月之后，我竟然在 MSN 上面收到他的讯息，说他已经决定回台湾了。对，这真的是一个很不可思议的消息了。因为当时我是辞掉我工作了很多年，然后发展很好的工作，并且我所有的朋友、亲人、好友都非常祝福我们的这一段旅程，然后开启新生活。所以对我来说呢，当时真的是世界末日。我同时就是失去了好像未来的梦想，然后跟发现这个男人跟我想象完全不一样。可是在哭了一阵子之后呢，当然我非常的悲伤，也非常的不知所措，因为我从来没有在国外生活的经验。可是在冷静下来之后，我开始想想我现在的存款可以让我做什么，那我真正想要的人生 或是我真正想要得到的结果是什么。我想要就这样子fail放弃，然后回到台湾，然后好像一切没发生过，然后继续之前的生活吗？还是我希望可以完成我一开始的目的，就是把我的英文练好，然后另一方面甚至增加了新的目的，因为其实我是相信他可以在新加坡找到他想要的理想的工作的。那既然我相信他可以，也许我也可以，所以我选择留下来当地，然后完成这2件我觉得很重要可以做的事。然后之后在自己的努力之下，然后打造我的环境，跟很多人帮助之下，我也成功的在新加坡找到了跟行销相关的工作，并且在2年后回到台湾之后，因为我这2年的经验加上累积的语文能力以及应对进退等等的能力累积，我成功的很快的找到一个跟 Google 相关的工作，并且在这个集团里面，在1年后晋升为整个集团的行销长。在之后我就被挖角跳槽到一个英国的公司，并且一直到今日就是开启自己的事业，然后开始创造自己理想的全新的品牌。那这所有的一切都是因为当初我在遇到那个很大的困境的时候，做出了一个选择跟决定，然后让我自己可以把这个困境反而变成我人生的一个机会。那我可以统整一下我刚刚说的几个部分，我在遇到困境之后我做了哪一些事。首先我冷静下来，第2点我开始去了解全盘的局势，然后第3点我会盘点我现有的资源，第4点我会开始思考我想要的结果是什么，或是我希望的结果是什么，然后在最后我会怀抱最好的希望并做好最坏的打算，然后拟定好我的计划之后实践它。这就是我过去将逆境转为顺境的5个步骤。对，那这就是我今天希望可以跟大家分享的内容。我们都知道 life is not easy， 然后人生没有事事如意的，但是相信只要我们怀抱勇气跟智慧，最后都能克服所有的困境，将逆境转为顺境。希望今天的演讲可以对大家有帮助，然后祝大家国际妇女日快乐，谢谢。
谢谢你 Debbie， 那个是一个很 very inspiring 的 speech， 我们从中你的 speech 学到了很多东西，谢谢你跟我们分享。好，我现在就把时间交回给 Arishta， 我们的 segment 1的 host。 Arishta, over to you。
谢谢。
Thank you for that, Debbie. I guess we do have to keep in mind all the speakers and their time so we don't run over. But thank you for that. I'm sure it's inspiring. I do not understand Mandarin, unfortunately, but I'll get some details from Suzanne later on. And welcoming for the 3rd time, that's a 3 times welcome for you, Christina. Thank you for your patience and supporting our others, who needed to speak before you, for accommodating. So our next speaker is Christina Tan for sure. Her topic is Choose to Challenge the Challenges for Opportunities. Christina is the founder of a sales training and coaching company. She desires to motivate others to be resilient, to overcome crossroads and challenges. Over to you, Christina.
Hi, Christina here from Singapore. So International Women's Day's topic is Choose to Challenge, and my topic is Choose to Challenge the Challenges. In this pandemic period, lives have been impacted. In fact, many have lost our jobs, and some even our lives. What do we face then? Income loss, increasing debts, relationship strains, financial crisis, and mounting pressures. What about you? Have you lost your income sources? Are you looking for a job, but nothing seems to be in sight over the last few months? What could you do in the meantime while you search for a job? Are you open to look at alternative income sources? Look at what you have now instead of what you don't. Open opportunities to look at yourself. Do you have skills and hobbies? Just tying out to what Millie and the other speakers have said. how to be financially independent again. So you have skills, talents, experience, and interests. What hobbies do you have, such as baking, cooking, writing, photography, or painting? Are you able to capitalize on the digital marketing platform or explore things that you could monetize your skill sets? What about picking up entrepreneurship skills and start a low-cost home-based business? Or even pick up sales skills, because most companies need salespeople to run their sales. Or even consider being self-employed as a financial advisor, real estate agent, or even a telemarketer. In Singapore, an air stewardess and her designer husband have actually improvised their mom's fried prawn fritters to start up a low-cost home-based business. And during this period, we saw many home-based bakeries spinning up. Pandemic or not, economic crisis or not, regardless, we face life crossroads at different junctures due to different circumstances. Take J.K. Rowling, for example, the author of Harry Potter. At that point in time, well, it wasn't financial crisis nor pandemic, but she was a single divorced mom, destitute on welfare benefits, raising a baby. Today, her net worth is 1.2 billion. And we look at Janine Alice, who started Boost Juice in her humble kitchen in year 2000. She now has footprint over 13 countries with a turnover of 350 million. Looking closer at home in Singapore is Anastasia Liu, who started Bangawang Solo, baking Indonesian delicacies in her unauthorized public home kitchen. Today, she has 45 outlets island-wide with a turnover of 35 million. You may ask, isn't this a humongous number? I can't achieve it. But my question to you is, didn't you remember that they too start up at humble beginning? We all need to start somewhere. And for myself, I have moved out from a comfortable corporate role as a sales leader to start out my sales training and coaching business even before the pandemic started. And during this period of uncertainty, the economy has changed towards a gig economy because employers no longer looking into permanent headcounts with fixed costs. They are more open to freelancers, contract staff, and even outsourced contractors. In America itself, a third of the workforce is in some form of gig economy. This number has been magnified during the pandemic and will continue to increase. So the myth of a stable job with a steady income is going to be a thing of the past. So what about you, ladies? Are you able to gear up? Are you able to learn new skill sets? Are you able to hone and sharpen your current skill sets while in the midst of trying to find the next job, whether or not you're going to return to the workforce? So I challenge you to have an open mindset, stay positive, maybe start a small cost side hustle and explore other income revenue sources. Because challenges will always meet our path. But I would like you to challenge the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for that. Challenges for opportunities. Yeah. Look at what we have instead of what we don't have. So we have skills, talents, and even hobbies, whether it's painting, writing, like you said. Sorry about that. It's time to rediscover those dimensions, exactly as you're saying. And I think all of us, when we change our mindset, we change the impact we make on our own lives and on the lives around us. So thank you. And moving on from Christina, our next speaker is Buffy Zhang from Taiwan again. Would that be right, Suzanne?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Just reconfirming, we've had a few changes. Sorry about that. Our next speaker is Buffy Chang from Taiwan. Self-talk, what is your mind messing with you, is the topic. Buffy is an entrepreneur, a trainer, and also a mother who wants to help women fulfill their dreams and goals to the fullest. Over to you, Buffy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Buffy from Taiwan. Thank you for inviting me to speak on this Women's Day. And I'm an entrepreneur and also a mother of 2 kids. My goal is to help as many people as possible and inspire them to achieve greater things. So I want to talk to you about a topic that I'm very passionate about. It's called self-talk. Okay, 9 years out of 16 years of my entrepreneurship, I work in the Chinese medicine clinic with my husband. My husband is the 3rd generation Chinese medicine doctor in his family. So being a good wife, I want to support him 100%. So we start this clinic together. But little do I know, during these 9 years, I start to strengthen myself so much that I lose my confidence and I don't think I'm worth enough because the doctor is essential to the clinic and who anybody else could be replaced, right? That was what's going on in my head. And our brain works like this. It constantly receives and analyzes data and experience that we come across in life. When it's processed, the voice in our head will perceives it, judges it, and also interprets it. Okay, so this is called the self-talk. And how often do we talk to ourselves? Research shows an average human being talks to themselves 150 to 300 words a minute. That's over 50,000 thoughts in a day. Isn't that amazing? And most of them, unfortunately, do not sound pretty. It sounds like this. I'm not good enough. I suck at this. What an idiot I am. I'm not capable of it. I'm too fat. I'm too skinny. I'm just not pretty enough. Does any of this sound familiar to you, ladies? Okay, I experienced the same thing over and over again before I noticed there was such a negative pattern. Okay, and due to society influence, women are more prone to negative self-talk than men. Men are really good at pumping themselves up. However, when we stand in front of the mirror, all we see is the flaws in our faces, in our body, and all we do is to criticize. Okay, that's very, very sad. Our body works like a ship. Okay, and then the self-talk is like the captain that gives direction or instruction to the subconscious mind. And then the subconscious mind works 24/7 to execute the instruction it receives. Okay, for example, when the captain says to the crewmates and say, okay, let's turn the ship 15 degrees north and go full speed. Okay, the crewmate receives that instruction and execute it. It won't go like this. It won't go like the crewmate will not say, well, the captain doesn't know what he's talking about. So let's turn 30 degrees south and go slower. That way we could reach the destination. No. So when your self-talk is saying, I'm not good at this, your subconscious mind will make sure that you are not good with it. Okay, so how have you ever wondered, why don't I have the confidence? How come I don't achieve things in life? And how come I don't achieve the goals that I want to achieve? Okay, because you want the computer to go this way, but you're programming to go this way, and you wonder why it never reaches the destination. Okay? So we could only get what we expect, not what we want, unless what we expect and what we want are the same thing. So starting today, change how you talk to yourself. Change your inner programming and train the captain in your head to lead you to a better change the way, challenge your self-talk. And third, change your self-talk. Okay. First, start noticing how you talk to yourself. Is it positive or is it negative? Make a list to notice your pattern. And then the second one, challenge it. Okay. Is there any evidence that would back up what your self-talk is telling yourself about? Okay, do you have to be a supermodel to be successful in life? No. So scratch that. Okay, switch the perspective as well. How you encourage your friend should be how you encourage yourself. Go back home and examine yourself. How we encourage our friends sounds totally different than how we talk to ourselves, okay? And the last, change your self-talk. Start by making a positive list about yourself. What are you good at? What are your qualities? And what are your strong suits? Change how you say it, okay? Change by from how I can do this to how do I figure out a way to do it. Ever since I started to pay attention to this self-talk, I started to feel good about myself. My confidence boosted up. And before the pandemic, I was able to be on stage to share how I face my fears in entrepreneurship in front of 10,000 people. We were all born to win, but programmed to lose. Starting by today, challenge your self-talk, change the programming, and embrace your beauty. Ladies, you are more than you think you are. Thank you, everybody. Back to our beautiful host. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Buffy. So 300 words a minute in our heads, that's really full on, huh? Full speed. And that too all negative. I have to confess something here to all of us, that are listening, that ever since much younger, people would say that, don't listen to the little voice in your head and things. Whereas me, I was I was complete opposite. So even if I couldn't see nothing in the future, my head would constantly be telling me, oh, you're getting there, you're a total rock star and stuff. It was just the opposite. I had to tell myself, no, hang on, like, don't go overboard, So it's one of those things that always helped me, rock through school and college and just about everything. It really is. Sometimes you got to fire the captain, like you said, or retrain the captain, or step up the crews which are inside. But thank you for that. Always a good reminder. And moving on now to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Georgia Penayotopoulos. Did I get that right? Georgia Penayotopoulos, all the way from Greece. Sorry about that. Peter, do you want to do the hourly draw? I've just seen over here that you need to do the hourly draw as of now. Or
the hourly draw, we're picking the names still. So Georgia, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So Georgia's speech title is very unique. It's Full Moon. As a speaker, Georgia speaks with her heart and mind aligned with her soul so that she could connect her audiences to their human need of what it means, feels, and looks like for us to be profoundly alive. Over to you, Georgia.
Thank you, Arista. Thank you, dear ladies. What a pleasure to be with you today. And as the day progresses, I'm warming up. Because as you said with your own stories, I find myself a lot of times that I have to be more than just good in a long list of responsibilities and roles, and that I have to justify my choices as a woman. And for me, the scariest part of this pressure is it undermines my self-understanding to the point that without even realizing it, I am disregarding my own self. So for me, the question today is, how can we challenge for those who feel the resonance, this unintended forgetfulness of our nature? And what helps me is that I know that I'm sitting here today with all of you in mutuality, in this wild world circle we have created. But I also know that I'm sitting with all the other women that came before us, because our circles are perpetual. From the beginning of times, we women, we sit in one circle under the full moon. And we share our stories exactly as we're doing today. And this is how we learn and we teach each other what it is to be a woman, a feminine. And this is how we survived. And this is how we pass a collective knowledge. And we learn to be that way from our grandmother, the moon, because the changes in her phases initiated us to understand early on that there is nothing in life that is a straight line between point A all the way to point B. It's rather a curvy path. with the intention of fulfilling different life circles. And no other creature on earth is more finely tuned to this deep understanding of life than us. So why do we need to focus on this pressing narrative about power, which is a linear force of life, when we have this circular wisdom of creation in us? So today, my dear sisters, I invite you to choose to challenge this linear mindset, which in my opinion is another paradigm of the patriarchy in life. Because we women, we think, we feel, we work in circles. We exist in mutuality. We follow the moon. And exactly as her, we build our wisdom, our strength, our courage, our light in phases. And from our fullest radiance, we are ready to nurture our families and illuminate our societies. So if you like, place your hands on your lower belly. Underneath is your womb. Connect with her, feel her. Your womb is carrying the sacred luminosity of the whole moon in her bodies. Trust her. Start a conversation with her for all the things you mentioned that bother you every single day and all the other things you mentioned that you really want to do in life. Do you remember those? And repeat the conversation daily. This is my most feminine daily practice that supports me in my life. Because the important decisions, the decisions that shape us, the decisions of our lives, they're not conceived in our head, they're conceived in our womb. Trust this ancient wisdom. This is our nature. My dear sisters all over the world, today and every day, if you're feeling tired, lost, or uninspired, just look up for the full moon and then look inside your womb to be your full moon. I invite you to choose and trust this soft, gentle life force as your mentor. Just follow her. Her luminous, seductive, unfolding ways. This is our natural way. This is the way of a woman fully entrusting the perfection of her life circle. My dear sisters, trust each other. Trust the woman that you are. Remain blessed. Thank you so much for being one of you. Thank you. Back to you, Aretha.
Thank you so much, Georgia. As I said, it is very unique, and one of the rare times that I hear anything like this. I've only heard it once before. But yeah, trust the deep ancient wisdom that is our nature. It all goes to full circle, and yeah, connecting to the moon. I guess that's where you say our gut instinct is that you don't plan and do things and decision making from here, but from your gut, and that's what you're talking about. So whenever ladies, when we're tired, lost, or in despair, choose to look up to the moon. Thank you for that. Our next speaker is Ray Fang from Singapore, who's also part of my club and a lovely speaker. Your topic, Ray, is finding your unique voice. Ray is a speaking and MC coach. She guides corporate professionals and entrepreneurs to speak up boldly. Ray's life mission is to inspire people to own their unique voice and create impact in the way they speak up and show up daily. Over to you, Ray.
Have you ever felt like you're too young to be a coach, a leader, a speaker, that you're too young to make a difference? Have you ever thought there's so many people better than me, more experienced than me? How can I really make a difference? I'm Ray, and I'm a speaking and MC coach. I coach sales professionals and corporate professionals to speak up boldly so that fear never gets in their way. I may sound and look confident right now, but it wasn't always this way. When I entered university, I was surrounded by people who were very academically inclined, and they got A's really easily. I was surprised. I didn't know that A's and B's were considered normal in university, whereas for me, I struggled to get a B most of the time. I tried to be better. I studied harder, way into the night. I drank heaps of green tea to stay awake. I went to book the professor for more consultations. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't catch up. Growing up, I've always compared myself according to society's metrics. In fact, many of us do too. In school, we compared ourselves based on our grades. When we started working, the metric is income and material possessions. Comparing ourselves with others started becoming normal. So when I found my passion in speaking and coaching, I naturally compared myself with others. I would think, their story is so much more impactful. They've been through so much. They sound way cooler. They sound way more eloquent. They have more experience. What can I do? How can I be a speaker? I can never be like them. I remember one of my mentors telling me, Ray, you have been spending so much time being jealous of someone else's treasure box. Oh, it's more sparkly, it's red, it's so bold, the color is nicer. Why not find the key to your own treasure box instead? Each and every one of us has our own treasure box. The treasure box represents our unique talents, our story, our personality, and our voice. I started finding the key to my treasure box. I learned how to look at my challenges as unique, and no one else has been through what I've been through. I started using my voice by sharing my challenges vulnerably on social media, which helped me grow a steady circle of supporters and clients. Organically, I attracted my natural audience that resonated with my story. And I realized this: if you look at others and try to be better, you're playing according to their rules, their strengths, and their rulebook. Instead, look within yourself and find your niche. Be different, and there'll never be any competition. So here are 3 ways that you can start harnessing your unique voice in order to inspire, changing the way you speak and lead. Number 1, ask yourself, what makes me unique? What are my unique experiences that I've been through that no one else has? The tears you cried, the heartbreaks you had, the challenges you've been through, all these things are unique to you. Take some time to really think back to those defining moments of your life, the experiences that made you you. Number 2, ask your friends and family. Ask them, what do you think my strengths are? What makes my personality and character unique? Why do you like hanging out with me? Are you humorous, uplifting, dramatic? Do you give good advice? Are you a great listener? The very reason why your friends and family want to hang out with you is what makes your unique personality and niche. And finally, number 3, share your story. Then you'll find your natural audience that you inspire. We're not meant to inspire everyone. That's why every single one of us has our unique stories and our natural audience. When you start to share your story, even if it is in a one-on-one sitting, you'll find the power of your voice. You and I have a story waiting to be heard. Now the question is, do you choose to share it and harness your unique voice today? Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. As always, interesting about your unique voice. You always speak about that and encourage so many others to do the same, because our story is literally very much our own. We own it. We own the experiences that we've been through. The way that we tell the narrative of any of those, it's completely our own. So we really got to step up in that space and think of sharing. You start to share and you feel that comfort level where you've been hiding in the comfort zone kind of disappearing. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm just going to introduce our next speaker, who's also from Singapore, Lim Swee Kim. The title of the speech is Towards a Healthy, Sustainable Planet for All. Swee Kim is a digital entrepreneur who embraces sustainability, inclusivity, and diversity in our way of life. Over to you.
Thank you, Arishta. Greetings and warm welcome from Singapore, the little red dot by the equator. I am Lim Swee Kim. It is wonderful to celebrate International Women's Day together with all of you as we continue with our commitment towards creating a more equal and better world for all. In the past, equality was usually measured like a double pan balance scale, similar to a weighing instrument called dachin in Bahasa Melayu. This instrument was also commonly used in traditional Chinese medicine shops in Southeast Asia during the last century. This balance scale is also used by the American Association of Justice, as it commonly represents justice, fairness, and equality. And in present times, not only men and women are important, but also children, seniors, old folks, including those who may be physically disabled at birth or due to injuries. Many of us know of Sir David Attenborough, the natural historian and broadcaster who had taught us about the importance of all living creatures, including mammals, reptiles, insects, fishes, and also natural habitats such as jungles, mountains, trees, grass, rivers, seas, including the sun and the moon. Sir David actually reminds me of my late father, Lim Hock Seng, who had passed away in 1996. And perhaps this is why I feel a strong affinity with Sir David's appeals to us to do more, to protect our one and only planet Earth. We have taken so much from Mother Nature, especially in the last 100 years. And thankfully, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we began to realize how much natural resources, plants and animals, the human race had destroyed. We had many warnings about global warming and have seen crazy weather all over the world, resulting in fires and floods, and also tragically loss of human life. We have wasted so much human efforts and monies to grow crops and rear animals for meat, which did not provide us the yields which we were expecting due to disease, droughts, and natural disasters such as earthquakes, hurricanes, and tsunamis. Fortunately, some of us have tried to be wise and did our best to build a healthy, sustainable planet for all. Thus, I'm pleased to share that right here on Earth, our world's topmost green, clean air, climate countries in the world with the most sustainability-minded lifestyles are Denmark, Luxembourg, Switzerland, France, Austria, and many more European countries. Denmark shows the most consistent cutting-edge commitments towards clean and green climate change initiatives. The presence of wildlife in their forests and natural habitats is a clear indication of their successful green policies. In Asia, Japan leads the sustainability index with their reliable public transportation, clean water, and renewable energy. The World Economic Forum reported that only 2.3% of Japan's population is exposed to unsafe drinking water. Singapore has the honor of being in second place for Asia, and it performed well due to low water and air pollution, with efficient energy and transportation system. I'm proud to share that Singapore also has the most efficient electric grid, with only 1.8% of its total electric power produced being lost. But we in Singapore still have a lot of work to do as we overconsume our petrol, food, and various other consumables due to old habits which must change. For example, we need to increase our reliance on clean energy sources such as renewable energy, which presently constitutes less than 2% of our total usage. Now, New Zealand is a clear leader in renewable energy with 24.6% renewable energy production. It is also a leader in air quality and green spaces, and is well known as a country with an estimated 10 sheep to every New Zealander. But one area which all countries need to give higher attention to is our waste. We need to reduce our plastic waste by leaps and bounds. And guess which countries score poorly? Yep, it's Singapore, Japan, and New Zealand again. And this time tops in the negatives. Plastic is a very harmful waste to our ecosystems, and we must take more initiatives to reduce its production. Plastic waste generation is the root of many of the world's problems affecting our sea creatures and also our soil. These plastic particles are entering our food chains, and many countries do not realize that the distribution of microplastics through our sewage systems due to plastic particles from our garment fibers when we wash and clean them. is causing a huge danger to our water supplies and also animals in the sea. Thus, we hope that everyone from all communities around the world will turn this COVID-19 pandemic from a tragedy into an opportunity for us to reset, reorganize, and rebuild a better, sustainable life for ourselves by healing our one and only living planet and Mother Earth. Ms. Claire Chiang, a dear friend from the Rotary Club of Suntec City and one of the founders of Banyan Tree, had begun her sustainability work for more than 30 years now. So many of us had begun this good work since the last century, and we must continue for the sake of humanity and our living planet. Over the past year, we had experienced the benefits of clean air and the return of rich nature naturalized. This unintended consequence of the economic shutdown in many nations resulted in a sharp drop in pollution levels and the return of wildlife. So let us do more for our human race and ensure our lifestyles, policies, practices, whether for business, community, or personal, results in a transformation towards a sustainable future, which is both economically and environmentally fit and strong. We can rebuild a healthy, sustainable planet for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we all need to step up and do our part, ladies, in teaching the next generation, because we only have one Mother Earth. So, not just conservation and, developing renewable energy and so on, but the biggest, I think, monster, like you pointed out, is waste. So we need to do a lot more in that, understanding what it is and how do we, cut back and change old habits. Definitely. Yes. Okay. Peter, would you like to do the hourly draw for now?
Yes, please. Thank you,
Also, before you begin, we have a speaker, Aditi, who has requested after that you've done that maybe she can open segment 2 and be the first speaker. She needs to head off. So I can request Rhonda, perhaps.
Arishta, we have to let Miss Dinah to go first. She's the keynote speaker and she's with us.
Okay, all right.
Right. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Over to you, Peter.
Yes, I'm waiting for my image to appear. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm going to call up the wheel of names, which will be anytime appearing beside me. Let me just call off my virtual, background and move on to here. The wheel of names, please. We have already selected in the background our team. They're working hard. Selected the list of 12 names here, right? And these 12 names are listed here. So I'm going to spin the wheel very quickly right now. And what is the first draw prize for this hour is a webcam. Okay, a webcam for us to watch our time when we speak and we finish. Okay, Florinda is a speaker. So Florinda, you will get a special prize, not this prize. You will get a one-day free tour in Singapore by me. Peter will bring you around Singapore when you're next free and available. Now, shall we move on to the next spin? And we have Dr. Adrian Daisley. All right, Dr. Adrian Daisley, the team will mark down your name. You've won yourself a little webcam for people who need to watch your time or have better clarity in getting their Zoom or webinar done. Now, next draw, you have 2, yes. Next, we have Arishta Khan. Arishta Khanna is the MC for today. Now, as much as I'd like to give you one of the draw prize by the sponsor, I can only say I offer you a dinner with Peter Ng.
Oh, come on, Peter, you gotta do better than that.
All right, let's do another draw. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And we have Wednesday with Diana. Wednesday with Diana, and who's the other person? Dr. Adrian and Daisy. So the two of you, we're gonna send our email address to the YouTube channel. Please send us your details so we can contact you and hand over to you the hourly giveaway prizes from our sponsor. And thank you very much for your attention. Now I'm going to hand over back to Arishta to introduce the next segment's MC and keynote speaker.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Peter. Yeah, I'll be looking for something better than that instead of just dinner. But very enjoyable. It's been hosting the ladies here. Swee Kim and all the other speakers that have just spoken prior to this, would also be joining us on the World Speech Day Live 2021 as speakers that's on the 15th of March. To watch the program, just go to worldspeechdaylive.com and there's a few days we will be going to Zoom, I think, before that. The links will be sent to you. And now I shall pass the next segment over to my, to the next host, which is Rhonda Bowen, introducing the next segment, which is Breaking Boundaries. So over to you, Rhonda.
Thank you so much, Arishta. We really have enjoyed watching all of the wonderful ladies that have spoken so far and are looking forward to the next section, which is about breaking boundaries. And as more and more women have become educated, they bring with them perspectives that empower them to break away from traditions and embrace new ways of perceiving the world. We've heard so much about that today from so many of our speakers. And that's what we're going to be concentrating now on in segment 2. And to start us off, I really am very pleased to introduce to you Ms. Diana Abruzzi, who is the chair and founder of the International Women's Federation of Commerce and Industry. She's a business leader who champions the advancement of women in business around the world. And in 1992, she set up the Chamber for Women Around the World, and she only had 60 business cards when she started. In the meantime, this has grown, and it now comes with new trade routes open to female business owners around the world. She's been an advocate for small and medium-sized businesses going global, especially in these days that we're living in now. I'd like to turn this over to you, Diana. Thanks so much for being with us today.
Unlock myself. I always have a habit of forgetting to unlock myself. Thank you very much, Rhonda, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this very memorable time. I'm that's right. Today, I would like to speak to women from all nations, coming together for the good of all and not just the privileged. We have no control over our past. That is history now, other than we can either forgive, forget, and seek vengeance, or forge ahead and learn from our past. I suggest that forgiveness and forging are the most empowering options for self-healing, self-improvement, and self-determination. Going forward, based on this, we can have the greater control of our outcomes by the enlightened choices we make today and into our future. Through our experiences, we have the right to challenge those issues that disrespect, inhibit, or persecute us from living a fulfilled life. Based on the universal principles of individual freedoms and equal opportunities brought about by the tide of enlightened human progress. Right now, our world is changing all around us. From the impact of COVID-19, with new advanced technologies being ushered in, and governments around the world grappling with how to reset the global framework. So as a consequence of this, separate to whatever you are doing right now, you must prepare yourselves for change and choose the right mindset to deal with it. For some, this may look all a little dim, but in the long run, it represents newfound opportunities. But at all times, be prepared to think for yourself and challenge what does not sit right with you. For at all times we must be unto thine own self be true. And within these changes, there's a renewed awakening with women, realizing there is strength in unity with other women, where they no longer compete with each other, but are filled with a greater need to forge relationships in these changing times through trust, transparency, and shared passion to create the future. I'm also a great believer in the power of one, how through determined individuals can change the course of a nation. And within these changes taking place, it is imperative we have a clear vision of our own lives with what we believe to be true and important, and what we want our children to grow up into and become. And it does not matter if you're the head of your family or chairing your children's school council, a member of a political party, or a director of a company. Acting courageously on your instincts will always be the most important part of your job. But becoming a leader does take courage, determination, and passion for what you choose to believe in and to fight for. This willingness to step up is not easy at first, but do not be afraid, for you will just, it's just a feeling. And a good leader never allows their feelings to cloud their judgment, their principles, and their values. Today, the importance of the role of women in society has grown and grown, with their ability to establish flourishing businesses and they are impacting their country's economies. They're taking leadership positions in natural governances and global institutions. We, the ones who have gone before, have created hope and opportunities to those otherwise may not have ever been there before. So take courage in knowing this. No business or economy will ever be capable of reaching its true potential without the increased involvement of women and their empowerment. It is just not humanly possible. And once we understand this, and we continue to take our place and have a voice at the table, we can begin to face the issues and the challenges ahead with greater confidence and humility, knowing that no challenge is too great. So my challenge to you today is, how are we going to survive any reset, reform, or revision? Well, there's only one way to survive any evolution, and that is adaptability. And the obstacles preventing adaptation are not just physical or legal, but it's mental. The enemy is not robots or other new technologies or even immigration. It's stagnant thinking and complacency, and the sense that you either do not need to change because you feel safe, or cannot change because you are insecure and don't know how. There's many like that. Well, if we do not learn, we will not survive. So be open to the new things and have the courage to evolve and adapt. But whatever you do, do not repeat the mistakes of the past, for then you are a fool. We must first challenge, and we have to, if I can even say it, before we even take on the world, we have to first challenge our own personal environments to change. We must change our minds and take responsibility for our own actions. We must not point the finger, but accept our own personal responsibility to move beyond fear, selfishness, and superiority to a place of deep understanding and care for the benefits of all. And in order for us to make a significant contribution in the world, we must have an acute understanding of our own gifts, embrace them and live them. To own who you are is to be clear about what you value and what you are here to express and contribute. It involves prioritizing oneself and one's needs so that one can be fully present. It involves moving into your own skin fully so that you can voice and show up in any way that allows your full expression. So in summary, believe in yourself. The key to your resilience and success is to believe in yourself, despite your changing circumstances. Have courage and determination. To survive change takes courage and determination, and most of all, a willingness to step up and step forward because it will not be done for you. Accept personal responsibilities for true change. We must accept our personal responsibilities to see, adapt, and move beyond. Move beyond fear and selfishness and superiority. Faith, love, and humility are powerful things for a leader to embrace for the benefit of all. And finally, in this new economy, as leaders and as indispensable pillars of our society, we will have an even greater responsibility to making sure we continue in creating a better future for those that follow. You have my support and the support of IWFCI, and I wish you all well in Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana. This resonates so well, I think, with so many of us who've been working at this for a very long time. And you've given so much inspiration to those of us who've already started on the journey. But as we say at World Speech Day, to those unexpected voices, those new people who are maybe just looking for the way to start now. So we really, really appreciate all of the things you've done so far for all of us women in the world, and look forward to what else is still coming. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us today.
Thank you.
So we've had a slight change in schedule, and I would now like to introduce our next speaker, who comes from India. Her name is Aditi Krishnan, and she would like to speak to us today about being a true woman, the name of her talk. She's an IT student who believes that women are the face of this generation, and that we need to encourage girls to challenge themselves to be strong and powerful beings. Over to you, Aditi.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Aditi, and I'm from India. And wishing all you women out there fantastic International Women's Day. All my love and support to all you ladies out there. So today I'll be speaking about the significance of empowerment of women around us. A true woman. When one thinks of strength, bravery, courage, being valorous, what is the first thing that pops into your head? For me personally, it's a woman. Every woman that I've known of, my mother, my sisters, my girlfriends, they embody the aforementioned. A very well-known fashion designer, Diane von Furstenberg, once said, "I've never met a woman who's not strong. They just don't exist." Women are like water that can take the shape of any vessel it's contained in. They can take up any hurdle that comes their way without a flinch of thought. Their competence is not what is imposed on them by society, but what they envision their dreams and realities to be like. We're equals to our male counterparts and should never let anyone make us feel less deserving or less worthy of our objectives and purposes in life. Yet, considering what I said earlier, we continue to underestimate ourselves and limit our worth to just the curveballs that are thrust onto us rather than chasing after them. We should not feel culpable of our ambitions and desires, rather be completely unapologetic about them. It is now a necessity for us to actually build up the courage to challenge ourselves at every step of the way, rather than catering to the norms of society. Because there's no such thing, big or small, that we cannot take on. And it is our moral responsibility to empower women around us to challenge themselves from their daily routines. Statistics state that more women in the workforce tend to be more beneficial for economic development and businesses. Women, being sensitive beings, can be deemed to be useful because they look at every situation rationally rather than being hasty. Their temperaments are such that they can come up with any solution to incredibly difficult problems. Women can also be deemed to be very beneficial for men when it comes to the financial stability of the household, because the entire burden is rested on the men. Equal participation in day-to-day activities can bring about a collaborative and synergetic process, which can end up bringing women with confidence and a sense of self rather than dependence on someone else. For all of this to occur, we need to educate young girls and empower women to be daring and take incredibly fearless actions in their respective lives, which would end up paving the way for upcoming generations to come and young girls to follow through, and also empower them to be valorous and audacious. That is, being a true woman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aditi. So great to hear that we know that we can be looking to ourselves and find the strength we need, not for only for ourselves, but for our families and for our businesses. We thank you so much for your help and appreciation today. I'd like to move to our next speaker, who comes to us from Singapore. Her name is Dong Mai Chin, and her topic today is her leadership growth through the pandemic. She's been a human resource professional for 22 years, and she believes that coaching her staff to become better versions of themselves is so essential so that they can go on to create a better world for themselves. Chin, over to you.
Thanks, Rhonda, for the interesting and beautiful introduction. So, hi everyone out there who are listening to us from the various social media. This is Ching from Singapore. Now, looking back on the year 2020, it was a year of reflection, awakening, and resilience for all of us, wasn't it? Our traditional pathways of success was quickly made uncertain by the COVID-19 pandemic. The year 2020 taught me many, many lessons. I could never forget about it. As leaders, we all strive to be transparent, build authentic connections, and demonstrate courage with others. In the journey to become an effective leader, I have learned that leading through empathy and compassion can go a long, long way in my leadership journey. You may ask me, what is empathy and compassion in leadership is about? Well, I personally believe that it is the ability to acknowledge the emotional impact, to offer open communications, and build deep emotional connections with others. To infect others with your positive energy and show them that how much you care about them. It is about putting aside business as usual messages and stepping up by having honest and tough conversation, whatever it is around your people needs, such as childcare, mental health, and financial burdens, so that you can connect deeply to them at the human level. Now, deep human connections require a deep understanding of what motivates your people or the people around us, so that we can quickly address issues, put ideas and resources in place to support their well-being. I learned that having genuine compassion for others starts with having compassion for myself. It involves acting the same way towards myself when I am having a difficult time, suffer, fail, or notice something I don't like about myself. Now, imagine if I am overloaded and out of balance, it is impossible for me to help others find their balance. I remember the pandemic hit Singapore last March 2021. It was when I took time at home to clear my annual leave. And soon after, I received a notice that we was not to return to the office, stay where we were at home. It was then my work and life changed totally, never get back to the same as it was. I started to fear and panic about my future, the future of my loved ones. I felt hopeless, depressed for being locked down here with uncertainties. If I could travel back to Vietnam to see my mom, as I did not know how to manage work and life at home, my life was overwhelmed. Change out of sudden, my usual day got longer with a lot of missing in movements, human interactions, and I struggled to find my balance back. It was the turning point when my mental, physical health got worse. I had to seek doctor's consultation as there was many questions, why running through my head. I started to realize that I could not live and carry on to live this way. I could not change the reality by blaming to myself, but to accept it. I finally woke up, took action to do whatever, just to make it different, to transform my lifestyle, to take care of my own health more, and to be more happy instead of fighting against stress, frustration, and struggling with my self-criticism. I set boundaries for my work and life. When it's come to the nighttime, I need to have my dinner. I cannot have a meeting ongoing until midnight. Getting back my quality sleep, taking breaks during the day, even work out, control my diet with health supplements so that I can get my balance back. Now, looking back, I am glad I have chose to challenge myself to transform through this difficult time, to become stronger, happier, with full positive energy by letting go of self-criticism for what I could have been done or I could have done differently. Most importantly, I have compassion for myself and give myself kindness and care as to others. And I really wanted all of you to know that we all learn and we continue to learn from each other. As women, it's our natural strength to show compassion and empathy to others, but to ourselves. To all the women out there, you deserve to have compassion for yourself. Listen and care for yourself. Be kind to yourself so that you can continue to extend your care and kindness to others and inspire people around you with your compassion. There will be many hard days, weeks, and months ahead. Things will not always go the way that you want them to. You will encounter frustrations again, losses. You will make mistakes, bump up against your limitations, fall short of your ideals. These are human conditions, a reality shared by all of us. The more you listen and care to yourself and for yourself, the more you will be able to feel and lead others through compassion as you honor and accept your humanness. This is your strength to all the women. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me to come out and share my story with you. And happy Women's Day to all the women out there. Thank you. Over to you, Ron.
Thank you so much, Chin. What a wonderful story. And although they were very many difficulties for you, you've overcome that and gotten yourself back into balance and are helping others to do that as well. We really, really appreciate you sharing this part of your life with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
For those of us who are in the audience, we need to remember that, as we just had a few minutes ago, there are these drawings that are coming up with the nice wheel that Peter is showing us. If you'd like to take part, just go to the YouTube channel and you'll see it under hashtag World Speech Day Live. If you like, share, and comment, your name can be put on the wheel to be one of the lucky few chosen for the next hourly draw. We look forward to seeing you there. I assume our next speaker is Trin Gwen. Are you here? Suzanne, is Trin coming? You're muted. Suzanne, we don't hear you.
Sorry. Rhonda, can you hear me?
Now I hear you, yes.
Okay. Trin told me that she needs to go off for a while, but she's coming back at 6+.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So the next person we'd like to introduce, who has recorded a video and submitted it ahead of time today, is Li Pu Yen. And she's from Japan, and she's going to, in her video, she's going to share with us ideas from unpaid work and what we can do to rebalance. She's a girl who's gritty in pursuing her dreams, a mother who loves consciously, a leader with a vision and courage to lead others to create environments filled with self-confidence and self-love.
This phrase, unpaid work, is well spoken by many. According to United Nations Women, unpaid work stretches from cooking and cleaning to taking care of children and the elderly. Unpaid work is widely recognized as the backbone for thriving families, communities, and economies. So important that if all of us stop doing unpaid work, the global economy would collapse and the society would stop functioning. Unpaid work happens across men and women. So it is a matter of fact that women do most of the unpaid work across the world, thus leaving us with less time to learn and grow, to rest and relax, and to engage in paid work. Have we all thought of why women are the main contributors to unpaid work? My version of answer is this. It's not that we want to. It's that this is what we learned since young that we should do through our parents, our environment, our culture. Growing up as third-generation Chinese in Malaysia, with a culture where girls are meant to be looking after the boys at home, I still have this memory from young when my mom shouted at me for not tidying up my bed. When I asked why would my two other brothers not have to do this, the response I got was, because you are a girl, the boys can be opted out as girls would do the tidying up. I disagreed with that wholeheartedly, and I still disagree with it today. But for years growing up, I witnessed countless times when my mom would tidy up my brother's beds whilst I got disciplined if I did not. Despite the rage within me on the unfairness, the experience that something much bigger within me. Specifically, a seed was planted inside me. This seed was the belief that girls should be the ones doing household chores and not boys. And that belief has led me through my life into adulthood, into my marriage, and into my parenting to my two young children. Have any of you experienced something similar? That we let the beliefs and thoughts planted in us since young to lead our lives to this day without questioning it? More importantly, when we feel that it's too much, we lack courage and resilience to set boundaries. Why? Until last year, I didn't think the option to speak up and to ask for a change was available to me. When COVID came, many of our lives got shook up like a major earthquake. Suddenly, there was no access to external childcare support. Offices were closed. All of us had to live, learn, and work at home. It just all got too much. I decided that I had to do something to readjust the balance or the imbalance of household work at home. At the time, I was fortunate enough to be on a journey to learn about mindset and group of thoughts. I realized there is some work that I could do inside me to successfully rebalance this unpaid work in my household. And this is what I did. I stopped believing that I am the only one who should be doing all the household work at home. I replaced it with the new belief that a household is more effectively maintained as a team. So I practiced and learned to reach out to my husband and my children for support and help. As a result, I gained free time. And I leveraged that free time to learn and grow, including getting trained as a therapist. On reflection, if I had not decided to make that change, the experience that I share with you today wouldn't have been possible. To adjust current imbalance of unpaid work between men and women, I believe there is a decision to be made inside us as females. That is, do we still want to continue to be the dominant contributor of unpaid work? If your answer is no, my suggestion is let's learn and practice to speak up, to ask for help, and more importantly, change how we think and feel on unpaid work. Above all, let this advice be my gift to you today. People treat us based on how they see us treating ourselves. Let's decide how much unpaid work we are to do and not blindly follow what others tell us how much we should do. After all, we are the driver of our own life. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Iram Selvi, Global Development.
Although she couldn't be with us today, we would like to thank Li Puyen for her wonderful thoughts, especially for the ladies and the gentlemen in the audience and what the balance for those things mean as well. We're now going to move to our next speaker who comes to us from India. And I'm hoping that I'm going to get her name pronounced correctly. If not, I'm sure she'll help. Ilavenil Termarvalanfund. And pardon me if that wasn't correct, but the message she has for us today is so important. Don't be afraid to be afraid. As an educator and a citizen scientist, she has gone from becoming a shy introvert into a confident public speaker. She wants to use her experience to help others transform their lives. We're so happy you're joining us today.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ilavenil from India. I teach astronomy, I do public speaking, and I'm a citizen scientist. Now, courage. Let me tell you what I think about courage. Courage is when you look fear in the eye and say, get out of my way, I have things to do. Or at least that's what I used to believe. Let me share something that happened that changed my perspective on fear completely. In August 2019, I had the opportunity to attend an international conference for teachers of astronomy and scientists. I was to be the chairperson for a session. I had a 30-minute presentation in front of the best in my field, and it was in France, which meant that I was going on my first international trip. That too on my own. I was excited for maybe a minute. And then fear took over. From leaving to coming back, there were a million things that could go wrong. What if I was questioned in customs? What if I got stranded at an airport? And the most daunting of all, from the airport to the conference, I had to take 2 trains. And I had to switch trains within a 15-minute window. What if I got lost in a country where most people didn't speak English? I tried to look fear in the eye and say, get out of my way. And fear looked back at me with a bigger list of things that could go wrong. As the day of the trip came closer and closer, my fear grew. And I started questioning, is this really worth it? But still, with shaky hands and a pale face and a hurting chest, I set out on my trip. I reached Paris, and then I boarded the first train. It went smoothly till it stopped in the middle of nowhere. The announcements up to that point had been in English and in French, but then they were only in French. I tried asking the people around me, what is happening, what is going on, but they did not understand me. I tried pointing to my ticket to the number and the platform number. They started talking among themselves in French. My worst fear was coming true. I was stranded among strangers in a strange country. But let me tell you what else happened on the trip. My session as chairperson, it went off without a hitch. My presentation, I impressed the best in my field. I made new friends, new connections. I had adventures. And I came back with this meteorite. It is a piece of the night sky I love right here in my hand. When I was gesturing to my ticket and I was trying to talk to people, I found help. Someone got off the train with me and walked with me to the platform from where I had to board the next train. She just squeezed my hand, smiled, and left. Language isn't necessary. That wasn't the only fear that came true. I was questioned at customs. I answered back loud and clear. I was stranded at an airport on the way back. But this time I had friends who I had met at the conference. Fear did not paralyze me when I had to act. I did not have to look fear in the eye and say, get out of my way. Fear stepped back when I had to go ahead. And fear, I now realize, will always be there. Because there is just one place where fear ceases to exist. And that is when we are firmly inside our comfort zones. And for women, it is hard to even find a comfort zone. After over 100 years in the workplace, we are still fighting glass ceilings. Sometimes our challenges come from our families, from the society, from traditions. And through all this, we are expected to hold a brave, smiling face. If those smiling, brave faces turn pale and our firm hands sometimes tremble, it is because we are breaking down obstacles. We are breaking out of our comfort zones for ourselves and for others. So please, don't be afraid to be afraid. Happy Women's Day, everyone, and thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Such wonderful insights about fear and courage and how they go hand in hand. And that wonderful hand of that French person who helped you so much move into your courage. Thank you for sharing. It was absolutely wonderful. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is Pinky Barus. She's also from India. And the name of her talk today is, And Then I Met Someone. She's a motivational speaker and author who tells the world that life is beautiful no matter what. Thank you so much for joining us today, Pinky.
Pinky, you are 4 feet 6 inches tall. Wait, tall or short? Pinky, your memory does not support you. Pinky, when you go for shopping with your friends, where do they go? To the adult section. And where do you go? To the children section. Pinky, you have to work extra hard for others to trust you with a responsibility. Yes, friends, I used to hate myself. But then things change because I met someone special. Now, before I tell you about him or her, let me tell you a bit about myself. When I was in class 7, I came to know that I have a rare health condition called Turner syndrome. Now, because of this condition, the growth in a female can stop just before the puberty. Yes, I fell prey to depression, but I could come out of it only and only because of my family's support. I started seeing things positively. It's okay if I buy clothes from the children's section. I save money. It's okay if my memory does not support me because the same memory helps me to forget things I want to forget very easily. It's okay that I have to work extra hard for an opportunity, but does not that make me more capable? So, under that aura of positivity, I got a job in Dubai in a travel agency. I became a workaholic and was enjoying all the perks. There was no looking back. When I was in the 12th year with this company, my bones started paining. I was 35 years then. Doctors told me, you are 35, but your bones are like that of a 75 years old. Why? Because I had Turner syndrome. I so wish I knew about it beforehand, that this can be the side effect of Turner syndrome. I was not allowed to do a full-time job. I realized there is lack of awareness. I shifted to India and started working as a teacher. Now, this gave me the very much required me time. I realized that I want to tell the world that life is beautiful no matter what. I want to create awareness about Turner syndrome. But how do I do that? I remember many years back, early morning 2 a.m., watching Shushmita Sen win the Miss Universe title, wearing those white gloves, waving her hands. I wanted to be on stage like her. I love talking, I love writing, so I thought public speaking would be the best option. So, to improve upon my communication skills, I became a member of Toastmasters International. Gradually, I climbed the stairs to different platforms, different corporates, and even the prestigious TEDx stage. I even organized a Turner's Got Talent show. But how did all that happen? Well, it happened when I met someone special. But before I introduce him or her to you, allow me to quote another Arthur D. Halawati. He said, the secret in getting what you want is knowing what you want. Once I knew what I wanted, a clear goal was in front of me. I went ahead with the plan. Sometimes I even went ahead without any plan, just by believing in myself. I just had to identify my skills and work upon them. But how did I come to know about my passion? It is because I talked to myself. I gave time to myself. I gave priority to myself. My friends, we all have wings, wings of thoughts. We just need to learn to steer them in the right direction. I did that, and because of that, I was able to meet that someone special I met myself. Have you met yourself yet? If not, now is the time. This is Pinky Beru standing 4 feet 6 inches tall. Yes, tall. Signing off. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Pinky. What a wonderful way to think about our lives, not about what size we are, what clothes we wear, all of those nice things, about really connecting with ourselves and knowing what's deep inside of us. Thank you so much for sharing with us today. Our next speaker is coming to us from the United Kingdom. Her name is Esther Daniel, and the title of her talk is Be My Microphone and I Will Be Your Speaker. Esther is a woman with a vision on a mission to empower, engage, and reach out to the less privileged, one person at a time. Thank you so much for being with us today, Esther.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be part of the World Speech Day International Women's Conference. And I'm so happy, even for the little time I've spent on this program, to let us understand that, it ties in with Be My Microphone and I'll Be Your Speaker, because it's about us supporting each other. It's about us getting to a point where we know that it feels as if we cannot carry on, where we've done so much because we're so multi-talented and we think, oh, we can do so much without actually looking out for ourselves. I'm going to encourage us by that title, which is Be My Microphone and I'll Be Your Speaker, to let you understand that there are times we become voiceless by reason of our experiencing as women. A lot of things have been thrown at us. We in some places, just like one of our women have spoken, some people think we're best, made for the kitchen, for the housework, for a lot of, things that, could stop our vision and our mission in life. It's not like we're not, endowed to do those things, but we still carry, much more. We are like a merchant ship, gliding through the seas, hit by a lot of turbulence. But at the end of the day, we still get to, the seashore and we deliver our valuables. So I'm going to be telling you, I'm a coordinator of Beautiful Ashes. I've seen a lot of people being discouraged, being dejected, being rejected. I've been there myself to the point that I felt, even as a single parent, that, I couldn't carry on, even in life. But because I was able to get support, I was able to get advice from, many organizations that I know that a lot of people on this program, there are one or two of those people that are giving, vital life support to people. So please remember, you are your own self. You have the responsibility to look after yourself, because if you don't look after yourself, you're not even able to help other people. I admire women so much, even for the way, we've been created, the way, the strength, that we carry. There are sometimes we want to cry, but then we smile. How does that happen? There is something, special about us, and I'm happy to be a woman. And, I looked at this day, the International Women's Conference, and I felt I should honor you even with the following point, which is the A to Z of women. So get the support you need anytime, yell out if you have to yell out, if you need help. Do not be afraid, do not be shy. People are there to help you. Don't think, oh, maybe, you just want to end it all. Because actually, when you get the support, you'll be amazed as to how much you carry to give to the society, the community that you belong to. So my A to Z of women for you. I applaud you for your bravery, for your commitment, for your dedication to excellently continuing to walk, even in the face of every discouragement, with great grace. Honestly, you blow my mind. I wonder how you juggle your tasks each day, killing two birds with one stone. I see you as a woman, you lovingly even hug the lovable and the unlovable, making sure that they are comfortable, not even minding your own needs. I see you, you perfectly kind of exude confidence openly, but at the end of the day, you perfectly, hide your fears. You're queen with that crown, and yet you revolve around your duties, with such splendor. You are like the superhero. You continue at every turn of the moment. You move with veracity through unwinding roads. With extra vision, you leave no stone unturned. You are my strength. You are my source of inspiration. I would say to each and every one of us, carry on with the zeal. And this is my simple message again. Be my microphone and I'll be your speaker. When you are voiceless, I'll be your voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. What a wonderful voice to help all of our voices as well, and giving us something from every letter of the alphabet to consider. Absolutely wonderful. We thank you so much for your contribution today. Our next speaker is going to be Lynette Har. She comes to us from Singapore. And the title of her talk today is Choose to Challenge. She's a coach on a mission to help those in the need to help themselves and discover how they can break away from limiting mindsets. Lynette, I'll pass over to you.
Thank you. Now, my question to my fellow sisters out there is, do you choose to challenge? This is the theme of the International Women's Day of women rising from their challenges. So my question to my fellow sisters, do you choose to challenge? Do you give yourself that choice, that opportunity to choose? Do you dare take up the challenge that life has thrown in your path? As the numerous speakers earlier on had shared, many a times as women, we wear multiple hats from the time we're born of being a daughter to additional responsibilities as we progress on in life, to a working executive, a mom, a caregiver, a walking encyclopedia for our children, the countless sleepless nights when our kids are unwell, the hourly checks on their body temperature, constant waking up to check if they're still breathing, being reassured from the rise and fall of their chest. And the list goes on. Hi, everyone. I'm Lynette Har, your Executive Life Coach, streaming live from Singapore. Join me as I take you through my journey of challenges and choices that made me who I am today. The roles I chose are the ones that became clearer after I chose to challenge myself. But they were not clear then, but they felt right at that point in time. It's kind of like what Diana was saying earlier. I chose to listen to that little voice inside of me, that inner voice, my instincts. Now the question is, are you listening to your voice within? Are you listening to yourself? When I was in my 20s, I started a young family with an unexpected pregnancy. Being married to a sailor whose partner, because of work, took him away from home 6 to 8 months in a year. A new family, new responsibilities. I grew frustrated with the choices I made and was constantly angry at myself. Not wanting to worry my family, I kept it all in, choosing to numb myself with the day-to-day, not realizing I was burning both ends of my candle. The quiet time alone in Vipassana heightened my level of self-awareness, realizing that my time with kids would not return, as I'm irreplaceable in that. I chose to then challenge the norm to keep my baby despite the odds. I chose to challenge leaving corporate when I was at peak. I chose to challenge during the pandemic to dive into my coaching practice. I chose to accept the challenges that were repeatedly thrown at me and chose to take them positively with an open mindset. My coaching journey started and training turned into facilitation and became like a team leadership class as I embarked onto online training. I chose to surround myself with like-minded individuals, communities that chose to uplift, encourage each other. I chose to be an active participant in my family's life. I chose to be an active participant in my coaching community who came together from different corners of the world connecting with a common goal, and that's to improve our skills for the betterment of not only our clients, but to be a better version of ourselves with a heightened level of self-awareness. My fellow sisters, I'm humbled to share this platform celebrating women's rights along with the International Women's Day and World Speech Day. The roles I play in today are of my choice, as I chose to challenge, to take that challenge to embrace the unknown. The new awareness from my roles helped me discover what my mission, or some call purpose, or what my why of doing what I'm doing. And that's to empower others with the skills I have accumulated. And with it, hope that they too can become a better version of themselves. The world is full of opportunities for growth and achievement, but are you ready to challenge yourself, to feel the discomfort as you push yourself out of your day-to-day routine, out of your comfort zone, to have that courage to stay in the right path, to stay true to your passion, learning not to give in when difficulty arises, for we are what we repeatedly do. You only live once, so listen to that inner voice. Stay true, believe in yourself, because there's no such thing as perfection. But in striving for that perfection, we can achieve excellence. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. I quote Aristotle. Believe you can, and you are halfway there. Once you've put your mind in the right place, trust me, you won't quit. You won't go back. It's just like it won't make sense for you to stop halfway to your destination, only to make a U-turn to go back home. You keep going until you reach it, because quitting is hard when you've taken that first step, when you started building the momentum. Before long, a habit is formed and excellence will evolve. Informing those that will hold you responsible for what you said you will do will push you in the right direction. Or have a coach as your accountability partner. That helps too. But the point is, there is nothing to lose. Start to believe that you can. And guess what? You're closer. You're one step closer to your dream. So join us on the World Speech Day on the 15th of March as I share my journey further with the hopes that will help bring about a better tomorrow for you in an equitable world of opportunities. This is Lynette Har, your Executive Life Coach, signing off. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynette. And beyond all those wonderful roles you've chosen for your life, we're so happy you've chosen to be with us today and to share your story. And we look forward to your next talk in March. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're now moving to a set of speakers who are coming to us from the Middle East. These ladies are living in a very unique time when many women in this part of the world are stepping up to be better educated, to have better opportunities in their work and professional lives. And now we'd like to share what it means for them to challenge the conventions that they work with. And we're going to start with Grace Moran, who's coming to us from Qatar. And the title of her talk is What Doesn't Kill You Makes You Stronger. She's a digital entrepreneur, a speaker, and a woman who aspires to see other women rise to become successful and confident. Thank you for joining us today, Grace. Grace, go right ahead.
Are you feeling overwhelmed with challenges, especially during this pandemic? We all face challenges in life, but they should not paralyze us. Instead, help us discover who we are. Through challenges, I have learned to dance in the rain and stand still amidst the storm of life. And Friedrich Nietzsche once said, "What does not kill us, make us stronger." Let me share with you my story. I left home when I was 20 to work in Hong Kong. Coming from a laid-back city to living in the fast lane was just overwhelming. Being Asian and being labeled as coming from a third world country's citizen in the then British territory, finding a prestigious career opportunity was harder than getting a camel through the eye of a needle. My accounting bachelor's degree was a worthless piece of paper. Yet despite frustrations and failures, I relentlessly pursued my dream. But then things got worse before it got better. I got pregnant and became a single parent at a young age. And that was the biggest challenge in my life. I remember going to the public hospital in the middle of the night, alone. I cried in silence, not because of self-pity, but because of the unbearable labor pain, and no one seemed to care that I had been waiting for hours for someone to help me and assist me. But when my son was born, that was the best thing that had ever happened in my life. So that moment was a fleeting glimpse of happiness. I was told my son had to undergo a heart surgery at 2 weeks old. My world fell apart. I sat next to his incubator and watched him cry in pain. Tears streaming down my face as I sang him a lullaby I used to sing him while I was pregnant. And I said to him, "Be strong. Don't you give up on mommy." I can't tell you enough how painful that moment was. To be alone, standing amidst the storm. I was spiritually, emotionally, and financially broke. And that's when I knew I had hit rock bottom. I scolded myself, "Grace, you've got to get out from here. Make some major changes in your life. Set goals, not tomorrow, but right now. You can do this." So that day, I promised my son, "Mommy will never be in this situation ever again." The great thing about hitting rock bottom was I had nothing to lose and nowhere to go but up. It pushed me to do what at the time seemed impossible. And as a single parent, my son inspired me to achieve an almost Herculean task that led to a dramatic positive change in my life. I multitasked between 3 jobs and studied further in my free time. And with sheer determination, I got a job with a fledgling company. I proved myself and worked my way up from being a boring data encoder cum coffee server to financial controller. And I was the only Asian in the company. But at first I struggled and I fought my way to get the same benefits as everyone. People laughed at me. They said I would never get it because I am a woman and I am Asian. But you know what? Nothing is impossible when you believe. Because on the end, I get all the benefits, my housing, my son's school fees, the bonuses. Challenges have the power to transform our lives, and how we handle them make a difference. When we know where we stand and focus on what we want, nothing can stop us. Looking back, that was the hardest part of my life, but fast forward, it made me more resilient to adversities as I chose to challenge, to stand up and believe in myself. It made my life more meaningful. I had developed the ability to cope with any subsequent difficulties and overcome them. I was no longer just existing. I was living. Having learned through these experiences, I just want to reach out to all who are facing the same challenge right now. Challenges are part of our path to success. They enable us to see ourselves at our best and at our worst. They can make us or break us. And the good news is we have all been gifted with the power of choice, but we have to use them wisely. And we will never know how strong we are until we face the challenge and overcome it. I have learned a valuable lesson from each challenge I faced. We are not meant to live in our comfort zone. If we do, we would never experience to grow or evolve. My message to you today is we women should develop our skills to cultivate an independent, fearless, and optimistic mindset that can transform us all into the confident and successful women we deserve to be. So choose to challenge, because what can't kill us make us stronger, better, and wiser. Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Grace. What wonderful stories about overcoming challenges and having the courage to move forward. We congratulate you on all your progress and thank you for sharing with us again today. Wonderful. Now we'd like to turn to Swapna Numborudi, who is coming to us from Qatar and is going to talk to us about reflection on our choices. She's a self-taught artist in sculptures and an advocate in recycling discarded materials and forming them into artworks. Thank you so much for sharing with us today, Swapna.
Thank you. Where you are today in life is a reflection of the choices that you made in the past few years. This thought resonates with my life really well. Hello, everyone. I'm Swapna Nambudri, a professional contemporary artist, and I work with one of the most unpleasant man-made things, single-use plastics. And I chose to use that as my art material. I upcycle them and create one-of-a-kind sculptural artworks, and all from the inspiration gathered around the nature. I grew up in a very normal middle-class family, and taking a career or grabbing a job was a priority. So I did my engineering, passed out in colors, and grabbed the campus selection and got a job as a software engineer in Infosys Technologies. Life went softly. I got married and was blessed with a daughter in 2011. And that time, we had the wonderful time of the life. But there was a twist in the story. I did not know what I was doing with my professional life. I did not enjoy what I was doing there, or neither did I know what I was doing there. And the struggle came, and we had to face that. So me and my husband went through those stressful days and finally had to take the decision that I'll take a break from the software world for some time. And that time, exactly 10 years back, in 2011 Women's Day, I had to take another choice. I was given an opportunity to exhibit few of my works that I had done during that time, during my hobby, and I exhibited few of my work. And the first time in my life, somebody was willing to pay and somebody was willing to buy that artwork from me. That was a game changer or a big realization for me. I have the talent, and if I am willing to polish my skills and invest in myself, somebody will be enjoying that work, or somebody will be ready to appreciate my work. So that day I chose to step down from the software field and invest some time and energy in polishing my skills. And maybe inside me, a voice was telling that I will be able to create or develop a career out of it. So then my journey started. The art career started from there. I practiced every day. I grabbed opportunities around. I got education. I studied, and it was a learning experience for me. The days went, and I got opportunities and I chose to polish my skills through the online opportunity articles available. In 2014, there was yet another twist in the story. Me and my family had to relocate to Qatar. Qatar had yet another experience or a welcome awaiting me. Right after my arrival, I got the opportunity to be part of a wonderful active community of artists and crafters. And that gave me a wonderful opportunity to interact with many artists and talents from around the world. Not just that, we could polish or we could learn together and have the experience, real-time experience, interacting with the audience. And that gave me a big confidence booster. I could face the people. Till then, there were lots of insecurities or inhibitions inside me. The main problem was I didn't have a formal training in arts. So that prohibited or that stopped me from addressing myself as an artist. So I would always call myself as a learning artist. And that day, when I started interacting confidently with the people around me or with the audience around me, I gathered the motivation or gathered the strength to address myself as an artist. Throughout these days, I was learning a unique body of works that not just has a visual beauty, but has some message to pass on. And that's the time when I thought I should give back. I should give back to the society and I should have some meaningful artworks. And then came the plastic bottles or the discarded plastic bottles or so-called trash. And I learned or I chose to take these as one of kind or art material for my artworks. Gathering all the inspiration from the structures and the patterns from the nature itself, I started creating these body of words. And the online platforms, the online galleries gave such a good welcome for these artworks, and I received appreciation for these body of words. That was such a big motivation for an self-taught artist like me, coming to the platform like this and getting interaction from many thousands of artists from around the world, learning from the masters, learning from their techniques and life itself. And in 2018, one of these online platforms listed my sculptural artworks as one of the best of that month. That gave me the motivation to apply for various art fairs. And in 2018, I got the selection to participate in Tokyo International Art Fair. 20 of my sculptural artworks were exhibited there. And that same year, I did my first ever solo exhibition. The next year, I got selected to exhibit at Amsterdam International Art Fair. Recently, I was the only expat artist participating in one of the biggest art show happening here in Qatar named Reflection. And in 2020, I had the honor to share my work for the students at Hampstead University in London. So these are all the reflections that I believe that my choices in the past few years had given me. And I chose to stand with my guts and instincts throughout these days, starting from the day I stepped down from the software field and decided to stick on to my passion and interest. The day when I chose to take art as a career. The day when I chose to work with most unconventional art material, the discarded trash plastics. All these days, all these choices have made or molded me as an artist and as a person. Will these artworks change the world? Maybe not. But I believe such initiatives will be an example for individuals or for the society or for the community and for government to take much bigger initiatives. And collectively, it can create an impact. And I strongly believe that creativity can create a sustainable or much better future. While winding up, I would like to quote Michelle Obama. There is no limit for you as a woman can accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swapna. I think something that you said that really touched me was the fact that when you said you were learning artist and then you said you were an artist, we're all still learning in all of the things that we do. And that's one of the main reasons for us to be here today, to learn from you and all the other wonderful people who are giving us their time and their inspiration as we go through our world now. Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diana May Tahende, and she is coming to talk about man's greatest challenge. She's a corporate professional who travels internationally and is now virtually spreading messages of hope, empowerment, and charity. Thank you so much for joining us, Diana.
Thank you, Rhonda. Raise your hand if you are amongst those who were productive during the pandemic. Did you learn a new skill, read new books, or perhaps you enrolled yourself in an online course? Whatever it is that you did for the first time outside of your comfort zone, or whatever it is that you discovered about yourself, I am so proud of you. For many of us, this pandemic has been a wonderful birthplace of so many amazing opportunities for self-growth. We were forced to stay at home. And as a hardworking expat, I finally had the time to pause, rest, and to relax. I wallowed in the comfort of my bed and savored my self-care routine. I enjoyed every bit of my slow-paced new normal until the dreaded virus was able to make its way into our home. Fortunately, I was spared from it. Yet the kind of stress that I experienced was incomparable. And then after a week, I was let go at my job. It was then that the pandemic became so real to me. I had to find a new employment to take care of my mental health and to secure the needs of my family. The walls that I built around my sheltered life suddenly crumbled. In such a time like this, it was easy for me to be self absorbed, to just drown myself in my own misfortune and to shut off others. I was busy playing as a victim of this pandemic until I came across a news article about people hoarding grocery items. And then there it was, heartbreaking photo of an elderly woman crying in front of empty supermarket shelves. That photo spoke volumes to me, and I was reduced to silence and tears. The empty shelves were only a testament that we are just as anxious and as terrified as everyone else. We are driven by our fears and our need to survive that sometimes we forget to be respectful and kind. Some others would resort to insolence and sadly violence. Yet, this culture of apathy, this culture of not having concern for others is even deadlier than the virus. Then I came to realize that in the face of adversity, man's greatest challenge is to look beyond oneself to see the greater need. Our greatest challenge is to be able to feel compassion and importantly, to act on it. For me, I'm extremely grateful that I am surrounded with amazing, selfless men and women who, in spite of their own share of struggles, continue to give and to share. Through them, I became a recipient of compassion, of goodness, and of love. And the most amazing thing is that once you receive it, you can't help but to share it. And whatever you share and give out of love magnifies. Now remember the new skills that you learned. May it be baking, graphic design, starting a podcast, whatever it is, these new skills are your tools to be of service to others. And the wisdom from the books that you have read, that could give comfort and enlightenment to the people who are feeling depressed and perplexed. And the self-care routine that you developed, girl, you needed that love, not only for yourself, but you needed that love to overflow from within so that you will have an abundance of love to share, especially those who are most in need. My dear fellow sisters, you are intelligent, you are amazing, you are brave, generous, loving, and kind. You are a miraculous spring from which flows compassion, goodness, hope, and love. And our challenge is to give of ourselves unafraid. Our challenge is to give this away unafraid. Our challenge is to love unafraid. Now, are you ready to take up this challenge? Raise your hand and together let's say, yes, I am. Back to you, Rhonda.
Thank you so much, Diana. for reminding us of all the things that we've done over the past year, especially that we maybe aren't even thinking about anymore. All the new books, all the new things that we've learned. Absolutely wonderful. And to go out and share it with the love that you've done for us today. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Anna Ori, who's originally from Hungary, but now also living in Qatar. And she's going to speak to us today about how face yoga has changed her life. She teaches face yoga and wants to help men and women become younger and healthier in their lives. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Anna.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. First of all, I would like to share with you my past, what happened to me to become a face yoga teacher. On this beautiful Women's Day, you will learn something from me and you can implement at home every time. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a model, a dancer, a writer, everything actually, a supermodel, a singer, really everything. But as we see, it didn't work out because sometimes the life comes in between and you are listening to your parents and they want only to have something good for you. And they pull you back and they are saying, no, I think you should be a teacher. I think you should be still play chess. So everybody around you pulling you back and you are not listening to your own feelings and your fear in the way where you have to go because you have to follow your fear. But let's forget the old past. Past is the past. Let's live in the present. But of course, I got married and I got 2 kids. And I realized that day by day, I'm getting older and tired. The kids, they woke up at night, you didn't sleep, they were sick. Then the friends, they give you advices that it's better if you do with your kids that one. It's better if you go to work in this field. You are good in this one, you are good in that one. But nobody knows what you have to do and in which field you are good. So back to the face yoga, how I learned it. Because my husband told me that, girl, you look so tired. Your face is getting snaggy and you have wrinkles. Don't you want to do Botox? And I said, not really. I don't want to have Botox. Thank you very much. Because I think we women, we have other way to help our beauty. First of all, it's coming from inside. So whoever tells you that you look really bad and you need Botox, I suggest you don't go for it. First, feel yourself good in your body. Take care of yourself at least 5 minutes per day, not more. I'm sure everybody has 5 minutes in the toilet. Just close your door, close your kids out and do the exercises, what I can share with you in this small video. So really take care of yourself and let me show you that how this face yoga changed my life and my lifestyle. I wake up early in the morning. You don't have to, but I change my routine. I wake up at 5 o'clock just to have time for myself. You can have at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock during the day, no matter what, but these 5 minutes is ours, girls. If you want to be happy and feel yourself really good in your body, just take care of your posture. Do some exercises. You can turn on your camera now and we can do a few exercises together because we are sitting here in front of the Zoom and most of us since 4 hours and we feel tired. Am I right? So the speeches, I love whatever you did, but let's move our butt, girls, our faces. So turn on your cameras. Do some stretches with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and always breathe through your nose. Are you feeling different that you moved? I'm sure you are much happier because if you are happy, you open your chest and you are not looking down like a sad person. So first of all, in the face yoga, you have to watch your body. You have to stretch your spine and always look up, not like on the phone, like the whole time like this. Come on, girls, put up that phone or just throw it away. But now take a photo and you will see yourself when you are looking down on the camera, on the books, whatever you have in your hand. You look 5 years older at least because your face is snagging. We have 60 muscles on our face, ladies and gentlemen also. All the human being has muscles on the face and we don't exercise it, only just our body. Don't you want to look always younger? Turn back the clock. I want to, and my husband wanted also, and I don't want to do it with any feelings, nothing at all. So I will show you a few exercises so you can feel good in your body in the rest of the day. And please repeat it tomorrow and every single day. Take a deep breath through your nose. Just relax. And put your hands on your forehead. And we stop moving our forehead so we won't be tired and wrinkled anymore. Put your hands. Push it back and keep your chest open, shoulder down, and open your eyes wide. Don't wrinkle your forehead. You are holding it, am I right? Okay. Breathe in through your nose and out through your nose. And now open your eyes and I will count till 10. 1, 2, 3. Open, open, shoulder down. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now check if you can open your eyes without wrinkling your forehead. Just get this one every day in the bathroom, anywhere, and you will be happy forever. And now I wish you a beautiful day. Happy Women's Day, and see you on the 15th of March on the sorry. See you on the 15th.
Thank you so much, Anna. Great things for us to be doing with our faces, beautiful flowers to look at. What wonderful inspiration you've given us today. Thank you so much. We've had a slight change in schedule. I'd like to now announce Ms. Nida Sabah, who is going to speak to us about raising the next female leader to power. Because she has lost her loved ones, Nida has driven her life to be living it to the fullest as she's become one of the top peace negotiators in the country. Thank you so much for joining us today, Nida.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to listen for every woman today. They bring happiness for us. Thanks God, and thanks for everyone working for peace and reconciliation to make the woman happy now. Only they concern, they're not happy, divorce and stuff like this. But in my age, when I been 10 years old or 9 years old, was awful. But now it is, I'm very happy to hear all the people, they suffering from minor things. Imagine in 9, 10 years old to catch your baby sister piece of meat of your hand. And to live in anger and frustration and revenge many years after, then you realize you have peace in yourself. You have forgiveness for yourself and for the people around you to not happen again with other people. Let me go with you for a small journey, a very short journey. In 1975, the civil war started in Lebanon, and my story and journey started there. All of us have stories. These stories shaped our life and create who we are now. I was born in very nice beauty and nature habitat. where peace, love, happiness were passed on through generation. The place was where I born, where I spent my childhood, playing with my brothers and sisters, collecting wildflower, chasing colorful butterfly, singing and laughing. Until one dreadful day, long ago, I was playing with my brothers and sisters nearby our house. It is small, like with meadow. Suddenly, a shock wave knocked us down. Then, an ear-deafening explosion. Boom! Terror spread to that land. The vast amount of smoke, dust, rubble from the bombshell obscured the sunlight and blinded me temporarily. The aroma of the gunpowder replaced the aroma of the wildflower. Giggling and laughing become wailing and howling. When I was able to open my eyes and come back to my senses, I saw my 4 years old sister body lay ravaged and torn into pieces. Her face was almost unrecognized. The rest of her body looked like a piece of meat mixing with rubble and dust. And part of her body was missing. I was terrified, crying and screaming for help. You know, my sister was died or killed or whatever you want to name it. And alongside her, a piece of me also was buried. That moment, you know, it shaped my life and set me down for a long journey. I am standing now in front of you. I become resilient and full of determination. From that moment on, I found my purpose to do whatever it takes to prevent war and killing. Through this journey, I become one of the most successful negotiators on the subject of peace and reconciliation, with the skills of creating roadmap and security and peace. Most nations, you know, they have no female leader. And I've been through my journey all my life working with men. So female, it is a very beautiful creature. We need to change this immediately. I am in front of you to calling on you all to work together with footing with men. Lady, let's change this. I know the compassion of woman can bring peace and stop innocent to be killed in war and conflict. Woman, let's work together to empower ourselves. Lady, lead the world. I know mother will have peace and love and compassion in her heart. She can lead the world in peaceful way with our men. You know, 100 years, we have civil war all over the world. We have killing, bloodshed all over. We are just piece of a human living in fear. What's going to happen with us tomorrow? Woman, let's work together to empower ourselves, to lead the world toward justice and peace. We need peace instead bombshell. We need peace instead war and bloodshed. We need peace instead killing innocent. Let's raise the next female leader to power to make this world a better place. Thank you very much. I appreciate today to talk with all of you nice, beautiful ladies. And I'm happy you having very nice life. It doesn't matter. Small problem here, small problem here. Comparing with my problem, it is nothing. I love you all and happy Woman Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Nita. Although you've had to overcome some very terrible things when you were so young, it's given you the strength to move forward. And we're so happy that you could share that strength with us today. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is called Afreen Maksoud. She is coming to us from Qatar. And the title of her talk is Today's Dreamer Girl, Tomorrow's Visionary Woman. She was the champion of the Global Gavels Club Speech Contest in 2021, and she envisions a peaceful world with empowered women, and no crime. Thank you so much for joining us, Afreen.
You're welcome. We all admire, idolize, and adore the superwomen and heroines who inspired and changed the world. Mother Teresa, Rosa Parks, Princess Diana, Oprah Winfrey, Malala Yousafzai, to name a few. They all deserved to be looked up to for what they have done undoubtedly. Hello everyone, greetings for the day. I chose to challenge myself, a 12-year-old dreamy girl from India, currently living and studying in Qatar, gets to address an amidment and grandiose house filled with the finest and elite women from around the world on this International Women's Day. My question to each one of you is, who is your superwoman, your heroine? Any celebrities? Your mom, grandma, aunt, teacher? Anyone you could think of. But let me tell you that you and I, each one of us is a superwoman, the heroine of our own life. Every girl, every woman in this world for that matter is a superwoman because we belong to womanhood. I wish to share a personal story today. When I was 9, my family and I went to India for my aunt's wedding, which are fun and never ending. Out of nowhere, a group of boys started making fun of us. I ran and informed my parents, but they were too busy. I repeatedly asked the boys to stop disturbing us. Instead, they threw fruits at us. So we stood up and fought back. This time, the boys threw crushed fruits at us. All the fruit juice spilled on our dresses. Some of my cousins and my sisters started crying. Oh my God, girls are crybabies. Na boo boo, girls are crybabies, shouted the boys so loud that my ears were to bleed. At last came my dad and told the boys to stop disturbing us. I was relieved. It was time for me to clean the green fruits, so I called all the girls and boys to help me. To my dismay, an uncle said, "No, not the boys. It's the girls' job to clean. Besides, why did these girls even try to compete with the boys? Girls are not strong enough." Those words were like a gunshot wound to my chest. I was speechless. That is when an elderly auntie appeared as a fairy godmother who pacified us and said, "Girls, you are the strongest. Your strength is to create a clean society. The world is peaceful because we women advocate no to violence." Her words inspired me. From then, I decided to have my voice heard. I decided to take every opportunity to have my voice loud and clear, and here I am today. Her words resonate within me even today. Olives are crushed to create the finest olive oil. Grapes squeezed to create the best wine. Diamond is just a chunk of coal that goes through high pressure. We girls, Women, no matter how ridiculed and mocked, we come back strong, stronger than ever. This day is a sign of love, respect, and gratitude towards women. And to all the young and dreamy girls out there, we are the future visionary women. Our voice, thoughts, actions today is the life tomorrow. We are the ones to plant the seeds of value among people, water them and nourish them and let them grow into a garden of noble society filled with love, compassion, integrity, respect, and dreams for a better future. And to the visionary women, continue to be an inspiration to everyone. We are the superwomen, the heroines, because we belong to womanhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Afreen, for your loud and clear message to all of us. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're now going to move to our next speaker, who is Trin Gwen. She's joining us from Japan. And the title of her talk is Living in a World of Labels. She's a medical doctor and a mother who's lived in 3 countries during her lifetime. She believes that nurturing children to become grateful and happy human beings is a key to a better world for tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us today, Trin.
Thank you very much, Rhonda, for the introduction. Labels. Look around us. Everything is labeled, from the clothes we wear to the food we eat. It's so easy to label because that's how we make sense of our world. We categorize everything in little boxes to organize our reality. And this process is innate to babies, and babies do this as young as 4 to 5 months old. We don't just label things, we label people too. We label them based on their sex, their gender, their education, their profession, their sexual orientation, their political party, etc. Part of my job as a medical doctor is to label my patients. Patients come to me with a set of symptoms, and it is for me to figure out and label them. You are diabetic, you are asthmatic, you have coronary heart disease. For the majority part, labeling is helpful, but it can be problematic when we put labels on ourselves, and these labels hinders our own growth. I'm not good with direction, I'm not good with languages. When we put that kind of labels on ourselves, what we really say is, I'm not going to learn a new language. And that stops our own self-growth. Worse off, labels can be detrimental when we start to believe those labels put on us by others and let those labels become part of who we are. My mother is a doctor, a breadwinner of the family. She's an Asian tiger mom who has very high expectations of my professional and financial career. So when I was living in London, I told her that I'm moving to Japan for my husband's job to focus on family life and to bring up my 3 beautiful children, to be closer to home in Vietnam so I could visit her more often. Her reply was direct and full of disappointment. She said, so what are you going to do? Are you going to be one of those stay-at-home moms? There it is. She labeled me SAHM. But the problem with this acronym is it sounds like sham. It sounds like shame. Why do we shame those women who choose to focus on family life, choose to nurture the children, the future of our world? This acronym does not do us justice. I searched high and low to see if there's an alternative terms out there. What did I find? Housewife, homemaker. Even in Japanese, the term for wife, the kanji for wife is okusan kanai, and it literally means deep inside the house. Everything is connected to home. But more often than not, stay-at-home mom are multitasking, being present everywhere. We don't just stay at home. Those terms are outdated and need to be updated to promote the role that we are playing on everyday life. I think a better term for those women who choose to focus on family life, choose to nurture the children, to be an OPM, omnipresent mom, or dare I say, omnipotent mom. It should be the term for all the moms out there who are doing so much to nurture the children. Women, we fought so hard to be free from home, free to get education, free to work. But I believe the true freedom comes when we take off those labels, take off those expectations, and live up to our own volition. Friends and fellow women around the world, we are living in a world of labels. But don't let those labels cloud our life experience. Take those labels off. Experience things for what they are. Experience people for who they are. And live your life for who you are. Blind wine tasting has never been so important. Here's a glass of wine to all of us. Cheers. Happy Women's Day. Thank you. Over to you, Rhonda.
Thank you so much, Trin. It's too early for me to have the glass of wine, but I'm thinking it with you. Wonderful, wonderful message about us remembering who we are behind whatever is on the outside, whether we call it a label or something else. Absolutely wonderful message. Thank you so much. We now have another lady who couldn't join us today, but has recorded and submitted a video for us to watch. Her name is Iram Saridi. She comes to us from India, and the topic she's going to speak about today is India's shadow pandemic, domestic violence. She's a global development professional and human rights advocate who raises her concerns for the rise of domestic violence in India. Welcome with me, Iram.
Hello, everyone. I'm Iram Saridi, a global development professional and a passionate women's rights advocate who has worked across the corporate and social sectors in South Asia, Middle East, and North America. Thank you, World Speech Day, for giving me this opportunity to speak on an urgent women's rights issue, which has come into sharp focus globally during COVID-19. I refer to domestic violence, also known as domestic abuse, intimate partner violence, spousal violence. Domestic violence is a manifestation of gender-based violence against women. I will talk about domestic violence today in the context of India. Domestic violence is India's top gender-related crime as per the official crime statistics. It gained the added title of India's shadow pandemic during COVID-19, and for good reason. Women were forced to stay indoors with their spouses and partners. Their access to support services and other resources such as legal, mental, and counseling were cut off, and their exposure to violence from the partners increased greatly. And it comes as no surprise then that the National Commission of Women in India reported a 2.5 times increase in the domestic violence complaints received from March 2020 when lockdown was imposed in India. In 2019, almost 31% of the 4 million cases of crime against women dealt with cruelty by husbands or relatives. So basically, 31% of crimes against women in 2019 were of domestic violence. 30% of women in India have been emotionally, physically, or sexually abused by their husbands at some point of time in their lives, yet only 2% reported to the police. Why is domestic violence still a reality in modern-day India? The root of this lies in the pervasiveness of this issue. It's not that Indians don't know that it is a morally or legally offensive crime, yet they choose to ignore this common knowledge. And the reason is the deeply entrenched patriarchal and misogynistic culture in which we all grew up, which normalizes the tolerance of this issue. 57% of boys and 53% of girls in the age bracket of 15 to 19 consider wife beating acceptable. Now, it has become so common in India that domestic violence is dismissed as like a normal part of a marriage and relationship. It is also shrouded in this culture of silence and shame. It is a hugely underreported crime. And the reason for this information asymmetry is known to most of us. In India, additionally, there is the class-based digital divide. Now, 57% of women in India don't have access to mobile phones. So how will they access or reach out to these domestic violence hotlines or the domestic violence apps? Now, this is not to say that there is no legal recourse for women in India who are seeking protection from domestic violence. India has very robust laws, protection of violence from women, protection of women from Domestic Violence Act 2005, Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, certain sections in the Indian Penal Code 498A 304B. These all give ample protection to women, yet most of the survivors fall through the cracks. And the reasons are lack of legal awareness, lack of financial and social support, and an overburdened, antiquated, and sometimes prejudiced judiciary. Domestic violence is an endemic issue in India. Today, on International Women's Day, I make an urgent call of action to all of you, to women not just in India, but across the globe. Let's choose to challenge the silence around this issue. Let's choose to make this issue mainstream. Let's choose to challenge the social, cultural, gender norms which produce and perpetuate domestic violence. Let's choose to challenge toxic masculinity. Let's choose to demand accountability from the state. Let's choose to inculcate a code of civil behavior in men around us. Let's start with the men and boys in our own homes. Let's choose to challenge our deepest held beliefs and value systems. Let's pause for a second and question our own unconscious bias towards each other as women. Women are the custodians and the practitioners of patriarchy as much as men are. So let's stop and pause for a second. Let's choose to honor the survivors of domestic violence. And domestic violence is not a private matter. It is a public matter. All of us have an equal stake in it if we want to keep our families, children, and societies safe and free from this menace. Thank you.
Wonderfully, Ram. Thank you so much for sharing these very important ideas with all of us. Now I'm going to move over to Peter, who's going to help us with the next lucky draw.
Hi, Rhonda. Thank you very much, Rhonda. Hope you're hearing me. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Right. Next round. We promise all our audience out there who are watching from the various YouTube channel, Facebook Live, and whatever social media that is being shared upon, that hourly we have a draw. It has been 2 hours since, so we have to create 2 draws. Shall we bring up the hourly wheel of names of all the new names of the audiences that have commented on the YouTube channel #World Speech Day Live? All right, this is the YouTube channel. Oops. Okay, right. So the rest of the audience who are watching this, remember to subscribe, like, and comment, and then let us draw the next 2 lucky winners for a giveaway of a webcam. That's how a webcam looks like. We have here, I think it's Guarantee, right? Guarantee, wherever you are, I think we will contact you via Facebook or YouTube. All right. Next, shall we have a next draw, please? Quickly. The screen is a little bit too tiny for my comfort. Let me just pin it. It's Jaron Neal. Jaron Neal, and guaranteed, congratulations. You are this round's hourly draw, the 2 lucky winner for giveaway. So we'll be contacting you via the YouTube channel where you left behind your comment. All right. And back over to you, Rhonda. I believe it's the next segment now, right? Thank you.
Thank you. That's right. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for having spent this time with us today so far, and we're moving into the next section. So we're looking forward to even more wonderful speeches from both ladies and gentlemen who are here to help us celebrate International Women's Day. World Speech Day has been working on bringing out unexpected voices in the world for a very long time. And this is the newest activity to have a special day for International Women's Day. And two of us have worked on this a lot. I, in my role as the international coordinator of the Global Advisory Board of World Speech Day, and the lady that I'm now willing to, and really wonderful person I would like to introduce, who's going to take us through the next segment. This is Vino Pillay from South Africa. She and I have worked together for a very long time and are so happy to be with you today and working together to make the world a better place for women and for men. And now I'd love to pass it over to her, Vino. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you so much for that introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. And most of all, a happy International Women's Day to you. In this segment called Creating New Horizons, we will discuss the possibilities open to women to rise from their current state of being, how they can reinvent their way of thinking and making choices so that they can create a better world for all. To show us that they choose to challenge with their wisdom, insights, and inspiration, we have a unique blend of social activists, students, mothers, storytellers, authors, and many, many more. So to start off the segment, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker. We have a pre-recorded video from her. She is Professor Tulisile Madonsela. She is a Forbes Africa Person of the Year 2016, a highly accomplished legal professional, a key figure in protecting the integrity of South Africa's judicial system, and an advocate for gender equality and social justice. Join me as we welcome Professor Tulisile Madonsela.
Once again, greetings to everyone, and thank you for commemorating this important day with regard to advancing women's human rights. This year, the United Nations and UN Women have asked us to pursue the theme, Choose to Challenge Inequality. My decision, which is the same decision for the Tumor Foundation and the Social Justice Chair, is to choose to challenge indifference to social injustice. You would ask me why concern ourselves with social injustice on a day that is about women's rights and women's equality. Well, the disadvantaging of women, the discrimination against women is a social injustice. The Social Justice Chair at Stellenbosch University has borrowed the United Nations approach to social justice, which is similar to the approach taken by the ILO. We define social justice as a situation where there's equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms, where the humanity of every person is affirmed. And this can only occur in a society where we see this expressed in the just, fair, and equitable distribution of all opportunities, resources, benefits, privileges, and burdens in a society, in a group, or between societies and groups. And you'll agree with me that this has a gender dimension to it because women are a group that has over the years been excluded from many opportunities, resources, benefits, and privileges in society. And women are a group that has tended to be subjected to a higher share of burdens in society, particularly the burden of care, the burden of looking after families, the burden of procreating society and looking after children without that being regarded as weak when we calculate GDP and other economic indicators. So why choose to challenge indifference to social justice? I think that the best way we can advance women's equality is to take a holistic view of advancing social justice. Social injustice is a systemic problem. It comes primarily from two things. One is indifference to difference. The other is indifference to disadvantage. Because historically, it wasn't indifference to disadvantage or indifference to difference. It was blatant discrimination on the grounds of difference. So what is the solution? We talk about mainstreaming gender as the solution in our time. In other words, we say that when we make policies, when we design programs, when we design plans or services for humanity, we need to think about what will this do to difference and disadvantages experienced by groups in society, women being that group. So mainstreaming gender is about mainstreaming equality considerations in everything we do so that those that are left behind are not further pushed behind. The UN says we must choose to challenge inequality. At the Tuma Foundation and the Social Justice Chair, we say that challenging of inequality should start with ourselves. Because just firstly, why is there inequality? Historically, it's because laws discriminated. But today, it's not because there are laws that discriminate. It's because we know the fact that people are already unequal, and then we treat them the same, one size fits all, and then people fall through. So choosing to challenge inequality means avoiding policy decisions and plans that are not attuned to the needs of women and men equally. Policy decisions that also do not seek to reverse existing inequalities. In South Africa, our constitution requires us to attack inequality because the constitution commits us to building a society that is based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. And it's very clear in Section 9.2 of the Constitution that equality includes equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms. And Section 7.2 says the state has a duty to ensure that everyone equally enjoys these human rights and freedoms. So therefore, advancing social justice is about fidelity to the Constitution. It's also about fidelity to international human rights obligations that as a country we've voluntarily accepted. One of those instruments that give us obligations is CEDAW, that is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Okay, I've indicated to you that it's mostly about the law, but it's not just about the law. It's also a social issue. It's also an economic issue. Socially, as long as there's injustice somewhere, there can't be sustainable peace anymore. We know, for example, that children that have been brought up in environments where women's rights were violated, where their mothers were subjected to domestic violence, end up they themselves being victims of domestic violence or being perpetrators of domestic violence, and their own life chances are undermined in society. They don't grow to have a fulfilled human potential as the Constitution of South Africa promises. So that's just one social issue around the need to advance social justice. Another social issue is the fact that those who are disadvantaged do not take things lying down. So in a society where there's social injustice against any group, there's likely to be conflict. And in societies where there's conflict, women tend to be the one who bear the brunt of that. That's part of the social consequences of ignoring social injustice. What is the economic consequences? It's a stunted economy. Our economy is not growing. We talk about GDP that is very low. We talk about poverty that is increasing. We talk about inequality that is increasing. If we capitalize everyone by making sure that we mainstream justice, that we capitalize women and men, and we capitalize all communities, urban and rural, we're likely to make sure that our community grows, our GDP grows, and we have sustainable development. Is this possible under the M Plan for Social Justice? We think it's possible. Under the TUMA, Siyazakela Enterprise and Communities Project, both which are about using sustainable development goals to help people lift themselves up, we believe that it's possible. But ultimately, using tools such as mainstreaming gender equality instruments, and one tool that we have, which is called Social Justice Impact Assessment Matrix, we can change the way we design policies to make sure that they respond to difference and disadvantage. So the solutions are there. Don't think, though, that you have to do big things such as the M Plan for Social Justice or mainstream gender to make a difference. Mosquitoes make a huge difference, even though they're small. We too can make a difference, just firstly, by not being part of the problem. Two, by making the difference in small ways, even if it's just about helping people to cope with COVID-19 needs for food security, digital inclusion, etc. That will make a difference in someone's life. But ultimately, choosing to challenge indifference to social injustice requires that we engage with policymakers and always ask the question, will this advance men and women equally? Will this disrupt existing gender imbalances? Will this disrupt the feminized face of poverty? And if we answer this as yes, then we can proceed with those policies, programs, and services. And I do know that we can do this. Thank you.
Audience, what can I say other than you've had the opportunity or the privilege of listening to Prof talking about social justice. And just to let you know, Prof is the awardee of about 50 or more than 50 global and national awards. She has received 8 honorary doctorates of law degrees, and more recently, the Knight of the Legion of Honor, which is the highest decoration in France. And Prof has even had a rose named after her. All of this in recognition for her work in social justice and the defense in the rule of law. So on that note, I would like to hand over to Peter to do the hourly draw.
We have just did the draw earlier before Rhonda hand over to you. So we have not gotten enough comment to pick up names for the next draw yet. So would you like to continue until the end of the segment, end of the entire event, then we'll do the draw.
Sorry, I see Susanna just sent me a message to say that D. Lana is our first speaker. So D. Lana will be talking about Together We Are Stronger. As an author, women empowerment coach, and entrepreneur, Dee is passionate about giving a platform to global voices and promote the value of productive relationships with all working in union with one another. Let us welcome Dee.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. It gives me great pleasure today to speak on this occasion of celebrating women all over the world. We made it to International Women's Day 2021. Congratulations. We deserve to be celebrated, not just on March the 8th, but every single day of the year. It's our day when we come forward and we celebrate all the years that we have come through, every struggle that we have come through. And remember, we're not alone. Whatever life has thrown at you, we are together. We have come through a pandemic and we're standing strong. There was a woman, 19 years old, who got on a boat and left the shores of Africa many, many decades ago with the hopes and dreams of coming to a new land with just her love in her heart to come and join him and start a new family. She had dreams, she had aspirations. She wanted to raise a new family, start a legacy. We lost her a year ago in March 2020, just before the pandemic started. Yes, that woman was my mother. But we're here today to celebrate her life and celebrate the 4 beautiful women that she left behind as her legacy. Yes, we are so grateful to her and what she could have done and what we will carry on for her. It has been quite a year. When she gave birth to me, she was unable to look after me for many years, so she gave me up to a foster woman. I didn't get a foster mother that was great in the beginning. I was abandoned by my own foster mother and looked after by a dog, an old lady, and their little child. My dad came to pick me up and found me abandoned in my cot with a dirty nappy and wrapped me up and took me back home. But it was because of that unfortunate episode, I was able to find the one woman in my life who gave me that hope and love. Yes, that was my next foster mom. She had 2 children of her own that she gave birth to. But she had so much love in her heart. She was able to shower love over me like I was her birth child. I never for one moment thought that I was a different color or I was different from the whole family. She loved me like her own. She knew that in the family, you have to start there and build them up and make there a unity in the family. When there is unity and love in the family, you build strong adults, you build strong women. So I am so grateful to her, God rest her soul too, that I was able to be loved by this woman. And she showed me what family is truly all about. We must come together and we must try and celebrate one another. Sisters around the world, when you see your sister's crown is crooked, help her to adjust it. Reach out to her. There's someone out here today that really needs to hear this message, that wants to be lifted up, that doesn't want to be forgotten. Maybe there's someone who's gone quiet on your WhatsApp group. Reach out to them, talk to them, find out what's going on. We are all one. We are reaching for the same thing. Allow me, if you will, to take you back to Mother Nature and tell you a story about a tree. But it's not just one tree. It's a group of trees that have given us a very great example of how we can come together and help one another. The sequoia tree. It can grow up to at least 375 feet tall in the forest, but they're never alone. They always grow in groups. They grow like in a family. And you would think that such a tall and mighty tree, the roots would grow down as well to 700 feet or whatever, maybe double to what the tree is. But no, the sequoia's roots only grow to about between 6 to 12 feet. But the secret is the roots don't grow down. The foundation of the sequoia tree doesn't grow down, it grows sideways. It reaches out, it searches for its companions and anchors together to hold them strong. No matter what life throws at the sequoia tree, no matter what storms come their way, they stand strong together. And that's my topic today that I bring to you, standing stronger together. If we hold each other up, if we search each other out, if we anchor each other from the roots, we can weather any storm. There are so many strong women out there that I admire and I love. From Indira Gandhi and Margaret Thatcher when I was little, up into the 90s, that come and there was Oprah Winfrey on the telly. What an inspiration for me. And come forward to the 90s, and we have Michelle Obama. Oh, I was so proud to be a woman. And then now we have Kamala Harris in the White House. Oh, I am so proud to be a woman. I am so, so proud. Let us take the example from these trees and reach out and anchor our sisters, anchor one another. Because when we anchor strong families, we can build strong neighborhoods. And from strong neighborhoods, we can build strong communities. And strong communities go on to build strong cities. And strong cities build strong nations. And strong nations can change the world. Let's be that change. Let's be the one that reaches out and searches for those people. Don't say, oh, I'm okay, I'm all right. I've got through it, I can do it. No, let's look for those that need that voice, need that platform. They need a sister to hold their hand. They need that person to help them be as strong as they are. And together, we can be stronger. Thank you. I hope you will receive this message and we can work together at the crossroads. We'll cross over, and stronger together, we will build back this world. Thank you for listening. Happy International Women's Day. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Dee, for reinforcing the strength of women and the pivotal role we play in society. Well, actually, not just in our families, but in society at large. That was incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashna Takhtani of Qatar. The topic of her speech is Be Confident, Be Fearless, and Be Awesome. At almost 13 years of age, she is already a radio presenter, a public speaker, and super passionate about public speaking. Let us welcome Ashna.
Thank you so much, Vino, for that wonderful introduction. And happy Women's Day to all the amazing and fantastic women all across the globe. I am so delighted and honored to be talking about a topic that is very close to my heart. It's how to be confident, how to be fearless, and how to be awesome. So before we get started, let's take a look at what confidence really is. Now, confidence isn't walking into the room knowing that you're better than everybody else. No. Confidence is walking into the room knowing that you don't have to compare yourself to anyone else. When you can get to the place in your life where comparison is dead, where you are good enough, not to others, but to yourself, that's confidence. And you want to know something? You can be good enough right now because you are good enough right now. Perhaps you just need to change your mindset. That's all. And when you do have greater self-confidence, you are willing to take smarter risks. You are able to move outside of your comfort zone more freely. And that gives you more freedom from social anxiety. So now that we've taken a look at exactly what confidence is and why it's important, let's now look at a few tips and things we can do to improve our self-confidence and become a more fearless and awesome person. Tip number 1, kill ants. Now, we all get negative thoughts sometimes, right? It's part of being human. But what's really important is that we shouldn't let these negative thoughts control our way of thinking. So the question is, what can we do to prevent these negative thoughts from affecting us? Simple. We kill ants. Now, you're probably looking at me with a really confused expression on your face, trying to figure out how killing ants will help you get rid of your negative thoughts. Well, ANTS is actually an acronym, and it stands for, well, the A in ANTS stands for automatic, and then the N stands for negative, and then the T stands for thoughts. So ants are nothing but automatic negative thoughts. And the way to getting rid of these ants is with abracadabra. Because again, ABRA is another acronym. The A in ABRA stands for acknowledge. You see, the first step to actually getting rid of these ants is to acknowledge that they exist. Now the B in ABRA stands for breathe. And what I want you to do is I want you to imagine that the air all around you is filled with positivity. And I want you to take a deep breath in. Ready? Get that positive air in you. Right? Now the R in ABRA stands for release. Now I want you to release that negative thought. Take it out of your system. And the last A in ABRA stands for align. Obviously, now that we've kicked out our negative thought from our system, it's time to align it with something more positive. For example, if your ant was, oh, I don't know this, I'm going to fail for sure, then align it with something like, I don't know this yet, but I'm not going to give up. So next time you feel an ant just creeping inside your head, you know what to do. You can simply kill it with abracadabra. Now, tip number 2, confront your fears. Now, we all know that fear is nothing but false events appearing real. Yet still, because of fear, we tend to not take certain decisions or certain actions which we may not know then, but those decisions and actions could really benefit us in the future. So what do? Well, it's up to us to ensure that we don't let this fear get in the way of us and our success. Confront it to defeat it. Get rid of your fear. And tip number 3, never give up. While it would be an amazing thing to become a self-confident, a fearless, and a more awesome person in one go, in reality, it's impossible. So if you're trying to gain self-confidence, if you're trying to become more fearless and more awesome, then remember that it will rise over time. It's up to you to make sure that you are patient and that you do things consistently, and you will see your results. So guys, remember that each one of us can be confident, fearless, and awesome if we choose to be. The whens and ifs, they're just a mental game, and they don't matter. If you want to be confident, if you want to be fearless, if you want to be awesome today, right now, then give yourself permission to enjoy the things that provide real pleasure. Discipline yourself, set goals, kill ants, confront your fears, and never give up. And remember that you could either be your best friend or your worst enemy. It all depends on how you talk to yourself. Because the difference between a confident person and a non-confident person is the matter between the ears and the chatter inside. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, Veena.
Ashna, I have no doubt that you are going to do extraordinary things as you go along in your life. I will never look at ants in the same perspective or the same light again. You've given us an interesting perspective on self-confidence and some valuable tips to go with it. So to introduce our next speaker, we have Zakia Zubair Molal from the UAE. Speaking on Be Your Own Support System, Zakia is brought up in Qatar and lives in UAE. She is an architect, an artist, and an entrepreneur that deals with bespoke gifts and interior decor. Let us welcome Zakia.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. If you ask me who's your best friend, who supports you the most out of all situations, who gives you all that confidence and say, you go girl, I would say it's me myself. Well, this speech itself is an example. I was introduced to World Speech Day in just 3 days back, and immediately my inner self told me, don't hesitate, girl, just go for it. Yes, I would like to share my story on how I turned out to be my own support system and how that has changed my life. Good day, everyone. I'm Zakia Zubair, founder of Zach's World, an online home business that deals with customized and personalized handmade gifts and interior decor pieces. I remember being a very ambitious and imaginative child. I loved anything colorful and creative. I imagined myself to grow up as a confident, independent woman, wanting to do something worth remembering in life. I got my first earning through handmade clay jewelry and henna designing at the age of just 12. Well, maybe that's when the young entrepreneur in me started off. Designing was a passion, and I pursued my higher studies in architecture. Things changed a bit after that. Though my plans were to start my career too soon after my studies, it didn't go as planned. I got married and had to take a break for about 3 years. I had my elder son at the time. Meanwhile, there was a point where I did try to start working, but I had people around me, intentionally or unintentionally, stopping me from that. Someone remind me, saying, the basic essence of being a complete woman was letting go of your dreams, compromising and sacrificing your priorities for others around you. I wanted to show such people that it is possible to chase your dreams even with family responsibilities. I decided no matter what, I wouldn't give up. Meanwhile, I had my second son at the time. My kids were just a year difference. Well, you can imagine how handful it must be with 2 toddlers at home. Once and for all, I realized if I didn't support myself to go for my dreams, I was just going to be a stay-at-home mom who would have her degree papers carefully kept in her document files forever. I wasn't sure on how to start and decided to get back to acrylic painting, as it surely served as a stress buster to the least. I started an FB page and Instagram page. I posted my works there, and unexpectedly, I started getting custom orders. It was the start, and I never turned back. From her to the next, people started ordering handmade items from me. I would have late night works when everybody else would be sleeping, not to forget intervals of breastfeeding my baby in between and getting back to work every 20 minutes at 3 a.m. in the morning. But I was determined. I thought to myself, I don't want to regret 10 or 20 years from now and think to myself, oh, what plans I had and look how I ended up. I strongly believe if I start working for it, things will surely fall into place. Meanwhile, my husband and I decided to build a home back in India, which is when I got an opportunity to become the architect of my own house. I got a lot of appreciation for my designs, and since then started getting freelance residential projects as well. Now I run a home business successfully, enjoying my love for designing as passion and profession, along with a happy family of 3 adorable kids and a handsome husband. If I had waited for the right time, right place, I'm sure this wouldn't have happened. If I had waited for others' validation, I wouldn't be able to do any of this. I was my best appreciator as well as critic. As I started working for it, my husband realized my passion, and ever since, he's been my biggest support. So remember, unless you work for yourself, nobody is going to do it for you. Instead of giving excuses, I would say, bloom where you are planted and make the best out of it. Remember, you are the only one in charge of your own destiny. Unfair things may happen to you, unfortunate times may come to you, but you always get to choose how you respond. Hope my story inspires at least one person to get back to her dreams and start today. Happy International Women's Day, everyone.
Wow, that was absolutely fantastic. You are strong, brave, determined, and you remind us all that we all have talents that we can tap into when necessity calls for it. And I think you are amazing, and I wish you everything of the best on your journey. Thank you so much, Zakia.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Val Alino from Colombia. Val will be speaking on You Are an Infinite Being of Light. Val is a life, conscious parenting, spiritual coach, and public speaker. She enjoys helping people heal, transform, and reconnect with their inner light and wisdom to live a life that they have been dreaming for. Let us welcome Val.
Thank you so much, Vino, for this lovely welcoming. Happy International Women's Day to all of you. It is my honor to be here, united with so many beautiful women from around the world. Thank you to Peter and Suzanne for hosting this event, for putting endless hours and loving energy to make this happen. Thank you to Adobe, who was the person who introduced me to this beautiful cause. I also want to thank all the speakers because every single one of you have inspired me to do the work that I do. Your messages, I want you to know that they have been heard. I want you to know that every single story and every single message has touched my life. And kudos specifically to these young girls, Asta and Afreen. You are the real deal. The sky is your limit. And on that note, I want to give a message of love and hope to every single mother around the planet, because I want you to know that you are a mother no matter what. Whether you gave birth to this child, whether you had to plan it, whether you have help, whether you adopted, whether you borrowed a child to look after, it does not matter. You are a woman no matter what, just by the grace that you've been gifted to lift another soul up. For the grace that we as women have a mothering heart. And you know what? Sometimes we don't have that mothering heart. We have some good days and bad days. We can have days that we just can't see clearly, and perhaps we are not connected with our loved ones. That does not make you a worse or better mom. Please listen to me. You are an amazing woman, an amazing mother just the way you are. Perhaps some of us don't have the privilege to live with our own children 24/7. And I want to share with you why this message is so important to me in sharing a personal story. Yes, I'm a conscious parenting coach. I've taught teachers, educators, CEOs, people around the world how to connect and bond with their children and to have the perfect family. The perfect family does not mean that you are there 24/7. The perfect family does not mean that everything flows in grace and love and the most uplifting vibration. The perfect family is your family just the way it is. Because those that judge us and label us, we must remember that they are there to give us a lesson, to teach us something. We must thank these people that think that, wow, how can Val continue her career in lifting people now that her family is broken? Now that she does not have her family and her own children 24/7? I want to tell you all, yes, I did hit rock bottom and I didn't have the strength to come out for a couple of months and hit a really bad depression because for some reason I was lacking the strength in my heart to know that no one can take the power in my heart to be that mom. I doubted my career. I doubted if I had the strength to keep on doing the work I was meant to do, to lift people up, even in communities that are hopeless, that don't even have the basic needs to go above and beyond, to look at heaven and say, please help me. And I was able to lift these people up. And it's not I, it is divine intervention. It is the unity of you and source. When you believe that you are one with all, everything just comes into place. And when you feel weak, that you doubt, what kind of mother are you? What kind of woman are you? What kind of human being are you? I want you to remember my story and know that, yes, I have a different relationship with my children, but I have the best one. It works for me, it works for them. And I am closer to these children and teenagers now than many of the women that are out there, because sometimes, yes, teenagers are challenging to be around, but they are not. It's the perspective, the lie, the ideas that we buy. And today I want to release all of you from any perspective attachment of what it is to be the woman, the mother, that perfect human being that has to be at its best all the time. Release that today on Women's International Day, gifted to us by World Speech Day Live. They give us this forum to connect with our heart, to gain the strength just by being in this forum with all of you, connected to the world. We have the power to feel connected to the world, to people that are speaking far and beyond where you are now, and you feel connected. Who can tell you that you are a good or bad mom or a woman? Today, I want you to just hold yourself tight. And if you can, give yourself a hug and know that all the love that you need is inside of you, that you are divine, that you are made by the hand of God. And if you follow your heart, I'm not going to say if, when you follow your heart, you will know that everything is in divine purpose. My name is Val Alino. It is my most uplifting honor to be here with you. I hold you, I bless you, and I am forever grateful to each one of you that are here in this forum or that will watch this video live later. I love you, I admire you, and wish you to always remember that your heart will make its way through to shine through your life and show you what a beautiful woman and what a beautiful mother you are. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Val, we will remember your story, and we will remember how you demonstrated to us that living our best lives has everything to do with living consciously and purposefully. Thank you so much for that. Our next speaker is Rukia Khan from the UAE. Rukia is going to speak on Smile to Move Forward. Rukia is a coach who helps people generate better conversations and supports the building of parent-child relationships. Welcome, Rukia. Rukia, you're muted.
All right. Don't imagine to do this. So wishing everyone a happy International Women's Day. And I am known as a smile strategist. And I got that title from having done a TEDx speech in 2016, where I came up with an acronym for SMILE. And interestingly, I did nothing much with that until life put me in a corner and I realized, yes, there is so much power in my message. It's as simple as saying when you're stuck, you move from feeling stuck to unstuck using gratitude and acceptance. And I say acceptance comes when you smile. And I think a lot of us that went through the pandemic right now, I see it more as a transitional journey. All of us felt a little stuck in those days. We felt like a little overwhelmed. So let me take you on a train ride because it's all about transitions, isn't it? So let me take you on a train ride where you're watching the world outside the window. It's beautiful. There's greenery, there's fresh air, there's mountains, and the rails are unwinding and going in and out of scenery. And then comes a tunnel. a tunnel of where you have to pass through this large mountain and you don't know when you're getting on the other side. It suddenly becomes dark. Suddenly you're a little scared. Suddenly the sounds that you receive from outside are amplified. Everything that you receive as news, as information from near and dear ones is suddenly so amplified and it begins to overwhelm you. So what do you do in such a situation? I invite you to smile. I invite you to smile because I think it's important in this scenario to first and foremost silence your mind. The chatter that you hear from outside, the chatter that you hear within, the conversations that you're having with yourself and others, hush them out. Silence your mind. And once you've silenced your mind, manage your attention. So where is your attention going? Is it going at the overwhelm, the darkness, the fear, the uncertainty, or is it going towards possibility of perhaps focusing on yourself? Possibility of perhaps staying put in your place and nurturing yourself, aligning with your values. Identify the intention. So many of us have gathered here today with such powerful messages, so much of inspiration in one room. What is it that drives you? What is that intention that keeps you moving forward? It's just because you've identified the impact you want to make on the world is why you are moving forward and why we're all sharing this amazing platform of the World Speech Day Live. Isn't it fascinating how commonality brings us all together on this platform? So identify the intention. L, let things go. Let things go. Yes, there have been losses. Yes, there have been misfortunes, so much of suffering too. But what if you could focus not on that, but on the possibilities? What if you could focus on what drives you forward? What if you could focus on serving and giving, right? So let things go. Let go of the labels. Let go of the fears. Let go of the failures. Let go of any experience that is kind of holding you down. And E is energize the possibilities. Put energy into what you're learning, what you're picking up from people who've spoken, people who've contributed. You know, there's so much wealth of wisdom and inspiration here. So what if you could take something from each conversation and put it into action? I'm on a mission to make my name synonymous with the word smile. A big dream, I know. But when people think of why, they think of Simon Sinek. When they think of the 5-second rule, they think of Mel Robbins. When they think of a smile, it gives me goosebumps to say it, but I want them to think of Ruqayya Khan, because my mission is to give the world more in a smile. Because it is a mindset tool. It is the best armor that you could have in life's little battles. So let's smile to move forward. And I thank the organizers and the platform for this time and this opportunity so that I could share my smile. Thank you.
Ruqayya, I think I felt like I was in a movie. I felt like you were taking me forward on a journey, and I look forward. I'm sure we all look forward on going on this journey, moving forward, and doing it with a smile. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Mrs. Durga Sri Mavuru from Qatar. The title of her speech is Predicaments Look. She is a mother and a leader who shows firmness and flexibility. She is a believer of existence and coexistence. So let us welcome Mrs. Durga Sri Mavuru.
Thank you so much, Vino, for those warm words, and happy International Women's Day. Being a woman, you are a born leader already, because no definition in any dictionary can actually encapsulate what you do. It's more, much more than those few words that you find in the dictionary. It's just that we don't let our souls realize that. Unless someone tells us that you're doing well. Being the third child of doctors, education was an involuntary one for us. But having to lose your basic support, your inspiration, your parents at a young age, you obviously are prone to get diverted from your track. There were no flukes. There was a blessing in the form of my older siblings holding my hand. Yes, I was on the track. Today, in my 3 decades of international professional life and being married and a happy mother, I reflect and feel that I, as a woman, always felt that I was addressing my work and my issues on my own timeline. I gave myself a stepmotherly treatment. It was not asked by anyone, but it was just me in my head. Putting myself into that zone led me to neglect what my body and my soul was telling me, for which the repercussions were I had to undergo under the knife of a surgeon many more times in comparison. Who is responsible for that? It's just me. Were there any flukes in this predicament? No. But yes, there was that beautiful message which my kids sent me across a few years ago. It stays with me now. It resonates me every day, reminding me of what is it that I should be doing. This is what it said. Ma, we don't thank you enough. Thank you, Ma, for being there. First, to believe in us and helping us, especially when we needed you. You were that eagle eye, not that prototype mom who was shadowing us, was hovering over us, but you were there to pull us out of the difficult situation and give us suggestions and reviewed it. At the same time, you kept motivating yourself in isolation and grew in your professional and personal life. Today, you're someone who is a turnaround motivator and a source of inspiration to so many of us. This is where I started to draw my source of inspiration, my elements of rejuvenation. So rather than filling myself and solace with self-pity, I needed to let that pass and move on to help myself. This also led me to promise that I would stick around for a few more decades. For this, I'm sure you must have realized that I should be taking care of my health. Touch wood, today, instead of a mini major surgeries every other year, I'm standing in front of you as a graduated mother that I haven't gone under the surgeon's knife for the past 5 years. I've learned to slow down and listen to my mind and heart, trying to resolve their conflict and do what I need to do to live up to the expectations of that promise. In the process, I've gained much more wisdom to realize what really my soul needs. They say that mistakes are stepping stones. I don't know. For me, these stepping stones are necessary for you to learn a lesson. Otherwise, they would turn up to be negative milestones of your life. Today, I stand before you as a trainer, consultant, speaker. Those things don't matter. I stand before you as a self-realized woman that in spite of predicaments, I did not wait for flukes to happen, but stayed with myself and look for opportunities to live better. Time heals almost everything in predicament, but giving time for opportunities is always better than flukes. So ladies and a few gentlemen sitting across, no matter what life gives you, don't wait for the fluke. Self-realization and the opportunities created for your soul are the beautiful stepping stones which leave positive milestones in life rather than feeling sorry, wasting self-pity. Thank you, and over to the beautiful host.
Miss Mavuru, I'm going to have to agree with your children. And I want to thank you for reminding us that only we can make the conscious effort to take responsibility for our rejuvenation at different stages in our lives. So thank you for sharing that. It's an amazing journey that you've been on. Our next speaker is Kirsty Walker from Qatar. Speaking to the topic of why to the why not, Kirsty is a writer and language instructor who loves challenging others to do what they never thought possible. Welcome, Kirsty.
Thank you, Vino. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You may proceed.
Perfect. So good morning, good afternoon, and evening to everyone attending this event, wherever you are, to the audience, the speakers, and of course, to the organizers. And thank you from myself for this opportunity to speak today on International Women's Day 2021. So can you remember the last time you said no to something that you wanted to do, but you felt that you couldn't, or you weren't the right person to do it? The last time you dismissed something, or you didn't achieve something or accomplish something because you felt you were underqualified? Well, throughout my childhood, my parents always told me there is no such thing as can't. It's not can't, it's won't. Oh, I can't was never an acceptable answer in my household, neither for me nor for my brother. I remember being thrown in at the deep end when I was 7 years old, but literally the deep end. I was a bit of a late starter when it came to swimming. I remember clinging to the bar on the side of the pool and looking up and saying, I can't do it. My dad knelt down and said, Kirsty, there's no such thing as can't. So I know I've had a privileged life. I come from a stable home, an equitable home, a stable country. I've always had what I've wanted. So I do appreciate that, same as some of you here on this call as well. But I'm really, really grateful for the incredibly positive mindset that my parents have instilled in my brother and myself since childhood. But despite that, even as an adult, I have said no to and given up on professional opportunities that would have been amazing, or incredible chances to help others or to affect change, simply because I didn't think I could, or I didn't think I was the best person to do it. Somebody else was always going to be better. But these are inaccurate, self-limiting beliefs that keep most of us company every day, whether we realize them or not. And you know what? It's pretty unwelcome company, in my opinion. We all have the potential to achieve more and to do better if we want to, but more often than not, we don't even start. We just say, I can't. So I don't see this as a challenge. I see it as a problem. If it's a problem, then surely there must be a solution, being the optimist I am. So there's a technique I apply on myself every single day whenever I hear those words, I can't, or the words start to formulate in my mind. And I want you to test this technique on yourselves starting from today. It's the tried and tested 5 whys technique of solving a problem. So this came from Sakichi Toyoda, the founder of Toyota Group. He was a master problem solver, and he developed the 5 whys technique back in the 1930s to solve problems on his factory floor. He wanted to dig down to the root cause of a problem. He saw that as more important than just making assumptions from the boardroom. His technique is simple. Keep asking why until you find the root cause. And guess what? If you apply this problem on our own self-limiting beliefs, it works like a charm many times. So if you pass up an opportunity because you don't think you're good enough, just keep asking yourself why until you get to your why not. I'll give you an example. This is just an example. Let's say you are offered the chance to work on this incredible project at work. I can't. Well, why? I've got so many other tasks to do for my job. Why? I guess I'm not that good at delegating, or maybe I can't say no. Why? I don't think I've ever really properly learned how to delegate. Why can't you learn? Well, okay, maybe I can learn how to delegate properly. So then let's go back to the first question, like, how about this amazing opportunity at work? And you've gone through your 5 whys, and maybe now you're at the, okay, why not? You found the cause. This is just an example, but hopefully you'll get the idea. I live in Qatar right now, and by questioning myself why constantly until I reach my why the hell not, I think this has been the reason I've lived and I've worked professionally in 9 different countries. I became a skydiver. I've worked with underprivileged children in South Asia. I've started my own business. At some point, it's closed now, but I started my business, and I'm starting a YouTube channel at 37 years old. It's pretty late to force myself to learn Arabic. I kept asking why until I reached my why not? Let's just do it. So this technique is a basic root cause analysis. It doesn't solve everything, but it does help to drill down and discover where your limitations originate from. You may in the process discover some uncomfortable truths about your own self-beliefs, but it's a very important conversation to have with yourself, I believe. You can identify the root cause of your limitations. Is it possible to change? Is it something you can work on? Or is it even valid? If you can question yourself and move through the 5 whys to reach your why not, whenever an opportunity arises, then the boundaries of what you believe you can do are going to shift quite dramatically, and you can offer yourself and the world and the people around you a lot more. You could start a business, you could fight for your pay rise, you could run a marathon, you could run for office, you could do anything. You could be offering your talent and your skills for the benefit of others around you. And the best part is, if we can challenge ourselves, discard these self-limiting beliefs and move through our 5 whys to the why the hell not, then we're better equipped to challenge not just ourselves, but the environment around us. And that's when I believe we start to see even bigger change. So to use a quote from Tony Robbins, changed for this International Women's Day, don't limit your challenges. Choose to challenge your limits. Get through your 5 whys until you get to your why not. And please let me know how it goes. Back to you, Vino.
That was awesome, Kirsty. It reminds me of a book called The Butterfly Kids, where one of the characters was called Can. And this is to teach children that they need to be able to say, I can, rather than I can't. And I think you've shown us that, there could be amazing possibilities out there if we remove just this one simple word from our vocabulary. And I think I challenge all our, audience and listeners to try doing this and see what is available to them. Thank you. Our next speaker is Adobe Onyekweli from the UK. Adobe was born in Nigeria, and she will be speaking about empowering women with hidden disabilities. As a disabled Black woman and now a motivational speaker, she has a dream to eradicate inequalities and help people overcome adversities. So let's welcome Adobe. Adobe?
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You may go ahead.
Yeah, hello. I would like to thank Peter and Susan for creating this platform so that we can share our views and inspire others. And I also like to wish all the women on this platform International Women's Day. Welcome. When you think of disability, what comes to mind? And what comes to mind when you think of a poor Black woman, Black child being born in Africa with disability? That is in a third world country. It is not something that creates a good picture. I must tell you, where I come from in Nigeria, the only thing for disabled children to look forward to is to being a beggar on the streets, or your parents locking you up in the back room away from prying eyes so that nobody knows that you are disabled. This was the reality that most disabled people from third world country face. My name is Adobe. I'm an author, I'm a public speaker, and I motivate women to become a better version of themselves. But this has not always been my story. The first time I realized I had disability was when I was in my secondary school. I, being classed as beautiful child, I was always proud of myself. Until someone pointed out that there was something wrong with my legs, and I looked down, I couldn't see anything different. Going home crying, I spoke to my mom for the first time. My mom sat me down and she said, yes, you are always going to be different. Out of my 9 siblings, you are going to be the one that will stay at home because all the others are able-bodied and they'll be able to go out in the world. As a child, that didn't mean anything, but it made sense when I grew bigger. And in my late teens, I wasn't comfortable with myself. I would always stay in the back, hide myself, not speak up. Until I met a friend that was a loner. She's got no friend except me. Her name was Pauline. She loved me so much and was always motivating me. I just wanted to stay around her because she is the only friend that I have. Because sometimes in third world, people with disability don't really have friends. Everybody runs away from them. Even the women, the parents don't allow their children to play with a disabled child. Then Pauline told me that I think you should go to London. And I'm thinking, I don't know anyone in London. She helped me to apply for my visa. She helped me to get the letter. When I went to the embassy, I was able to get a visa and travel to London. But Pauline didn't get a visa. When I got to London, the story was even different. I was even subjected to more prejudices. It was during this time that I said to myself that I'm going to try new things. I tried everything. Nothing was working. Then I heard that Pauline that got me to England had died, all because she had her own challenges. And it was in this situation that I started to pick myself up. Throughout my journey, it was the men that were supporting me. I had lots of friends. I had women as friends. I didn't get any support from the women. Rather, because I had a hidden disability and I was hiding it, I was very good at pretending to be normal. But because I felt they would judge me, sometimes when I actually do something good, the able-bodied women will compete with me and even push me out. But in the end, it was a woman that came to support me. That was how I started to relate to people. I now started confidence training until I was introduced to the disability team in the UK. I didn't know some existed. It was there that I learned that being disabled doesn't have to limit you. And I started to create things that will help disabled people. Today, I'm an advocate for people with hidden disability. And I'm also thinking of how women can support. If you're a woman, I have some tips that will help you. Because when you see people that have disabilities or even hidden, I think you should reach out to them. Sometimes they don't want to say, or they're pretending to be fine. No, they are not fine. Even with looking after children, looking after their, taking care of their kids and themselves, they need support. Don't just watch them crumble. Michelle Obama, when she got to the White House, she embraced women from ethnic minorities, women from disadvantaged society. She started a lot of things. Wherever you are, some of the tips could be when you see people that have disability, even hidden one, even though they don't say, you can reach out and support them, create opportunities. Ask if you can support with their shopping, or you can drive them to wherever they want to go. Sometimes people with disabilities don't like asking for help. Today, I'm advocating with my training on how to teach them to ask for help so that they don't have to feel ashamed. So I challenge women to change the social injustice, especially on disability. If you can try that, you'll be helping a lot of people. And if you help them, they can look after their children much better. So I challenge you to help and push forward that every woman has to support each other, especially the ones with disability. Thank you.
Obi, I think you've given us a necessary reflection on the importance of self-love. And you've also reminded us that, we need to be good human beings, support each other and reach out to each other. It's sad that we have to remind our fellow mankind of this, but I guess it has to be done. And thank you for doing that today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Yao from the UK, speaking on the topic of helping people find their life purpose. Michelle was born in Malaysia and now resides in the UK. She used to be shy and reserved. Today, she is a businesswoman with a vision to help others live a purposeful and happy life. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you very much for your intro. And I would like to wish every woman around the world to have a very happy International Women's Day today. So my purpose is to help women to overcome fear of a lot of things that they have been in their mind. Like when I was young, I really scared because I see people and I observe and I was like, oh, it's very scary. I don't want to do this and I don't want to do that. So as I grow up, I have the opportunity to work and to have my own vision when I'm working and develop myself, to encourage myself all the time, to be learning all the time, no matter what situation. So my main aim is to encourage all your women here to have a purpose in your life. And what can drive you? Think about that. What is your goal? What do you want for yourself? We have always been doing things for other people. Not really for, family, of course, but the focus has been 100%. But I would like to encourage women to have your own time, to think about what you can do when you have your time. Start thinking and then build out. You may be having your own dream, but you're keeping it to yourself. Many women of our age, they want the children to grow up, just like my mom. She's a businesswoman, but her main aim is to just bring out the children, give them everything, education, food, everything, until they are grown. And she doesn't have her own time. So I want to tell women today, just plan for yourself. Give yourself the time and to think about what is your vision, and to not be fear. Do not be fearful, because you might not know. But with your learning, your education, you can learn. As I grew from after school, I have to take my own responsibilities. I have to go to commercial schools to educate myself. And later, I have a chance. I have to take another course in secretarial course. And I built up myself with many courses until I came to England. I started in a travel company. As I'm a guide, I'm a Blue Badge tourist guide in London. I welcome you to London anytime. And of course, during this pandemic, we don't have work. So we have many hours in ourselves. And we have to grab that opportunity to learn more. And I am ambitious. I bought a restaurant in 2011, and I had the opportunity to manage the restaurant. And all this time, during my work in the travel agent, in the restaurant, I still develop myself. I go to events to learn from famous people. And this give me the opportunity to break my barrier today. To break my barrier is to speak to you today. That I have the confidence. So my passion now is to help women or anyone to find your passion and also to have a great future. If you don't have money, it's okay. Don't worry. You still can do it. So be positive. Also, never give up. Yes, I am Michelle Yao, a tour guide in London, an entrepreneur, and a life coach and motivation speaker. I hope you all the best and have good health. Please, let's connect. The world is connection now today. Bye and take care.
Thank you, Michelle. Michelle, your life experience has, through that you've illustrated that finding your life purpose is a process, but it is a journey that is well worth it once you've found it. So thank you for sharing that. Our next speaker is Luz Duke from the UK, speaking on the topic of Think Big and Manifest Your Dreams. Luz is from Colombia, living in London, also a transformational coach, and where she wants to help women make mental, emotional, and spiritual changes in their lives. Welcome, Luz. Luz, you're muted.
I'm sorry. I just want to say that I was feeling very inspired with all your stories. Happy day, wonderful woman. And I also want to say thank you to Susan, to Peter, to Ada Ovi for helping me to be here. Do you know that you have the power to think big and manifest your dreams? Whatever you are focused, you will manifest. So you are focused in your circumstances, or are you focused in the woman that you want to become? And today I want to inspire you to start to thinking big, because every moment is a new beginning to start to manifest whatever you want in your life. Because I was always very energetic and enthusiastic person with big dreams. So I traveled from Colombia to Spain to study political science. And I meet one guy, very charming and handsome, and everything starts super good. And I finished my BA, and I start the job of my dreams was helping immigrants, and everything was idyllic. But one moment to the other, he started to complain by here, verbal abuse by here, bad mood, and he started with punching me and start to hitting me. And the things that really made me think I was thinking, next time when he hit me harder, I will leave him. So I would like to ask you, do you feel yourself looking for excuses for not confront or resolve something or with someone that you are not happy anymore? Because I was like that. So think about, we decided to travel to London, from Madrid to London, and I was thinking that things were going better, but what's even worse, I didn't know anybody in London. I couldn't speak English. And he started to blame me for everything. And I started thinking, wow, this is my fault. This is my fault because I didn't have motivation. What is the woman with big dreams just disappeared? I was just stuck. And I didn't know who will believe me. I didn't know who to talk. And when my family called me, or my sister, or my brothers called me, and I tell them, no, I am super happy. He's amazing. I started hiding and hiding. I couldn't know anymore. I was completely stuck. And I remember I knelt down, I say to God, God, I need a miracle. And I remember when I stand up that day, I have courage. And I say to him, I cannot live more like that. I just need to leave to Spain. He say, I will kill you. And I just have confrontation, and I take my luggage and I leave to Spain. I didn't have money in that moment, but I was not broken about the money. I was connected with my spiritual part. I knew I was not alone anymore. I knew that I am human living a spirit. I am a spirit living a human experience, and I was willing to just leave my past behind, and I become the woman I want to become. I become a transformational coach, a public speaker, and do something more about myself, recognize myself. And today I want to tell you, lovely woman, what is your dream? Don't let anyone stop your dreams. Even know yourself. Because our identity tells us you are not good enough. You are not worthy. You don't belong. I thought to myself, why the worst things always happen to me? And I was manifesting that because I was thinking the worst thing happened to me. So you have to take care about what you're thinking, because the manifesting, you manifest unconsciously. And I want to, as I say in my book, it's easy thinking big and manifest your dream. You need to jump in from unconscious level where your identity is broken to jumping to the super conscious, when you are connected with your all spirit, with all the time and space, when everything is possible. And you start to connect it with yourself, you start to love yourself, you start to love others, you feel compassion, determination, passion, balance, resilience. And it's from there that you start to think big and manifest your dreams. I really would like that you understand that you can really go out of your depression. You can go out of your circumstances. You can go out of your anxiety or your lack self-esteem. Because it's really easy thinking big when you know that you have a spirit, you are a spirit living a human experience. You have a light inside of you. You have the possibility to make miracles because you are connected with something bigger than you that can help you to really motivate and go to the other levels in your life. I just want to go to say you, don't leave today or after this speech or tomorrow in the morning. You can wake up with your thinking negative and miserable and bring your past to your present and say, I am not good enough. Or you can start thinking, what is the best expression that I can do from myself and for others? Because you have a dreams and don't give up your dreams. My name is Luz Duque. Don't forget that it's easy thinking big and manifest your dreams. I love you. Happy Women's Day. We are powerful. We can do whatever we want. Just don't give up. I love you. I love you.
Luz, I believe this is what International Women's Day and events such as these are intended for. It's so that the audience can take away the pivotal message that you and many of our other speakers, like Adobe as well, and several others, who show us that you can turn tragedy, you can turn your misfortunes around, and you can rise above your circumstances. So I wish you all the best on your journey. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is Pieta Podgorska from the UK and Poland. speaking on the topic of live up to your full potential with clarity, courage, and confidence. Vieta emigrated to UK from post-communist Poland to seek her dreams, to travel and live up to her potential. She wants women to make a positive impact. She wants to make a positive impact on other women. Welcome, Vieta.
Thank you very much for this beautiful introduction. And thank you very much, the organizers, for this opportunity to speak at this event. Over the years, throughout my own life experiences, I came to learn many valuable lessons, which I had privilege to share with other women who I had crossed my path with. Those women are somebody's mothers, sisters, wives, friends, and daughters. They're all very often playing several roles in their lives and lives of others. They all have different upbringings and different life experiences, and all of them have shaped the reality of their map of the world, and in the process made them either believe in themselves or doubt their own value. One of the things those women have in common is that they all have extraordinary talents given to them at birth. The zone of genius, the unique power. The zone of genius is a one-of-a-kind qualities we humans have in our life, which makes us do certain things better than others. Unfortunately, most of us lead our lives, and especially we as women lead our lives without realizing that we have those amazing potentials hidden inside of us. The lack of clarity and understanding as to what those exact talents are and what we're meant to be doing with them can make us as women lead a life of never feeling good enough. And perhaps if somebody in our life who's an authority figure, a teacher, a parent, or somebody important to us have told us at some point our life has zero value, this can stop us from following the path of discovering what that zone of genius is. I know it really well because I once was one of those women. I came to England as a young girl, aged 23, full of big dreams and hopes of traveling the world. Very quickly, however, through everyday life struggles and traumas of living abroad and just trying to survive, I have lost the essence of who I was. The sudden and unexpected breakup of my long-term relationship right before the wedding has pushed me into depression and made me question everything about myself. Who was I? Why was I here? What's my purpose? Have you ever asked yourself any of those questions? This is when I decided I needed to make a choice about what I was going to do with the rest of my life. This realization was the answer I looked for all along. My pain, my struggles, my traumas, all of those problems finally made sense. They were not mistakes. They were lessons preparing me to find my true life purpose. I never anticipated how much I was going to learn about myself on this journey to discovering my zone of genius, and that the most difficult part of my healing process would be stripping myself of all of my demons, inhibitions, and fears. In order to change and grow, I was forced to let go of my many unhealthy, self-limiting beliefs, which held me back. In the process, I gained the clarity as to what experiences I wanted to create in my life. I decided to rise up to my inner courage to become the person I always dreamt of becoming when I was a little girl. I chose to train as a life coach on a mission to empower other women as they become better, more confident, versions of themselves. Working with those women is now my life purpose. When I think of an example of an extraordinary woman who is a great inspiration to me and somebody who has embodied what it means to have the courage to live in her zone of genius and follow her dreams and passions no matter what, a powerful character comes to mind. A woman of brilliance who was a physicist and chemist, who conducted pioneering research on radioactivity in 18th century. She was a recipient of 2 Nobel Prizes. Her name was Maria Skłodowska-Curie. She was born in Poland and like me, and is a beautiful example of what happens when we as women live and create in our zone of brilliance. I will end my message with Maria Skłodowska-Curie's words. You cannot hope to build a better world without improving the individuals. To that end, each of us must work for our own improvement. Thank you very much for everybody's attention, and happy International Women's Day.
Thank you so much, Pieta. I think that is such a thought-provoking approach to rediscovering your beautiful self. And I think it's amazing that you are extending this to fellow women to find their zone of brilliance. So thank you, and all the best on your journey. Our next speaker is Tayuta of Delhi from the UK. Tayuta will be speaking on the topic of born to stand out, not to fit in. Tayuta is a transformation and parenting coach. She's an advocate in bringing up strong, resilient children of tomorrow. Welcome, Tayuta. Tayuta, are you there?
No, I don't see her. No, she's not. I don't see her here.
Sure. All right. Okay, let us move on. I think our next speaker is Adrienne Dilliard from the United States. Is Adrienne here?
Yes.
Okay. So Adrienne's topic is a girl's voice. Adrienne is an international communication skills coach and author. Through her organization, she helps youth harness their vocal power so that they can ask for and receive what they need to achieve their best lives. Welcome, Adrienne.
Thank you. In March of 2020, my mother was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. It's an extremely severe case. She tried to hide it from us for about a month, and she did a good job of it. But once my siblings and I discovered what was going on, we then experienced a roller coaster, no, terror ride of doctors, hospitals, rehab centers, and ambulances. The most recent incident involved me on the phone with my mom for 35 minutes, listening to her moan in pain and agony. No one came to her assistance. While I was on the phone for 35 minutes, I made 3 phone calls. The first call was to her floor nurse. Hello, could you please go in and check on my mom? She's been moaning in pain for quite some time and no one's gone to help her. Okay, sure, I'll get right on that. Several minutes went by. No one came to help my mom. The next phone call was to the director of nursing at the rehab facility. Hi, do you think you could please go and check on my mom? No one's been in there and she's been moaning for quite some time. Sure, I'll get right on it. Several more minutes went by. No one went in to check on my mom. The third phone call. Hi, could you please go and pick up my mom at? That was to the ambulance. They got to my mom and took her out of there. I do not wish what my siblings and I have encountered for the past several months with the medical professionals. I don't wish it on anyone. But I am thankful to my mom because when I was a little girl, she encouraged me to use my voice. She encouraged me to think. And as a result of me being able to use my voice and being comfortable using my voice, I was able to advocate for her when she was not able to use her voice. Suppose you have a girl in your life who you know needs to be better at using her voice. What can you do to enable that voice? I think that all you have to do is live. L-I-V-E. Live. Listen to the girl. Mom, I had a really rough day at school today. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Come here. Let's talk about it. I initiate the conversation. Kids don't always come to us, but it's okay for us to reach out to them to see what's going on. Hey, sweetie, we haven't had our talks in a while. Let's get together on Friday. Maybe we can go and have dinner and just have a girls' night. What do you think? V, validate her ideas. She could come to you with something crazy. It doesn't matter. Validate the idea. Let her know that you are there to support and help her with whatever it is. Mom, you know how much I love tinkering with computers? Well, guess what? I've decided to start a computer business. Sweetheart, that's a fantastic idea. You are super good with computers. And finally, E, encourage her, even in the small things. It's very easy to encourage someone when they do something grand. But don't forget the little things. Sweetie, your dad and I were so thankful that you spent some time with your brother yesterday playing with his Lego bricks. You know how much he loves Legos, and you know how much he loves you. When we genuinely show interest in what they want to do, who they want to be, then we give our girls comfort in using their voices. We give them comfort in expressing their thoughts. And with that comfort, they realize their voice has power. And when they hear that power that the voice has, then their confidence increases. And once their confidence has increased, they are able to advocate for themselves, for you, and for the rest of the world. Remember to live. Listen to your girls. Initiate the conversation with your girls. Validate their ideas. Encourage them in even the small things. Who is the girl in your life who can find her voice when you live? Back to you, Vina.
Thank you so much, Adrian. I think you've covered an issue that women and girls grapple with in many, many societies throughout the world. And in teaching them how to live, showing them how important affirmation is, only then can they realize their true and full potential. So thank you for sharing that with us. Is Teuta in the room? If she's not, we will move on to our next speaker. And the next speaker is Bonita Joy Yoda. And Bonita is, after 25 years in legal service, Bonita now speaks, edutains, and entertains. She wants to help people rediscover their inner joy through her art of ventriloquism. Let us welcome Bonita.
Hello, women of the world. Remember to keep your sense of humor. I have mine. It's really important, especially during these serious times. And there's many serious topics we've heard about. We just want to lighten up a bit. And yeah, how did you get in the humor? Well, I was the youngest of 5 children, and I was a PK. What's that? A preacher's kid. Yeah, I was taught when I was about your age, Joy, that children were to be seen and not heard. Really? That's right. Not only that, but after Sunday sermons, sometimes we would be invited to a congregant's house for a home-cooked meal. And when my mother was talking, sometimes I would see my father poke her under the table. Hi, that was to indicate she was to stop talking. You're kidding. No, I observed that, and I knew that not only was I going to be seen and heard, but I was going to speak for myself and others like us. Well, you know, it is interesting. People ask, how did a lawyer become a ventriloquist? But the real question is, how did a ventriloquist become a lawyer? Ah, yeah, I was a ventriloquist when I was 16, and hey, I was used to speaking to dummies, so why not speak to them in the courtroom? Ha! So you're a liar? Not a liar, a lawyer. Oh, what's the difference? Okay, now, Joy. Today I want to talk about 3 benefits of humor, and there's way more than 3. Okay, but the first is in the area of health. Who here would like to have a better immune system? I would, yeah. Did you know studies show that laughter releases oxytocin and endorphins and reduces cortisol? Yeah. Humor reduces stress, and laughter helps even more. So to be healthier, I have a sense of humor and I laugh. Absolutely. A second area of benefit is social-emotional. Those are big words, yeah. You know, if you're single, humor makes you more attractive, according to research. Yeah, and if you're in a relationship, I hear someone talking. Yeah. But if you're in a relationship, you still want to be attractive, right? Right. And not only that, but humor makes you more attractive in your business and career. I thought it would make you be taken less seriously. Oh no, quite the contrary. Humor helps you be seen and heard. There was a woman Sarah Blakely, United States, who was trying to get in to see retail buyers, and they weren't accepting her appointment. What'd she do? She bought a bunch of shoes, and she mailed single shoes and shoe boxes to retail buyers, along with a note saying she wanted to get her foot in the door and have a few minutes of their time. And guess what? It worked. Really? Yes. So now she's the head of a very successful company. And that's just one example of how humor can be used in business. It's such a serious thing. Humor is such a serious thing, believe it or not, that the Stanford Graduate School of Business offers a graduate credit course in humor. Wow. Yeah. So humor can help you with your health, with your social and emotional life. It can help you with resilience to when things change, like happened in the pandemic, that you can shift and keep a sense of perspective. And it can help you in your business and career. Oh, all that for free? Yeah, it's free. So how do you have a sense of humor? To set the intention to have a humorous perspective, a humorous mindset. You've heard about gratitude journals. Yeah, you could keep a humor journal. Write down the funny things that happen in your life. Truth is funnier than anything you can make up. And if you have kids in your life, pay attention, because they say the funniest things. So if you give talks, you can keep a humor journal and observe the funny things that just happen naturally and work them into your talks and stories, or your social media marketing, or just in day-to-day conversations. Humor is a learned skill. It's not just like you come out of the womb with a great sense of humor. I mean, some people may have a funny bone, but do you know a violinist who came out of the womb knowing how to play the violin? No, they learned and they practiced. But we're here today to encourage you and remind you that during these very serious times, with all these serious things happening in the world, one of the most important things that you can do to thrive is keep your sense of humor. Back to you.
Thank you, Bonita. I think we can all use humor in our lives, especially during current times. And I must say, I think you found a very unique way to tickle the funny bone. So thank you for that. Moving on to our next speaker, Linda Nefertiti, who will be speaking on the topic of change and transformation. Linda Nefertiti is an author, a motivational speaker, and an entrepreneur. She believes that women should not be defined by their past, but be empowered by the possibility of their future. She is a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. Thank you. I am so excited to be sharing on this International Women's Day. Thank you to Peter, Susan, and all the women around the world. The late, great icon and American poet, Maya Angelou, says, "We often delight in the beauty of the butterfly, but rarely admit all the changes it has to go through to achieve that beauty." You see, a butterfly starts out as a caterpillar, and all that caterpillar knows how to do is to crawl. But it goes into a cocoon when it's ready to change into a butterfly, and it radically fights against itself to get out of its comfort zone to become the beautiful butterfly that it's supposed to be. That reminds me of a story of a little girl whose mother used to call her Baby Doll. Now, I'm told she was called Baby Doll because people used to stop them on the streets and say she looked like a baby doll. That all changed one day when one of her elementary school teachers violated her body and silenced not only Baby Doll, but her mother because of the time that it happened. Well, sometimes we bury our goals and dreams because of our past experiences. Sometimes we're compromised and our vision is blurred and we bury our goals and dreams. I understand that because that little girl was me. But what I decided to do was surround myself with people that had my solution and not my problem. People that were in life where I wanted to be, and people that believed more in me than I believed in myself. If you can identify with having adverse abuse and different things happening to you earlier on in life, if you can identify with feeling less than and not feeling any love, I'd like for you to write this down. Have a larger vision for your life. The late, great Miles Monroe says, rob the cemetery of your goals and dreams. Leap and find your wings on the way down like that butterfly. That's what the L in Linda stands for. Nurture yourself, nurture your mind, read positive books, watch positive videos, recite positive affirmations. For the last 7 years, I've affirmed the same thing every year. And today I am before you living out the things that I affirmed. Nurture yourself and never give up. Mr. Les Brown says, this time is the best time to use our disadvantages for our advantage. In August of 2020, I heard a voice that said, "You have greatness in you." That was Mr. Les Brown, who is now my mentor. That was my call to action. And today I am before you, calling you to action, to believe in yourself. And if you don't believe in yourself, borrow my belief and allow me to believe in you till you believe in yourself. I want to leave you with a poem called Inner Child. How do you heal the inner child that's hidden deep inside, the one that rarely opens up to seek another's guide? You trust a higher entity that made you in their image, the one that is above all others, that was there since the beginning. Are you plugged into the source, he who opens doors, or will you stay in that state of conflict and remorse? When you change your thoughts and you change your mind, your life will be changed too. And before you know, you will be transformed into a brand new you. My name is Linda Nefertiti. Enjoy this International Women's Day. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you for allowing me to share.
What an incredible journey you have been on, Linda. Thank you for sharing your journey and how you sought out to rise above your circumstances. You are an inspiration and a reminder that we need to stop making excuses and rather to make a plan for the future we desire for ourselves. So thank you for that. Our next speaker is Andrea Markirsch from Canada, speaking to the topic of let's get present to what matters in life. Andrea is a conscious parenting coach, helping parents connect to their kids. Today, she will remind us of how to enjoy this moment and to stay true to what matters the most. Welcome, Andrea.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. And I'm so grateful to be here today for International Women's Day. Thank you to Peter and Suzanne for all the work you put into this. Today, I would like to talk about being kind to ourselves. And I want to start by sharing a story. When I was 7 months pregnant with my third child, I started this business and I became very hungry for making money and achieving and proving to the world that I could just do it all. Manage the home, manage the business, smile when I left the house. I even joined the parent council to look like a good parent in the eyes of the school. I was exhausted and I was pulled in so many directions. And the people that paid the biggest price were my little children and my husband. Because at home, I was edgy, I was tired, and I used to yell at them, actually. So it was when my third born was 2 years old, I yelled at him for the very first time, and it shook me like nothing else. I saw his little blue eyes fill up with tears, and I just thought to myself, like, what am I doing? My priorities are so messed up. I'm chasing money, and these little people are looking up to me, and I'm hurting their hearts. And it was in that moment I realized I need to make a change. Why am I so pressured to work and make money when there's too much on my plate? And especially, I used to yell at them before school because this was when the tension was there. When I was trying to get out the door and we had to make the lunches and get them to school on time. And imagine that. They're about to start their day with their teachers and the pressure of school and all the peers. And I'm there setting them up with this heaviness. So look, I'm not saying it's not amazing to be a woman and an entrepreneur. What I am saying is when we come from a lack of worth and we do it from a place of trying to prove we're enough, there's a divide there. And that's what we can come from, a place of when we come from worth instead of for our worth, we're coming from a different platform. And so I invite you, if you can relate to this message, look at your commitments. Look at what you've got on your plate right now. Are you living for you? Are you living because the times that the places you're putting your energy, is it really what's going to matter for your life? Because when we look at end of life studies, people don't ever wish they made more money. They wish they spent time with the ones they love. So I invite you to check your life, do a little audit, and see, are you putting your energy into the things that really matter and will matter for your future and for your children? And let's learn to slow down and not think so much and worry about the future or hold on to the past. But if we can be here right now, this is when life is happening right now. If you know how to meditate, great. If you don't, Google it. It's all over the internet. There's so many ways to learn how to get present in the present moment. And if you don't have time, you are the type of person that needs to meditate double the time. Because if we feel like we can't get into this present moment, we're missing the gift of life. I'll leave you with one quote that is like one of my favorite of all times. Remember the little things, because one day you'll look back and you realize those are the big things. Thank you.
Andrea, I think your message and your story resonates with us mothers, I think, throughout the world. Many of us have had defining moments in our lives that were spurred on by looks on our children's faces, and we find ourselves where we are today just by virtue of that. So I think it's an incredible message, and yes, and we all share in those same experiences and the same kind of journey. Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Teuta. Teuta, are you in the room? Speaking to the topic.
Yes, I am now. I am in the room.
Sure. So I'll introduce you and then you can start. So speaking to the topic of born to stand out and not to fit in, Teuta is a transformation and parenting coach. She is an advocate in bringing up strong and resilient children of tomorrow. Welcome, Teuta.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. It is such a privilege and honor to be here today, celebrating International Women's Day around the globe with such hope and happiness and love, and sharing my message with you. I also would like to thank the organizers of this event, Peter and Suzanne, for giving me this golden opportunity, and also to give a thank to Adobe for connecting all of us and bringing us together. My name is Teuta Abdulli. I'm a bestseller author of the book Born to Stand Out and Not to Fit In, and upcoming book Family Legacy of Love. I'm an international public speaker, a transformational and parenting coach. Today, I want to empower women, to let them know that you are rare diamonds. You are more than enough to leave a legacy that you want to leave and the impact that you want to have. As we're trying to navigate through these difficult and challenging times, I am especially proud and inspired by all women who have felt strong enough and empowered enough to speak up and share their stories. Because with our stories that we tell, we become the story. So I want to express my years of sacrifice, whatever that may be, overcoming a health issue, divorce, abuse, modern slavery. Despite all odds, they have persevered and pursued their dream. The path to women equality has been challenging. And for too long, women have suffered in silence and not heard, and dared to speak about any injustice that men brought to women. But there are women whose names remain unknown: teachers, housewives, farm workers, academics, medical, science, even soldiers in the military. We have heard things beyond human imagination and understanding, but they have persevered, and you have overcome. And the quality that you bring in is the ability to give love, faith, courage, to rise up and say, it is finished, for a brighter future, and even during the darkest time. I want to remind you that you will experience disappointment, setback, failures, and I am not stranger of all of those. However, those haven't defined me. Few years ago, I had the greatest epiphany of my life. Finally, my children were full-time at school, and I was rejoicing that moment. I was cycling in the center of London when, bang! I was flung to the side of the road and knocked down on the ground. I couldn't comprehend what was happening to me, from the sunshine to the darkness. I pray to God, please, please let me live, even without legs, even without arms, but just keep my heart and keep my mind. Oh, my children, how can I live without saying them my last goodbyes? There in hospital bed, as I'm fighting for my life, and doctor couldn't believe the miracle that I became. In the times of despair, I found my greatness. I found my purpose. This time, I want to do differently. I was willing to die in any form of shapes of me and to give birth to a woman that I was meant and intended to be. The day that I crawled to my children's bed to say them good night, it felt the happiest day of my life. And it felt that I ran the longest marathon. When you have love for your family and when you have faith, you are able to overcome any limitation. No matter the weather, you can bring your own sunshine. I am not superwoman, but I am superwoman because I am a woman. As you can see, I haven't worn any crown, and I'm still growing and improving on myself. And I am not settled yet because I know that there's a greatness in me, and so it is in you. There were times in my life that I didn't know how to deal. Sleepless night, full voice inside of me saying, Teuta, this too shall pass. Teuta, rise up. It's going to be okay. Teuta, your story is about you, but not for you. There are many people out there that this, Teuta, you have a higher calling in your life, and that voice didn't let me rest. I understood that every tear that I shed in my life was water to water my seeds. I answered the calling of my life, and I'm saying to you, answer the call by helping many people that are waiting on you on sunshine. Write this down, please. Live life to fullest. Answer the calling of your life. Forgive yourself and move on. Let go your past. Look within yourself. As Mary Shelley says, do not wish women to have power over men, but over themselves. Run. If you can run, walk. If you can walk, crawl. If you cannot crawl, push through no matter what. Just never, never give up, because you are fearfully and wonderfully made on purpose and out, and not to fit in. beautiful woman. It is your right to be heard. Your voice is too powerful to be silent. Thank you very much. My name is Elta.
Sayuta, I think you echo the sentiments of a number of other speakers and women throughout that we need, and I think it's one of your key messages, we need to stop underestimating ourselves and we need to plod on if we truly want to be free, we want to be empowered. So thank you for your message today. We move on now to a few recorded videos that have been sent through to us. And the first one that we received is from Cecilia Collymore from Barbados, speaking to the topic of reflect, renew, and revive. Cecilia is a funny, fun-loving, versatile, tenacious individual who is purposed to help individuals and leaders harmonize their lives and create better balance, develop a fit, holistic mindset personally and professionally. Let's listen to Tayuta's, Cecilia's talk. Thank you.
Hey Queen, how are you? I hope this message finds you well. I hope you're happy, healthy, and whole. I hope you are focusing on all of you, body, mind, and spirit. I hope you can see the beauty that's inside of you. I hope that you can see and feel your strength. I hope that you know you are deserving of all the love, all the respect, all the understanding in this world. I hope you get to know who you are, what you want, what you're going to do, and how you're going to go about it. And today's message, under the theme, Choose to Challenge, for International Women's Day, I want to focus on change. Why change is important. And I'm going to challenge me today, and I'm going to challenge you today to become a better you, to become a better version of yourself. Yes, change. Change is an inside job. You have to look in. You have to reflect. You have to renew. You have to revive. You have to rejuvenate yourself in order to progress. The journey is uncomfortable because anything that you want will take time, but it is uncomfortable. You're looking at all of you, you're starting to figure out, you have all of these questions. Yes, but it's important that you not only ask the questions, but you answer the questions. How do I get from point A to point B? How do I move forward with grit, with grace, with gratitude? We are in very tough times. The pandemic has shown us so much of who we are. It has also shown us everything that's happening around us. We're looking at some people different. We are looking at some things differently. I know you are because I am. But more importantly, what I am looking at or who I'm looking at is me. What can I do starting today? What can I do day in and day out to choose to challenge myself, to challenge the status quo, to challenge those who are in my circles, my family members, my friends, my colleagues, the women in my fitness classes, the people I interact with. How am I challenging them? I am challenging them too to become the best versions of themselves. And how do you do that? By having goals, by knowing your purpose, by knowing what you want to achieve in life. It is a journey. It is a process. It takes time, But guess what? It's important to you. International Women's Day is important to us. You know, we want to see change as it relates to equality. Yes, we want to see change as it relates to disparity. We want to see change as it relates to women and men on an even playing field. But guess what? How is that going to start to happen? When we not only have the conversations, yes, but we challenge the narrative and we challenge the persons in positions to help to create change. But we too must show up. We must show up better. We must show up stronger. We must show up, yes, more challenge to do the right thing, to be who we need to be for the future, to be who we need to be for our children, to get them ready for what life has to offer. So as I close off today, I want you to choose to challenge you to be the best version of yourself. When things start to change inside of you, everything around you starts to change.
Wow, that was truly inspirational. So Cecilia, if anything, you have shown us the importance of change and the importance of challenging the status quo if we are to ensure gender equality. So that brings us to our next recorded speech, and this is by Dr. Bettina Baobeng Baidu, who is a 25-year-old medical doctor, motivational speaker, debate coach, and author. She has taken up various leadership roles in school. She is passionate about raising awareness about mental health and the impacts of gender-based violence. Speaking on the topic of South Africa's youth speak out against gender-based violence, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Bettina Baobeng Baidu.
Hello, and thank you for this amazing opportunity, especially to speak after such an inspiration. I am humbled. When I was asked to think back to 2020, the names that I remember are Tshegofatso Phule, Naledi Pangendawu, Alexia Nyamazalu, and Olundi Dondolo. The names amongst many of women who lost their lives not due to a virus, but due to a greater threat to a female body in South Africa, a man. And the cries that erupted in our nation in response to the gender-based violence pandemic made it abundantly clear that our country is at a crossroad, that silence is no longer an option, and indifference is criminal. Jean-Paul Sartre once wrote, "We cannot withdraw our cards from the game. Were we as silent and as mute as stones, our very passivity would be an act." As such, as the SA Debating Board, an NPO that facilitates world school style debating in the country, we believe it was time to add our voices to this fight. In collaboration with the Center for Sexuality, AIDS and Gender at the University of Pretoria, we launched the second edition of our essay writing competition and invited high school learners from across South Africa to submit essay pieces on gender and gender-based violence. Their works will be published in a book by the center in the upcoming months. This project is very close to my heart. As a survivor of gender-based violence myself, literature has been an essential part of my healing journey. Poetry stopped being poetry the day I was violated. It became breath. It became gasping attempts to breathe while drowning. And in words and pages, I found my scar, my hurt staring back at me. I could start trying to make sense of it, start trying to understand it. Literature was my connection to those around me, those who felt it too. knew it too, the pain of a wounded body and soul. And that is the power of writing. It is a tool of healing, awareness, solidarity, activism, and change. It is a mirror of our society. And the works of these brave new voices painted a devastating picture of our country. The entries we received reflected back to us the frustration, anger, and outrage of our youth. Our authors grapple with understanding the different complex factors that contribute to this pandemic. One author looks to the past and examines the ways that South Africa's racially charged history could be a contributing factor. Others examine how the schooling environment, early childhood development, and the family structure can cultivate a culture of toxic masculinity. In one piece, an uncle reprimands a 6-year-old boy for playing with a doll, and in doing so, teaches that young man to start fearing all that which is deemed feminine. And another piece titled, I Think I'm Supposed to Hate You, explores how religion and culture can also sow division and prejudice. Other authors chose to speak about the perpetrators of this violence, men. In one poem, the author comments, "Our dads are not like movie dads. Our dads rape." Another author writes a reflection of a father the day his daughter is born, as he realizes that his greatest fear is that she would meet someone just like him. The stories go on to describe the harrowing experiences of those who fall victim. In one entry titled Crushing Flowers, the author comments, "He bought her flowers once." And this explores the complex nature of abuse, especially when it's by someone we know. Another titled, When the Children Weep, reflects on the experiences of children who are victims of abuse. One student reprimands our society's neglect of the trans community, who are often forgotten prey of this pandemic. Beyond this, there were stories of hope. One author writes that he will be the change South Africa needs. Another writes that she will pick up a paintbrush and paint on the walls society has put her in. And on those walls, she will paint strength, courage, and fire alongside delicate flowers. And even though their work might not necessarily reflect the views of the SASCB, we are so proud that these learners in this pivotal time in our country's history have chosen bravery and courage to add their voices to the solution and to, in unity, echo the words of one entry. Siyeke, siyeke. Enough is enough. Here are their works. We thank you for this opportunity.
Wow. Bettina, you are an inspiration, not just because of your dedication in being your best self, but because of your quest to actively nurture the future leaders of our country and to help them reach their full potential and address pivotal issues in our society. So on that note, I move over to our next video, which is by Masilu Moshabela. Masilu Moshabela is also from South Africa, like Bettina. And Masilu is speaking on the topic of the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. Masilu is a third-year law student who focuses on helping students maintain healthy and sustainable relationships. He is also an advocate to fight against gender-based violence and femicide. So let's enjoy Masilu's talk.
Greetings, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. The title of my speech today is The Struggle Against Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. The participation of men in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide is often minimal and non-existent. The world over, GBVF is a lived reality for many women and children. A friend of mine, while making a presentation on toxic masculinity, asked a very pertinent question, a question that I find very relevant to many of my countrymen today in South Africa. He asked, is this the kind of country that we wish to one day see our daughters grow in? The reason why this question is such of a pertinent nature is because it forces men to engage with the lived realities of many women. It also confronts male privilege and actively works to encourage men to creating safer spaces, not only for women, but for queer personalities and children. Unless we achieve this, we will continue to see the brutality that is of GBVF and its assault on women in South Africa. The toxicity of masculinity and patriarchal norms and standards are fundamental inhibitors to human development in many of our communities. Therefore, the role of men in the fight against gender-based violence is no longer a mere academic question, but a key component in the deconstruction of our toxic social order. Often men demonstrate a sense of ignorance or attitude with comments such as, "This doesn't affect me, therefore it's none of my business," or "This is a woman's issue, not mine." Often men participate as mere bystanders and fellow tweeters. But when it comes to calling out those around them who are perpetrating such behavior against women, there is then all of a sudden a supposed neutrality or ignorance. This supposed neutrality and silence when it comes to GBVF is itself a form of unconscious support for the war on women's bodies. Silence is, in this case, contempt and not avoidance or ignorance. There is no middle ground, and it is about time we start demanding of men to being active and take up their role. GBVF in South Africa is a culture, and like any culture, it has a long history of development, with men being perpetrators and women's bodies being their crime scene. Such a culture must find its end, and men have an opportunity today to help turn the tide and thus bringing newer cultures and safer spaces. It must become our daily project. It starts with the social education of the young boy and the re-education of the 40-year-old. It starts when one man decides to stand up and say enough is enough, in solidarity with thousands of women's cries. The journey to a GBVF-free society is a long and worrisome journey. It is difficult, but it is never insurmountable. The true sense of meaning of freedom is such that when freedom is denied to a woman, it is denied to society at large. With that, I thank you.
On International Women's Day 2021, not only would I choose to challenge, but I would choose to celebrate the men who are working tirelessly, like Masilu, to ensure that this world is a better place for our women. Our next speaker will also, by way of video, is that of Keye Ordinarie from the UK. Keye is speaking to the topic of the voice of the modern man. Keye is a communications coach who encourages men and women to cultivate honest and open interactions for a better understanding. So let's hear what Keye has to say.
Hi everyone, my name is Keye Ordinarie, and I count myself honored to be part of this great day. Today, the 8th of March, as we celebrate free speech, we most importantly celebrate the most beautiful thing that could have happened to this great world, women. While I tell my kids, my better half being their beautiful mother. Today I come open, honest, bare, asking and of course staying with the back of a lot of great men around me that were here to listen. Today I stand shoulder to shoulder with a lot of men who are saying, speak to us, speak your pain. Yes, we have done our best to support the people in our own unique bubbles, our mothers, our sisters, my daughters, my queen, my wife. But out there are a lot of unique situations and cases of women who cannot connect to this because love is so much of a distant thought or memory that it almost feels like a myth that never existed. Yes, 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 we in society go with the hype and we speak of issues and say free rights, equal rights for everybody. But we've noticed as time has changed that free rights or free opportunities for women has very much been a moment rather than a movement that can actually make a change. We now understand that it's in the system and it's systematically built to move in the flow that it is. So what do? We can moan about it, or we can start to get accountable. We can start to speak to each other and say, as men in this planet, where we have literally become boys to men and too many times go back from men straight back to boys, we ask and we say, speak to us. Tell us your story. Educate us. Let us see what exactly it is we're doing wrong. Yes, you've told us in your pain and your frustration. Well, I ask and I plead with you all in this day of free speech, get your message across. Hold on to the emotions and let the message be heard. Because for too many times, when people have been filled with so much emotion, the emotions cloud the message within it. So I urge all you amazing, beautiful queens out there, name your race, name your location, name your person. You are unique in your own special way. And I ask you, we love you. Speak to us. Let us hear your story. Share your journey, your pain. Scars don't limit us. They just give us memories of places we've been to guide us to better places we want to go to. I could tell you stories that remind me every time I look in the mirror, I'm not the perfect man society tells me to be. But yet I was born as a man, but the moment I connect with society, I'm reminded I'm a Black man with different shades, what it is to be equal. And at the same time, when we talk of beauty, we talk of men being leaders, but the ones that give life, being women, are also put in the same category as second class. So today, tomorrow, this is not a moment, this is a movement that will change a lifetime. And in this movement, we're saying, speak your piece, but don't do it in isolation. Because when you do it in isolation, it is women speaking to women. And that growth will grow, but it is women speaking to women. But we're saying we as men stand together wherever we can and we'll speak to other men around us. Speak your piece. Let's hear your stories. Educate us. Take us on the journey. And let's change this world together. I was told once, and I tell my wife every day, I'm a movement by myself, but a mighty force when we stand it together. And in the great motto of the nation I was born in, a nation I'm from, Nigeria, I say, united we stand, let's stand together. And last but not the least, from the school I was raised back in Ogun State in Nigeria, a school called Baptist Boys High School, I was told one thing. The moment you remember that you are second to none is the moment you become the great person you're meant to be, which is nulli secundus, second to none. And I say second to none but unto God. You great women, you great sisters, you great daughters, mothers, nature, life givers. I plead with you and I celebrate you. Let's stand together. We're here to listen. Speak your piece. It's great having you here. It's great being here. My name's Kayode. Happy World Speech Day. Keep the free speech alive.
That was an awesome talk by K.A. And I applaud K.A. as well for being one of those men who, this world certainly needs, because we need men like you to nudge women to speak up for what they believe in and for the life that they believe that they are worthy of. So we look forward to hearing more from men like you. So on that note, we now move on to the lucky draw. Peter, I hand over to you.
Thank you, Vino. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Good. All right. Let me turn on my video. And shall I call up the wheel? The wheel where we'll get the last two. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the past 2 hours. You have been with us, and we have received many valuable comments and feedback from many of the participants and audience out there. So without holding all of you back, I'm going to spin the wheel now. Now. Hey, spin the wheel. And whose name do we have there? Zaid Zubia Malo. All right. I believe that's from YouTube that you have clicked and comment. We're going to look for you in YouTube and send you our email to stay in contact. Shall we have the next one, please? Eric no Ejiro Osakede. Okay, so our team have taken down these two names along with the other 4 names in the 2 other earlier draws. So that wraps up the 6-hour hourly giveaway for today. We will contact them, and right before 15th of March 2021 or around there, we will announce if you have contacted them and shown you a picture of these folks, the happy face of these folks, this audience. All right, audience, if you're still in the room, you're still in YouTube, your Facebook, do remember to follow us on our YouTube channel, World Speech Day Live, for the next event that's coming up on the 14th and 15th of March. And that will be a 42-hour speaking event. And there are more interesting prizes to be announced, to be given away for your valuable comment and participation. Thank you. And back to you, Vino.
Thank you, Peter. Peter, I now hand over to Suzanne. Suzanne is the organizing chair, and Suzanne will now do the vote of thanks.
Hello, everybody. If there are words to describe the 7 hours event that we have gone through, hearing all the speeches that we have heard, that has so impacted us, that have so inspired us, I could think of 2 words. The first word is encouraging. Every speech, every story, every perspective drove us to encourage ourselves to believe that no matter what scars we have in our past lives, no matter what pain that we have endured, no matter what troubles that we have gone through or are going through now as women, there is a spark of light within our soul, that there is hope at the end of the tunnel, there is light at the end of the tunnel. And that is because all of us are created for a purpose. And that makes us unique. That makes us women beautiful. And I'm so glad of all the encouraging messages that you have shared with us. And I believe that the audience who are watching, who have watched this program with us for the last 7 hours, will feel the same too. And the other word that I want to use to describe for this 7-hour event that we've gone through is empowering. All your speeches have gotten us to believe in what we can do, not just to give ourselves hope, confidence, happiness that we deserve as women, but empowering us to believe that there is something that we can do beyond our parameters, beyond what we are doing right now. With all the technology given, with all the resources given to us in today's technology, in today's age of digital technology, with all the support that we get, especially when all of us come together as one global community, sharing ideas, sharing perspectives, sharing solutions that will give us a way out to create a better world. To my sisters of the world who are watching this now, not just the audience, but also to my fellow sisters who spoke just now, I want to thank you with my heart that it has been a humbling experience to hear from you, to hear the lessons that you have shared with us, and to hear those messages of hope and love that you have given us. Thank you. And we look forward to hear you speak again on the 15th of March, 2021, which is happening next week. Right now, I want to thank everyone who has participated in this event, 70 speakers who have come on board, whether it is speaking live here or who have contributed their recorded speeches. Thank you very much. You have brought a glimmer of hope to the world. And I also want to thank all the MCs who have collaborated with us, worked with us to make this program extremely smooth running. Arishta Khanna, who was the MC for segment 1 this afternoon, Singapore time. Rhonda Bowen, who is the international coordinator for World Speech Day and who did the MCing from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. segment 2. And Vino Pillay, who's representing WSD Women and is the MC for the segment 3 that we're having now. Thank you all for all the effort and all the commitment that you have put through to make this event a successful one. I also want to thank Peter for running the hourly event and for overseeing the technical running of this event today. Thank you so much for your commitment, Peter. I also want to thank our staff in the back end, Javius, Purush, and Juno, for working very hard in all the setting up and all the running of the Zoom session to make sure that the live streaming is successful. And most important of all, I want to thank all the speakers who have journeyed with us in these 7 hours, encouraging and motivating one another to believe that we women can conquer the world. We women can make a beautiful place, can create a beautiful idea, a beautiful dream for this world, and to bring humanity for all communities in the world. And lastly, I want to thank you, our audiences, for staying with us, watching this program. And we hope that from every speech, you have gained something useful that will encourage you, that will enlighten you, that will lead you to believe, especially as a woman, that you are unique, you are beautiful, you have the strength, you have the ability to challenge your parameters. With this, I would like to hand the time back to Vino. And I hope that you can continue to watch our program, which is a 30-minute special presentation by Kwapalita. Back to you, Vino.
Thank you, Suzanne, for that awesome thank you message. It was incredibly inspiring to listen to. So our last item for today is that of a presentation by Kwapalita. Kwapalita is a platform that promotes equality for all, raising awareness of the need to redesign gender norms for transformative social change. Join us in watching this video presentation on a very special group of women who have come together to discuss and engage to create change.
Women in power and decision-making, one of the critical concerns of the Beijing Platform for Action. How to deal with this challenge? How can we make a common front and contribute to help women around the world make the best decisions in life? The answer? Education and training. My name is Aideli Rios. I am the founder of Kwapalita, a platform that promotes equality for all. The people who made this video and I honestly believe it is vital to develop and empower a new generation of leaders who can contribute to the restructuring of more inclusive, secure, and equitable organizations and communities. How can we achieve this target? Tell me, and I forget. Teach me, and I may remember. Involve me, and I learn. Perhaps you have heard this popular quote. As a pedagogue, coach, and trainer, I totally agree with Benjamin Franklin. Indeed, it doesn't matter which culture, language, nationality, or background. Involve the youngest, and they will learn. Education is a basic human right, and gender equality is fundamental to its realization. Hence, education with equal purposes can bring wonders to humanity across cultures. We must focus on the way we see gender norms. And for that, we need to plant fresh, innovative seeds in our mind. What if we call these seeds competencies? Competencies as seeds need the support of a sort of elements to grow and develop. If a seed means the foundation of a plant, a tree, a fruit, food for life, a competency is also then for a skill, knowledge, consciousness, and development. The analogy makes us think life exists for planting, growing, evolving, contributing, developing new skills, learning for something new, looking for innovation is today more than ever a duty in this changing world. When Kwapalita Friday Talks started last year, the opportunity of having a forum to speak soon turned into a synergetic room where the voices of women from different countries, cultures, and nationalities met each other to exchange, suggest, propose, create, contribute. This is how we created the 2030 Feminine Leader Profile, in which we define 10 competencies. Today, I am honored to be here with you at the World Speech Day, International Women's Day, to publicly disclose this profile for the very first time. March the 8th, 2021. What a wonderful occasion to celebrate this achievement. Let's just start. Competency number 1, self-assessment. This journey must start with your inner side. So analyze your attitudes, beliefs, choices, and performances. And ask yourself, do they correspond to my life's mission and vision? Are they aligned? Competency number 2, enhancing self-esteem. The ability to recognize one's status in terms of evolution, talents, limits, and values. And you know what? Recognizing your areas of opportunity to be a better human being is a great step. But if you decide to make an action and commit to achieve it, this is truly an occasion to celebrate. Competency number 3, comprehensive proficiency. Share all this knowledge and experience you have gathered either through formal education or life events. Leaving your legacy to support the improvement of others is beautiful, and you know what? It's human. Competency number 4, proactive intervention. Take the lead. Show commitment and orientation toward goals. Accept responsibility for the situation with actions. Competency number 5, sincere inclusivity. Today, more than ever, developing the ability to actively include elements of diversity is an asset that must be part of our daily agenda. Competency number 6, meaningful communication. Not only express your ideas in a clear, concise, and organized way. Focus on goals using powerful questions, active listening, and assertive body language. Observe attentively your conversation partners. Show interest and foster connection. Competency number 7, intentional networking. Connecting with others beyond borders for building meaningful partnerships and relationships is the best the challenging 2020 brought us. Competency number 8, technical knowledge. Darwin was right. It is not the strongest, but the one that can adapt easier to the changes of the environment. Embracing digitalization has occurred in the most automatic and natural way for many of us. Competency 9, financial acumen. Understanding basic financial concepts, setting financial goals, and knowing how to manage resources wisely is vital for making good financial decisions. And not only that, escalate to the next level of realization. Competency number 10, added value formation. Be innovative, disruptive. Find different ways to make things happen. Do that extra mile. Motivate and inspire others to achieve big performances and continuous development. The 2030 Feminine Leader Profile is a proposal for anyone who wants to develop competencies that help you know yourself better and empower you to be a transformational agent for this global community. If you are interested to learn more about this work or to collaborate in the design of the Feminine Leadership Program, which is coming, feel free to contact us. As many diverse seeds we have, the most beautiful this tree will be. My name is Aideli Rios. I am the founder of Wapalita. I support World Speech Day, International Women's Day. I am Wapalita. Yo soy Wapalita.
Being a woman, learning how to be a woman, teaching how to be a woman. Is there such a thing? Do we need to teach and learn how to be a woman? A long time ago, there would be lovely courses teaching girls how to become a woman. That would mean teaching how to cook, how to clean, how to iron, how to become a mother. My grandmother, for instance, has a book that I absolutely love to reread. It is called something like The Woman in the Living Room and in the Kitchen, and it teaches sweets and bakery, cocktails, etiquette, special occasions, and everything else. I know my grandmother was born in the last century, and to be honest, even I was born in the last century. And nowadays there is no such a thing, and gender roles are completely different. Or maybe not. This is past, you might say, but we want to be focused on the future. But if we want to make gender equality present in the near future, we need to take actions, small but important ones, small but impactful ones, small and local ones, small and on a daily basis, small and focused on individual accountability and willingness to change. Let's go back to the beginning. Do we learn how to become a woman? Do we teach how to become a woman? This is not an easy answer, and we will find so many issues around it. But just for this moment, follow me, and let me explain why I believe that the answer is yes. That we really need to learn how to be a woman, and why we really need to teach someone how to be a woman. Let's go. I believe that modeling is one of the most important ways of teaching and learning, mainly because we learn almost without knowing that we are learning. It just happens. That's why I'm considering now that micro-learning is. We don't need to be enrolled in a formal course on how to be a woman. We learn it every day. That also means that we are all teachers in this subject. And I mean all, men and women. So we need to be aware about the lessons we are giving, even though we are not in a classroom. Everything we say, we do, or judge is a way of showing what we believe the norm is. Also, every time we put the spotlight on a woman, mainly if it is a woman doing something that usually we tend to see only men doing, we are probably micro-teaching someone that this is also a woman's job. And this is my first main message. Please be aware that we are always micro-teaching someone, be it a woman or a man, a child or a coworker, a boss or a friend. And how can we become more effective teachers? I believe we need to be informed. So please keep micro-learning every day. We don't need to be enrolled in some formal course or something like that to learn. We need to read, to search, to be curious, to be updated, because that will make each one of us a more effective teacher. When you drop here and there random facts, numbers, infographics, questions, you can effectively teach someone something. If you can share information around we are going around gender equality in science or management roles, you will have the opportunity to make people think about it. And we are far away from reaching gender equality. And that is my second message. Learning and teaching are based on our ability to think and to make others think. You don't even need to share your opinion. Just help people find the relevant information. And after that, let them by themselves make their own questions and find their own conclusions. But we need a third main message here. That is a rule around speeches. And my third message is, please take care and develop the messenger. I believe that we must try and be committed with developing our competencies. So we need to be kind but demanding with ourselves, finding out what competencies we need to work on and become more prepared to take control over our achievements. In Guapalita, we have defined the way of developing inclusive feminine leadership for all, based on some key competencies. And yes, we may learn to master all of them. May it be inclusiveness, intentional networking, technical knowledge, and others. So please see yourself as a work in progress. Keep mastering you, and you will be soon a model. And that brings us to the beginning. We teach others how to be by being. To sum up, I believe that we are all teachers around here, and we really need to learn how to teach to achieve gender equality. You know, it's like they say, it's a tough job, but someone has to do it, and we are the ones in charge of it. We, women and men, every day, everywhere. We might be teaching micro stuff, but I believe we will achieve macro results. Remember, we teach others how to be by being.
Just focus on yourself.
So you own your feelings.
Yeah.
You're not trying to reject them. You
No.
own your feelings and you work with them.
Yeah,
through that process.
and it's not wrong to cry in public, and it's not wrong to stay in your room and cry. I mean, everybody deals with their feelings every different way.
Mhm.
So I mean, you feel them. Don't reject them. Don't say, no, I don't want to feel this. I don't want to feel that. Your feelings are a part, your emotions are a part of you.
Mhm.
They make you you. So go through them. That's how you get to be a better person. And trust me, you're gonna have to go through a lot of heartbreak and things like that to get better, to be stronger,
Learn from the
to
experience.
learn from the experience. You're gonna have a lot of things like that, but you just think to yourself, I mean, it's not worth it. Okay, yeah, it happened, but you can learn from it and be a better person. So it's like, continue moving. It's not worth it to end your life over one thing. You're always gonna have that. So it's like, okay.
So you're looking ahead for your next years. You're gonna
Yeah.
kind of think here shortly and become of age, you know, what we say. Is that something that inspires you to continuing every day, bettering yourself, you know, to think that there will be the day that you be 18, there will be a day that you become an adult.
Yeah.
And with adulthood come responsibilities.
Yeah.
So how does that make you feel? Is that scary?
No, it's not scary. It's just a new challenge in life.
Good point.
It's not scary, and maybe it is scary, but it doesn't necessarily have to be bad.
Right.
I mean, a lot of people use it being scared for them to help continue.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Astera Brilka, a psychologist and a former academic. I'm passionate about mental health and well-being and women empowerment. I'm one of the Guapalitas. Currently based in the UK, I have previously lived and worked in different countries across Europe. I'm here today with my dear friend, Mr. Ashutosh Kadliwal from Mumbai, India, to talk about feminine leadership and how to support girls and young women to become the leaders of their own lives and their communities.
Hi everyone, I'm Ashutosh. I'm a software engineer by profession and I volunteer with the communities. So I work with the adults, adolescents and the kids. I teach and help them over the weekends.
Becoming an empowered and independent woman that can be a role model for others does not start in adulthood, but in childhood and adolescence. Being born a European, I had the privilege of growing up being relatively equal to men. But while this experience is so widely shared and taken for granted by us, it is not that obvious for millions of women born in other parts of the world.
Yes, indeed. So I have seen a lot of women and girls going through a tough time, and they are mostly dependent on their husbands for the finances. So it's only due to the reason that they are liking sometimes the skill sets. So we have come up with the solution on this. So we train and empower and impart training over the weekends to all of these girls and the women. So for instance, with the Slum Women, we do singing workshops. We teach them some skill sets so they can earn some money as well as do some kind of work which will engage them. And with the Slum Girls, specifically we are focusing on skills, including like communication skills, presentation skills, and all that, plus IT programming, so that these girls will have a better future. So I believe with the right skill set, these girls and the women from the communities can have a better impact on the world and society as well.
I'm sure that the work that you do, Ashutosh, will empower and equip many girls to strive for more in life that they have observed in their families of origin. While in Europe, women do not struggle with equal access to education or jobs as much as they do in India, they face other challenges that prevent them from becoming accomplished leaders. The pressure that so many girls and young women experience when they try to live up to the expectations imposed on them by society and their own families have serious consequences for their mental health and well-being. From my perspective, this is the main problem that future female leaders face in the Western part of the world today. From childhood, we are confronted with lots of societal expectations that are unrealistic and often contradict one another. We, women, are expected to be nice, polite, and unproblematic, but at the same time to be assertive and fight for our rights. We are told that the looks don't matter that much in life as the intellect and educational achievement do. Yet, what we see in commercials, movies, and around us tells a different story. We are expected to have successful careers, earn good money, and contribute to the household equally with men. But we are also supposed to be dedicated mothers and submissive wives at the same time. It all has been a source of many well-being and mental health issues among girls and young women living in the Western Hemisphere. Anxiety, depression, self-mutilation, problems with self-confidence and self-esteem, distorted image of our own bodies that leads to eating disorders. These are just some of the long-term consequences that female high achievers of all ages face in the West. Yet, many girls and women choose not to talk openly about their experience as they are ashamed to be stigmatized and labeled.
Yeah, so that's what I believe, that if we start working with the communities, specifically girls and the women from an early time, they will empower the world. Because I heard that if a girl is educated, she can educate and support the whole family. So this is what I believe, that if each one of us together work on this initiative to teach at least one girl child, just imagine, we can multiply this effect, and this will create a ripple effect in the world and the communities around. So that's it from my end. Thank you so much for patiently listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening to us and our message today. Bye.
What makes one a strong, sensitive leader? A leader is someone who has a clear vision of a mutually beneficial goal and who is able to inspire and encourage the team members to work together towards the accomplishment of this goal. They have a very clear vision that empowers and sustains the group that creates momentum and synergy within the group. they are the center, the heart center of the group, and they have a direct connection with all the team members. And this allows them to notice any discord or lack of vision or problems within the group, and to quickly address them, those issues, by implementing steps and procedures that strengthen the team and all the members. They have an innate awareness of the emotional climate within the group, and they can also notice, because of their experience and expertise, if there are any emotional or intellectual pitfalls that can slow down, dissolve, or break up a team. And again, because of the connection, the direct connection with all the team members, things can be addressed quickly. And in the process, the team and the team members are empowered. Because a leader has a clear vision, a very strong passion about their individual goal and the common goal, they encourage all the team members to define their individual goals and dreams, thus empowering them to step in their own individual leadership roles and to express their capabilities and competencies freely and generously. This creates then a unique entity, a team that is a living, growing, expanding unity that together works towards individual and common goals. And the magic happens there when leaders, individual leaders, intentionally choose to be part of a bigger goal, and at the same time following their own dreams. And vulnerability is a big part of that process, of the leader showing up with their perceived shortcomings and weaknesses and being able to deal with them and to sharing them openly so team members can grow from that experience. This vulnerability opens hearts and minds and connects teams very, very deeply, and creates a really strong powerhouse of strong, sensitive leaders. And this group of leaders, self-aware leaders, will start to create changes in their own life, in their communities, and worldwide.
Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to share some of our ideas about what it means to be a feminine leader in our world today. My name is Rhonda Bowen, and I'm proud to be a member of Guapalita and World Speech Day. We are so pleased to have this opportunity to reach out to you, women and men who are involved in making sure that our world becomes a better place. At World Speech Day, we believe that it is important to listen to unexpected voices. If you've never met us before, or you don't know what we do, then maybe our voices were unexpected for you. Our movement has begun due to a number of reasons, but one of them has very much to do with the subject of this year's World Speech Day theme, humanity at a crossroads. We realize that the lives of women and girls have been looking for support for a very long time. We have decided to join forces and work together as a team to make sure that the changes that are so desperately needed in our world today actually become a reality. You see that we are cooperating to develop and empower people to become feminine leaders through the 10 competencies and opportunities to make sure that not only the seeds are planted, but that the development takes place to have those lives blossom. We have decided to help people understand what it means to be a woman based on those everyday actions and the small things we do that can really make a difference to help girls and women be curious and find the information that is relevant for their lives. This includes supporting women not only in their knowledge, but also in their feelings and emotions and helping them be courageous. These are just some of those things that are so important for us as we move forward and try to make the lives of women and girls better in many parts of the world. Although they come from different backgrounds, They all have the right to develop effective skills. Even when expectations vary greatly and the consequences of our actions may not be recognized immediately, we continue to work together to make this world a better place. Our cooperation as a team exemplifies that we believe that we all have a way to learn, to empower each other, to provide encouragement, and to make sure that those things we do together are for the greater good. We thank you so much for listening to our ideas, and we hope we've given you time to think again about what feminine leadership really means. At this time, when humanity is at such a crossroads, we hope our unexpected voices have been able to help you become more aware of feminine leadership and its role in our world today. Please feel free to contact us, and we look forward to having you become part of our movement.
I am so full of admiration for these amazing women who dedicate their Friday afternoons for some and Friday mornings for others to strategize on how they can contribute towards nurturing future women leaders or future female leaders. And I think they've done an incredible job, and I look forward to seeing what they have to offer in the future. It's one of our more, partnerships that we are so proud of, them coming through. And, Wapadita has been a part of our journey one way or another. With that, we've come to the end of the event. We've heard the most incredible stories that are leaving with enough inspiration, tips, and tools to aspire to the lives that we so desire. It is an incredible event. It was an incredible event, put together, led by Peter, Suzanne, and their team in Singapore, and not forgetting, supported by WSD, namely Mr. Simon Gibson, who is the founder and the force behind WSD, Rhonda, and everyone else that was involved. I would also like to take this opportunity to encourage women to continue, or if you haven't already, we have many women who have been a part of today's event who have been engaging with WSD Women. So we have, if you would like to know more about how you could get involved, both men and women, and we are incredibly proud of the men that participate on our platform. You can do so by going to www.worldspeechday.com/women. And then we also have a Mighty Networks platform that has been set up for WSD Women where you can engage as well. All links and all relevant information is found on the World Speech Day website. With that, I would like to wish you a very happy International Women's Day 2021, and I hope you continue to choose to challenge. Thank you and goodbye.
Yeah. He's never close enough.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk Anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए.
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom.
Arukopane, Renemocho.
세계をより良い場所にする.
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
มาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, humanity at a crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on. Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021 World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए.
Arukopane, Renemocho.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
A speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us. Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.
In this year of 2021, may all your wishes come true.
祝贺大家万事如意。
Kami mengucapkan kesihatan yang terbaik untuk anda.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Este año, conviértete en la mejor versión de ti mismo.
Esse ano vai ser bom. Arukopaning, Renemocho.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Stoimy na rozdrożu.
全人類團結唯一。
希望大家3月19號會使嚟參加。
Laissez votre discours changer le monde.
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Maruhaเป็นส่วนหนึ่งกับกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ฮะ
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
A day dedicated to celebrating the power of speech through a slew of speaking events across the globe. And here in Singapore, more than 100 people will gather at the YMCA auditorium to speak on the causes they support. Joining me now is the chairman of the organizing committee for the event, Peter Ng.
Be able to speak from your heart on what matters to you as an individual.
You are stronger than you know.
World Speech Day theme, Humanity at a Crossroads.
We as society can definitely get through it.
世界をより良い場所にする。
Sa buong mundo at iba't ibang mga time zones.
Multiracial society. So, come on.
Chúc mừng năm mới các bạn.
I'm eagerly waiting for 2021's World Speech Day.
और सभी को इस वर्ष में सुरक्षित रहने के लिए।
Arukopaning, Renemocho.
Together, we will create a better world.
Join us on 15th of March 2021.
Now, more than ever, it is imperative that we come together.
One simple speech, one simple and meaningful speech, can make the difference in people's lives.
To create a bridge to help us meet each other at this unique point in our lives.
Throughout more than 100 countries, the power of the spoken word.
记得3月15号世界演讲日，一定要上线看我们的24小时直播。
I'm looking forward to see you there.
Speech is the mirror of the soul. As a man speaks, so he is.
Let's be really, really good listeners before we start getting our message across.
I'd like to invite you to come and join us to the World Speech Day 2021.
Humanity is at a crossroad, and we must all meet there to make the world a better place.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us on 15 March
2021.
You are a girl, so you need to learn how to cook and clean.
I was a stay-at-home mom with little money, no time, no prior business knowledge.
We're not meant to be better. We're meant to be different.
Are you ready to find your life purpose now?
The true freedom comes when we remove those labels, remove those expectations put on us.
Let's empower ourselves and work together in equal footing with men.
Achieve a more balanced share of unpaid work between men and women.
Those are your unique challenges and experience that create your story.
The beauty that is women, the beauty that is free speech, the beauty that is in your words.
And women warriors unite to aspire, inspire, and empower across the globe the women of the world. See you soon.